Here we go. Hello, hello, hello. Just imagine there was intro music. La, 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 la. Yeah. And
You could have played yourself in, Kent.
played with myself. No. Not more than usual, anyway. So, hi Sass. All right, babe.
Good evening. How the devil are you?
Yes, we're both here wondering where the hell's Robbie. Mate, he said something about not being able to be around this today, didn't he? Or something of that nature, anyway.
I can't remember. I think the last time we were talking, I'd had a glass of wine or two.
Yeah. No, I because I don't drink. My excuse for not remembering is slim at best. I didn't remember, but I swore he said something along those lines. But, yeah. So, oh man.
You had a busy day?
Oh, it's been a mental week. Absolutely mad. I think got 14 machines done, and we've still got another day to go.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, incoming.
No sound. Is that no sound from me or no sound from Kent?
1 2 1 2. Actually, it looks a bit low over there, I must admit.
Oh, I've got no sound.
You've got no sound. But I can hear you.
You can hear me.
Wow.
Oh, Prometheus is saying both okay. Homegrown saying can hear both. Corrosive sound is good. Right, so it must be Inky.
Inky's got one of her ears blocked.
Or she's hit the mute button or something.
Oops.
The volume is turned down. Oh, no, she's saying it's okay. Okay, good, yes, you're right, yes. So, yes, you've got 14, you've done 14 since.
Yeah, 14 or so. Including a JP8 restore. Oh man. That hadn't seen any love in a long time, I tell you. But yeah, so she's all working and bolted up and ready to rock and roll. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
You've done the restore today, or you just finished it today?
I finished it today. I started it Monday, and I've been sort of like going to it and then going to do something else and then back again and back and forth sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know? Although most of yesterday was putting it all back together and getting it all top and tailed.
Yeah.
So sounds great. Super dupe.
Just have to persuade the customer to come and pick it up.
Oh no, he won't be a problem. He won't be a problem. Plus, it was dropped off here with what was it? Well, he dropped it off, but he came down with Dave Spears and Chris, who were dropping off stuff, and they've got to come collect their stuff and collect, or he'll come down with them and collect JP8. So it'll all go in one here, which is good because we need the elbow room. So, but yeah, it's all been busy.
And how's your wiring situation? Is that all resolved now in the kitchen? And
No. That's been put on the back burner. While we've got a guy coming in, I think it's next week, to assess said kitchen.
Right.
And figure out what needs doing. He did say something about having to replaster all the walls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now they're saying you're a little quiet, Kent.
I'm a little quiet. It was a little teapot. Oh, hang on. Here we are. How about now? Is that better?
Yes, I think so. We'll just wait until the chat catches up in 7 seconds.
Let's see.
10
Oh, shut up, you stupid. Sorry.
Yeah, there we go. Here's a question. This can go out to all the super brains in the chat as well. somebody write an app that when you're using a multi-monitor setup, there's a screen where you set up what the orientation of those monitors are. So instead of having, like, for instance, if you have 3 monitors and you want to go to the far monitor, you scroll that, push your mouse that way, and vice versa that way. Yeah. But if you've got 1 and then 2 above, say, that you have put it into the app, so you go diagonally up to where the monitor actually is.
Oh, right. So instead of the computer looking at them as though they're
just
in
doing
a
it
linear
linearly.
fashion.
Yeah, and just sort of like,
actually having them spatially positioned.
Yeah, so it knows as you move your mouse accordingly to that. That would be pretty sweet. Oh, we're joined by royalty.
So you move your mouse accordingly.
Greetings.
Good evening, Richard.
Greetings,
Hello.
Guru. How you doing?
I'm pretty well, thanks.
Good man.
You've got to close your YouTube window.
Oh, right. Thank you.
How you doing?
Sorry about that.
That's all right, babe.
How are you?
We all do that, mate.
I'm pretty good. Working off jet lag and
What
playing
part
on
of the
TV.
sphere are you on today?
I'm in London.
Yeah.
Oh, good reception.
The hotel has wonderful wired internet, like startling wired internet in this place, and I love it. I like this hotel in general. We're very comfortable here. It's like home away from home. This place we've been here.
Yeah.
And we
Literally
played
up
on
the
TV
road.
we played on TV this morning,
Oh.
which seemed to generate a lot of interest, which is cool.
Oh, excellent.
Which channel?
I think it was ITV.
Oh, okay.
We were at the BBC Production Center outside,
Mm.
playing to a small gathering of nice people, and it was cool. Fun.
So you're just up the road from us then?
Yeah, basically. And I've got actually social obligations tonight.
Good man.
Yeah, right. Not like
That
that.
titty bar up the road.
Not like right.
You have to do some glad
whatever it
handing
is.
and
Whatever it is, it's not half as good as what you're about to say.
Yeah.
No, it's two band members have a birthday close by.
Oh,
And
cool,
For some
cool.
reason, they planned this thing for like 10:30 p.m. and onwards tonight, which is not really my wheelhouse socially, but we'll make it work.
Yeah, of course.
And right now I'm waiting for a pizza. That's right. I came to England and ordered a pizza. My people at home are cringing.
Yeah, that's like going to New Jersey to get a chip butty.
yes, fish and chips. Yes.
You're not going to find a chip buddy in New Jersey. I'm pretty much unless you order it and tell them what it is.
Yeah, and then they
The
just
word
look at
buddy
you
won't
funny.
do it. Yeah.
You guys will put food in any other food, won't you?
You guys will wrap anything in a sausage.
Well, this is true.
It's true. I know. Well, anyway, it's going well, and this is the very beginning of a long bunch of
Summer.
gigs.
Yes.
Yeah. So Sunday we'll be in Norway
Oh, Christ.
or Norway,
Uh-huh.
and after that we're going to Estonia, and after that we're going to Helsinki, Finland, and then we're going to Stockholm. So I'll be cruising the North Country for a while.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what. Here we go. Got the ink.
Yeah. Good evening, Inky.
Hello, Kyle.
Your
Oh my
your
goodness.
mic is really distorted.
I'll join back in, hold on.
Unless that's Dom's latest plugin.
Yeah.
The mangler.
Yeah, we've had a few vocodery calls, haven't we, the last couple of weeks?
Yeah.
Vocodery calls.
Mm. Yeah, it's a technical term.
Yes, I get it.
Yeah. No, I did a I've reconfigured everything again.
What, in the room there?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there was a vowel in the month.
There was what, a free 5 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, every 10 minutes it's like, oh, yeah, but what if that went over there? That'd be better if that went over there. Oh, and I finally got an email from Softube to say, oh, we've had words with my colleagues, and we've decided we're just going to give you a new registration for your fader port.
All right.
Good.
It's only taken 18 months, but hey,
They could have done worse.
it's true enough. True enough. Apparently, yes, it had been bought by somebody who had it for 10 minutes, registered it, didn't want it, sent it back, but of course it remained registered.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
They should
So when
be
I entered the code, of course it goes, this is
groveling.
already registered.
They should be groveling with apology, like something on the order of a fader pack showing up at your door.
Yeah.
We did think but no. Apparently they have graciously given me a new code for her, registration code for her. So I
You
can now...
told them that you've been holding on to this thing for 18 months, unable
Yeah.
to use it.
Oh, I've been
And
email
they said
corresponding
sorry
with them.
and gave you a code.
18 months have been corresponding with them.
That's close. That's good enough.
It takes anything from a week to 10 days to get a reply, and sometimes it's a different guy, and sometimes it's asking me exactly the same question that the last guy asked me. And can I send proof of purchase and all this sort of thing? And I'm going, dude, if you knew how unorganised I was.
I wonder where that's managed. I wonder if that's managed out of their corporate in Sweden or if their local office to be.
No, these emails are coming from some, Gustav Mahler or wherever he is in Sweden.
In Sweden.
Yeah, in Sweden. And it's just been very, very long-winded. I put a lot of it down, obviously, to lockdowns, COVID, and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
And maybe the occasional email that I've seen that I got from them that went straight into junk and didn't see. So there is that as well. So it's a bit of bit of fuckery on both sides, really.
Yeah. But it's resolved now.
Yeah. It got resolved Tuesday, but I haven't got round to actually registering it again yet. But I will. Because it's what's interesting about it, since the registration for the fader port failed, the console one has refused to work.
Huh.
So both units have been sitting there idle for 18 months. There you go. But at least their software went straight in anyway for the, the Minimoog 72.
Yeah.
That's the pizza.
Not bad. Not bad.
What topping did you get? Come on, it's a slow evening.
Fancy tomatoes, fresh mozzarella, some kind of smoked ham, and mushrooms.
Oh, nice.
It's one of their suggested combinations, and I said, sure, I'll try that. That sounds good.
I'm supposed to be having spaghetti bolognese, with tomatoes and basil.
Yes.
The house is awash with a gorgeous aroma.
Mm.
And I'm sitting there going, down in the stomach. So, yes, so it's all been very, very busy and running around like idiots this week.
Is your aircon connected up now?
Yeah, it's really, really, really good. Really good. But it literally only has to be on about 5 minutes, and then it shuts down, and it's so well insulated.
Yeah.
It doesn't come on again for about 4 or 5 hours. And go, oh, add a degree, there you go. So, good stuff.
The ones where the compressor is on a platform on the ground and what's in the wall is just sort of distribution.
Yeah.
They're wonderful. They're really they do a great job of cooling the room, and you hardly notice that they're there.
Yeah,
Well, I've been sitting next.
Unit.
I mean, this thing is like, it's a size, but I'm standing next to it. I can't even hear it.
Yeah.
I thought there'd be quite a whir going on, but nope, nothing.
Well, the fans don't need to spin that fast because you've got a fairly big radiator.
Yeah, well, it's a massive, great big fan in it. It must be about 2.5 foot diameter, and it really does the job.
Sounds like it's
weird thing.
Possibly oversized for the size of the workshop.
No, apparently it's for this workshop. But the one thing it does have is there's this thing on it that directs where the
it has louvers. Yeah,
right, because it seems to know what the temperatures are in different parts of the workshop. Right? Okay. And it's all remote, and I'm like, oh, bloody hell, this is good, isn't it? This beats the hell out of a 3K fan heater stuck in the corner doing absolutely nothing all day.
Yeah.
Apart from warming the bit of floor it's standing on, which is what it used to be like.
Well, you've got insulation.
Yeah, I'll say. I've also got some of the most stupidest bloody flies on the planet. They fly in. They fly towards this window and then can't get out. They're all there. There's 100 of them. They're all on the same window.
Have you got a bug zapper?
No, I just open the window and let them out. Well, on the warm days anyway. Bonjour.
Is that better?
Oh, God,
Yes.
that's a lot better.
Oh, every time. It's, I don't know. It's Cornwall, isn't it? It's Cornwall. Unless you live in Bodmin, that's the only place you get internet. So you have to restart everything and cross your fingers.
Oh, God.
You should get a few of your neighbours to club together and get Starlink. And split the cost between you.
I would if I got on with most of them. I don't actually know most of them. It's that type of area. I know, yeah. I know them to wave to. But that's it. No names are exchanged or anything like that, really. So.
Well, they do have a different language, so I can understand that.
They're certainly different. They love their tractors. They love a tractor or two.
All tractors. No, come on.
Yeah.
It's like catnip. Oh, shite. Slipped and spilt me coffee all down me. Now have to go around all day looking like I pissed me pants.
I'm talking of tractors. I was reading a piece about John Deere today, and they are going down a subscription route for their agricultural machinery.
Oh, that's such a genius
idea. They are planning on raising, I think, up to 50 million in revenue just from subscriptions.
Okay.
Wow.
So if you buy a John Deere tractor, it'll cost you $500,000, and then you've got to pay a license fee to use the software on it.
Oh,
Second-hand tractor market suddenly become very buoyant.
Yes.
Huh.
Just think, sod right to repair. It's, I keep hearing this phrase, by 2030, you'll never own anything and you'll be happy.
Well.
No, we'll be slaves.
Oh, dear.
Good evening, Mr. Brooks. You're muted.
Not a word, Andy. There you are.
We understand the sign language.
I like the muted Andy.
Oh dear.
We have a common theme here.
Yeah.
Where are you, Rich? What part of the world? Are you in England?
London at the moment.
Yeah.
Has that worked?
Yes.
Yay!
Hey.
Oh, this bloody StreamYard and bloody USB codecs and things that I don't understand and stuff. Hello, Richard. Hi, Inky.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, honestly, sorry, Richard, that we had such a battle yesterday. Was it yesterday, the day before, or sometime in the recent past, trying to get my microphone to work? Does it sound familiar?
Left-hand
It
channel.
sounds like every stream, to be honest,
What?
Andrew. Not just you either. Everyone.
Yeah.
The
There's always
left-
something.
Did you just say left-hand channel? Am I only coming out on one channel?
No,
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 you're stereo.
Richard's one was always left-hand
Oh,
channel
Richard was
or
yeah,
echoed.
so-
Yeah.
yeah, all
And
right.
or.
And yeah, I know.
Everybody's got a long memory. It's hilarious.
We enjoyed it, you see. That's why.
I can see that.
It was 2.5 hours, wasn't it?
But now I know just how it. Yeah, honestly, yeah, 2.5.
No, it was good fun. It was good fun.
You've
We
gotta-
got
you've gotta
resolved,
love-
which is even better.
You've got to love the irony, though. I mean, it's not like we know anything about sound at all between us. It's not at all what we're interested in at
Inky,
all.
it's got nothing to do with sound and everything to do with how computers work, and that's the problem.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
that's why I do everything in hardware, Andrew. I
They do
can't
talk
even-
about
Yup.
music technology, but they're actually two words that shouldn't be in the same sentence together.
Oh, well, hang on. It was
Well, if that's
always
the
us,
case, I'm in real trouble.
Yeah.
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 Wouldn't-
Like,
wouldn't we
what
all
am I
just be-
surrounded by?
Right. What is
Wouldn't we
this?
just
What is
call-
this career?
Wouldn't we just be hitting rocks then? Because nothing would have moved on. Just rocks in time. Or
That's
different
technology, though.
And
isn't it?
stretched animal skins.
occupation.
Well, you seem to
No, because
forget
that's
I-
technology.
Yeah, but
You've
I-
developed a thing there. You've gone a step. You've gone from this makes a sound to I'm going to make something make a sound. That's a step. That's a
Exactly.
serious step.
You're
Yeah,
That's
well-
right.
technology.
Absolutely right.
I've made an entire career, darling, from people who want to go back to banging rocks together.
Hey!
Hi
Yeah.
there. Yeah. So,
Oh,
I tell you what, I had a chappie coming today to pick up his Jupiter 6. That one with aftertouch fitted to it. And on the mod panel, you know the Roland mod wheel thing.
Yeah.
Well, on that panel, it's a powder coated panel, right? And it is next to it is like what looked like a silver mirror of where the heel of his hand has been rubbing.
Yeah.
He's worn
Rubbed all the paint off.
rubbed all the paint off, and then polished the metal.
Right.
And apparently, he's been playing the same sort of stuff on this Jupiter 6 since '92.
Wow.
And a lot of it involves an awful lot of pitch wheeling. And he literally has worn it silver. And of course, it's come in because the pitch wheel isn't working. So,
Worn all the carbon off the track, yeah.
yeah, it was doing a couple of silly, weird things.
But
And,
what the hell is he playing to have to use the... I mean, a bit of pitch wheel now and then, yeah.
No,
okay.
this-
bit of mod, yeah,
Think-
that's fine.
think
that wiggy stick in it on a
like-
Jupiter.
Trying to do Keith Emerson or something. Is it?
Well, it's that kind of thing. But I mean, when he was playing it, I mean, his hands were, well, his hand was just a blur, changing key and all this sort of stuff. But lots of this wheel going on down the bottom end, you know. And I forget what his name was now. It's something Morbius, something or other. But yeah, you know. So, but he was like 74. And he's like got long hair, grey, beard grey. And we are now joined by, here briefly,
Good evening, Ty.
Hi, Ty.
Hey, Ty.
Hi everyone.
How was the MOT?
Oh, it's expensive.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No, not because of the MOT, because I bought a new car. So
What,
You didn't
what
go-
was
You-
the-
You
what
took
was
the
MOT
Porsche
that
for an
bad?
took the Porsche in for an MOT and ended
Yeah.
up buying a new car. Yeah. Okay.
Did you buy that one you were test driving a couple of months ago?
yeah. Can I point out? You are talking to someone. This is the absolute truth. Many years ago, do you remember when the new Scirocco came out?
Yes.
I hadn't seen one in the flesh, and so I actually said to Mrs. "Oh, I'm just going to go and buy a Subway," and I went out to go and get a Subway, and I swear to you, I came back an hour later, and she went, "Where's my Subway?" I went, "I didn't make it Subway." So what? I went, "But I have just bought a new Scirocco." So I went in to look at it, and it was just really nice. Anyway, so I went in. So it's the first MOT on the.
So to avoid an MOT, you bought a new car.
No, I'm not having one. I still had to pay for the MOT. But what I did avoid was, because it's 3 years old now, because it's his first MOT, and so I was going to buy its the extended
Care
warranty,
package.
the warranty package. So that was going to be about £1,000 for a year to have a new warranty package. So I thought, okay, and then because you have to do this Porsche Connect thing, which was up for renewal, and that was, I don't know, a couple of £100 or something. And so I was thinking, well, got to do it. So I paid for the MOT, did all the paperwork, and then I got drawn into. Anyway, so I bought a new car. There we go. So
Yeah, but you
And
got
what did you get?
Yeah, you can't just leave it like that.
no. So I've actually walked away with, and I never thought I'd ever say this. I've actually walked away with an electric. I bought a Taycan Cross Turismo 4S.
Oh, okay.
Gone electric.
Gone electric.
How long before you're banned from driving for speeding?
Well,
He's had the Porsche, Ken, though.
No, this is Porsche as well, but this is electric. You don't know how fast
Yeah, the
you're going.
acceleration.
yeah. I mean,
will
it is slower than the one because
Well,
I've got the
there is
turbo.
that thing called the Speedo that you can
Yeah,
look
whatever.
Yeah, but you've got to be looking at the road.
I've got a because I've got the turbo
Yeah.
of the KN. So that's
What's that about?
that's
5 seconds or something?
no 3.8,
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
and I've just
Have a
bought
look.
that. So that's
Wow.
what I've just
Oh,
bought.
nice.
Can you get an 80 in the back of that?
So this is slower. This is 4 seconds. This is 4 seconds 0 to 60 on this one. But
Bloody shopping cart.
I'm going to live with it. So anyway, but the reason I ended up getting it was, at the moment, believe it or not, if I want that car, there's a 16-month waiting list if I want that car. Okay? And when I went and test drove it in February, do you remember me telling? I told Kent all of this. They told me all the waiting times, and I went and test drove it. But in the dealership, they just had a delivery of that car in that colour. Basically, it was the exact spec, more or less,
That you wanted.
that I wanted. And I turned around and went, okay, can I have that car? And the guy turned around and went, really sorry, that just arrived as a demo. We're not, Porsche have absolutely said 100% we're not allowed to sell it. We're not allowed to get rid of it. And when I went for the MOT, so I was just killing time because I had to wait for the MOT. They had to do an update and something. I was literally waiting around, and this other guy came and we got talking. And I said, well, I'll quite happily go for another drive in one if you want. And as I walked out, I said, hang on a minute. Is that the demo car that was here a couple of months ago? Yeah. We've just put it out for demo. It's been on for about a month or something. Anyway, got in. It's got 500 miles on the clock. And he said, oh, but it's still not, essentially it's still not available. It's a demo car. We can't let it go. We can't sell it. And as I kind of did the drive and came back out and still waited for the MOT, and the guy basically just came back and went, we've just had a word with the manager and basically said, if you want it,
Can we
you
have
can
your
have it.
money?
You can have it.
You're all quiet, yeah.
So I just thought, I mean, the thing is, I'll be honest with you, if it's my only car, I would not touch it with a barge pole because I don't know, it's like, kind of in the States, Rich, but over here, the infrastructure's still not there for electric. They say it is, but it's bollocks. It's still not there for electric.
Have you got a charger at home?
No, I'll just get one installed. It's fine.
All right.
But the reality is, though, it's still not right. And if it was my only car, I wouldn't do it. But I think at some stage I've got to jump. So one of the cars is going to have to be electric. So it's going to be this one.
So you've still got the Audi.
I've still got the R8 and the TT and the MX-5. Yeah.
So one of your cars is electric, yeah.
Yeah, one of them is.
What about a
Doodling about
VX220 for
town,
weekends?
You know.
Say that again, Kent.
What about a VX220 for weekends?
Well, you know what? I used to love my VX220. I did.
Well-
No, I did look at when I got the MX-5. I did look at getting an old MX-20, but the prices have literally just shot up just because. And
Okay.
you know, they're great, but
really,
they're so,
really small.
oh, they're incredibly small. They're so impractical, but dry. Oh, they're beautiful.
Yeah,
I had
they
two
drive
of them.
wonderfully.
I had two of them. I had the normal one, and then I had a turbo. Beautiful cars. Absolutely love them, but just not. No, so silly. If you've ever tried to get into one of them, it's hilarious. I actually totally generally, I had a friend who was quite a big chap, and
I know the feeling.
he was very excited and climbed into it, and he was a headmaster at a school. And when I dropped him off at the school, it was very embarrassing because he genuinely could not get out of it because there's a huge lip you have to climb out, and it ended up we had to get two of the sixth form students to help literally drag him out. This is the headmaster, drag him out of the car, and literally they're impossible to get in and out of.
Yes.
And the roofs leak, and there's loads of things wrong with them. But anyway,
But they drive beautifully.
they drive absolutely. They're just a go-kart. That's all they are. But in the end, after I went to nuts and I just got it, and it's fine.
I'd love to get a bit of video of Fiona getting in and out of that midget.
It's just some cars is just not a graceful way of doing it. Some it's just
She literally has to roll and fall out,
yeah, that's it.
and then get on her hands and knees and crawl out of the car.
Yeah. So
She thought that one
Especially
through, didn't she?
Smaller sports cars are like that, aren't they?
yeah.
Especially if you're short. I'm very short, so.
Well, at least you don't have far to fall. That's the most important thing. You know.
Yeah, but
but
Fiona's car is
getting out.
tiny.
It's actually
tiny.
getting out the car.
She thought it was stolen. It was behind one of the wheelie bins. That's how tiny it is. Oh, incidentally, there will be a Fiona quiz tonight.
Yay! Well, tell me what time because honestly I can't stay on because I do have to go and do some shopping, and tell me when. So when's the Fiona quiz going to be so I can make sure I'm around?
After she's finished making dinner.
Great. Okay. So well, in which well I'll go. I will. I am literally popping in and then disappearing.
You just want to take the new car out for a spin, don't you?
Oh no, I haven't got it yet. They've got to. They've got to
okay.
do lots of stuff.
Oh, yeah,
No,
yeah.
It's just,
They've got a
it's just
detail.
a case of I literally just swap them over.
Yeah.
It is a case of they've got to get it all sorted.
So basically, imagine your local high street. They see you walking down the high street and you go, oh, "It's Ty. Which one of the shops is he going to walk into? I hope it's ours. I hope it's ours." We'll get that kitchen extension this week.
No, I'm just not. I'm not good. Really, generally, I'm just shit.
Nor am I.
Is that right?
Pretty bollocks stack that as well.
But anyway, so there we go. That's my exciting news.
What's that car that you took me around in that I was like holding on to?
I think that was the R8, Rich. I think it was the R8. Was it convertible? Was it a TVR? Was it red or was it white?
I can't answer any of these questions.
Okay. Did he have
his
full?
eyes shut most of it.
It was either it was probably either the R8 or it could have been the Fabio. Fabio is either the Fabio, the TVR, or the R8.
It was a car that you had two of, if I'm not mistaken, or two very similar versions of the same or something.
Might have been. Was that the VX?
Notice how that hasn't helped him.
I was going to say because I had two TVRs
Two of everything.
at some stage. Yeah. It could be.
You go, have you got a better clue?
It could be.
No.
Oh, it's probably the R8 then.
Gripping fear.
Yeah, it could be the R8 because it might be because I just got the TT at the same time. I bought them
it
both
was
on the
great
same
fun,
day.
and you had tremendous control of it, but
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
Sounds like the R8.
Yeah, I bought them both on the same day. I went to go and buy a TT and walked out with a TT and an R8.
As you do, yes. I mean,
As you do.
How did you drive them back home? I mean,
You don't get delivery of new cards on the same. You have to order them, and
You bought 2 cards. Right. So the next time we're talking about BBC license fees, we know where it's going.
I'm just look. I've always said
CBeebies was announced to be closing down today. How do you feel, Ty? Do you feel?
Do you know what? I'm not having you on. Honestly, I read that and I think that's really crap because honestly, when Boo was growing up, CBeebies and CBBC is absolutely there's some fantastic stuff on there. And
but they should have just shifted it to BBC Two in the mornings.
Yeah, I think.
What do you mean? No more Hacker the dog?
I think the biggest problem I really have is they're also moving Radio 4, BBC 4, which I think is a huge mistake because BBC 4 has some fantastic stuff on.
Oh no, it's not going online, is it?
Yeah, it is. BBC 4 and CBBC are both going online.
What a shame.
Well,
but can I point out these are the same company that was going to get rid of BBC 6. The fact they put BBC 3 online and then realised 5 years later that was a mistake. So it's all going to come back again. BBC 4 will come back on, but it's all just.
Well, according to the DG, they're looking at moving to a more of a digital platform now.
No, all they're trying to do is save money. That's all they're trying to do.
Yeah.
But I think eventually they will go more for a Prime or Netflix type model.
Can I help you?
I mean, it would make sense for them to operate on that basis because then they can sell worldwide. They're not just relying on UK license fee payers then.
Yeah, but they have a different company, don't they? That they can do that with.
They have BBC Worldwide, but all that does is basically sell the rights. They're not actually broadcasting, or they're not streaming globally.
Right. Yeah.
Forgive my ignorance, but how many BBC channels are there now?
Oh Christ!
Well, there's
lots of different ones. Actually,
there's four TV channels.
Then there's CBBC.
4 national radio channels. 6 national radio channels, and then 62 regional radio stations.
Service.
And they're all owned by the Queen.
Because there were 4 channels on TV back when Monty Python was on the air, right?
No, but that's 4 channels across the board.
When Python was on, they only had 3 channels.
3.
Or 3.
Channels.
Right, okay.
Yeah, only 3.
You had a choice of 3.
And one of them was only on half the day.
Yes.
No, it's
Albatross! Get your fresh albatross!
No, bloody albatross.
Oh, I've bought a synth, by the way. Kent knows.
Yeah. Apart from the Oberheim.
Yeah, no, the Oberheim doesn't count. I've got,
is that not a synth?
No, you want a calculator for that?
No, that was last week.
That was last week.
Right, okay, sorry.
So,
Come on.
Nordwave 2.
Yeah.
Out there, choice.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Good.
So, just another.
That was some unsettling noises. It wasn't like, wow, it was like, oh.
No, but that's it. That's why I haven't ordered one yet. It's that kind of synth. It's that kind of.
Jamie Geosense really rates it. He reckons it's one of those.
Yeah, there's quite a few people really rating it. So.
Isn't it more of a sort of performance keyboard though?
No, that's all the stage stuff. No, not the Wave 2s. The Wave 2's very much.
You can process samples on that one, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
So it's very much a synth. It's but it's one of those I've always kept looking on there, thinking.
I have a Nord Lead 2 rack. It's pretty cool.
I've got a Nord 2 lead rack as well, and I've got a G2 as well. Yeah, the Nord lead rack is underrated. It is.
But the rack is missing that funky stick and wheel combo. So.
Yeah, that's true. But I've got a stage 2 as well, so it's on. So I've kind of got the best of both worlds.
You mean for all those gigs you've been playing?
For all of those gigs I've been doing. No, do you know what? I actually, when I was in Redbox, that's what I bought it for. I bought it for when I was in Redbox because I'm so anal with my synths about they have to be so pristine. The idea of taking a we've had this conversation, Rich, and you know Kent all too well. The idea of me taking any of my, synth on a gig is just not going to happen. Never going to happen. So I bought a stage 2 just and a setup just for
Why I said what I said. Yeah.
Just for
something like that.
Yeah. So I did buy it just for the Redbox gigs, and then I left about 6 months later. But it's a lovely keyboard. I used it as a controller for years.
It's a really useful thing to have around.
That's exactly that. Exactly that.
Well, yeah, here's an interesting statement.
Go on.
Today, right, I'm finishing up this Jupiter 8 restore, and one of the patch buttons was broken. Classic thing that it does. Right, I'll nip round to the garage because I've got a JP8 I'm breaking up. I'll go round there, I'll nick the patch board out of it and have the bugger. So we'll go round there, and it's just keyboards standing up on their ends all the way to the back wall. So I'm working my way through all these keyboards. Get to the JP8, and I'm about to just open it up a little bit so I can get inside and do the board. And I go, what's that behind it? So I pull it out. It's another JP8. And I've checked the books. I don't know where that's come from.
Oh, we've all done that, Kent.
When you've repaired it,
True enough.
when you've mended it and you need to find a home for it. I can drive down and I'm sure I can get a JP8 in the back of my Kia Picanto.
Well, that's what I'm slowly doing, is I'm slowly filtering keyboards out to people.
Right.
What?
Bagsy, that JP8, right, sod of everybody else.
It's a good thing I don't live by near you. I'd have way too much crap piled up everywhere.
What condition was it in?
Oh, parlous
Too
space,
good to
but
be out
totally
there.
right.
Okay.
Yeah. Not
Well, it
good
just
enough.
happened to be about 12 miles up the road.
And I've got Boy George's Philly Corder out there as well.
Oh, I knew about that.
Yeah. I didn't know it was his, and that was in full.
Did he have it surgically removed?
Richard.
Enlarged and then removed.
I say a bit bigger than a Volca, right? So.
Yeah.
Oh, talking of many things, I've been tempted, by the way, by the little mixer thing. I think the little
Teenage engineering.
Teenager.
yeah.
Oh, you fucking tart.
Well, no, I've ordered the fields on it. The field. Oh, there's a waiting list for it, so it's going to be July for the field. But I've ordered the field. But I just keep looking. I keep looking at that little thing, and it's just, as I said to you, Kent, I just see it's just a little Swiss Army knife that I just think could.
Yeah, I know.
I just think it would get you out of so many situations just having that in your gig bag. That would just, for the gigs I do, it would just. No, I just think it's one of those things that there are so many. You know, no matter what you do, the studio or whatever, where you just think, oh, I wish I could just, and but it's just a little thing that I just.
It has a lot of stuff on board. It's not just a mixer,
yeah.
so yeah.
That's oh my god, it's got so much stuff on board.
So you can
It's
get in your
incredibly
electric,
well
you can get in your electric Porsche, drive down to Starbucks, and
With
you can
your
mess with the
OP1
thing
and your little
while you-
mixer.
Knock out a track
Yeah, while you're sipping your latte.
while
put on
wearing my.
Put on a
wear-
special wig that's got a ponytail.
No, all I need to do is wear a
Man
skin-
bun.
You gotta have your
bun.
Birkenstock
Yeah, man
on.
bun, man
Oh, a
bun,
man bun, yeah, even
with a
better.
sculpted beard.
Yes, very pointy.
And wear my skin tight kind of leggings halfway up my leg with my brown shoes on with no
socks. Yeah.
You know,
yeah. And say "yah" a lot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, don't
Yeah.
even.
I'm just
don't-
missing a track, "yah."
Make sure you've got plenty of mini jack cables with slim.
No,
Unless you won't be able to plug them all in.
No, I've already said, kind of if I get it, realistically, you've got to order those cables with it because you're fucked otherwise. You've got to. It's stupid
You did
because
say that
I
at the
said,
time.
yeah, I did, and the price of them is just honestly the price
Was
of
it
all of it
120
is.
quid for the cables
Yeah,
or something?
shocking.
Well, it's 15 quid each for each one. It's 10
And the
quid for
OD11 speaker to go with it, right? So
No, do you know what? I did look at that when it was getting to the end of the tax year, and I looked at that speaker, and I kind of started to get won over. I watched all the videos on it. I started to get won over, and honestly, I had to then give myself a kick in and go, for fuck's sake, you're a twat, but you're not that much of a twat. And
how about the lamp? They have the custom lamp you can get.
oh, don't really.
Yeah, they're art
I hope-
students first. I mean, they're gamers and art students who became,
The
synthesizers.
thing is, I just think on that little mixer, there's a lot of shit going on in there, and the most ridiculous. And I know for a fact that me with my huge XL sausage fingers, it will be a nightmare. But
Will you be able to read the display?
I've got glasses, for fuck's sake.
You get the Brazil
You need a
movie
magnifying
Fresnel lens in
glass.
front of it so you can read it. So.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think there's something quite. I just think there's something a bit special about it, and I could be completely
I think there's
wrong.
something a
I
bit
could be
special
completely
about the
wrong.
people who buy it.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue with you on that one. I'm not going to argue with that.
You'll be
I-
vegan next.
Hey, so
Oh
what
my
if I have
god!
an
Can I
extra
just
chromosome?
can I just point out on this Porsche big thing,
There's a vegan button.
vegan interior. Honestly,
for
it's
God's
for fuck's
sake.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's all right. That means you can eat it.
I mean, there's lots of.
You get hungry and drive
It just means the car's just going to permanently smell of farts.
It's. I don't know. It's my car.
It was
for fuck's
going
sake.
to
You-
anyway.
You fart in my car, you're out. Sorry. No,
Doesn't matter what speed you're going.
I don't know. I just think there is, and I honestly, I'm well up for a kicking on this one, and I could be totally wrong. And I hope you all realise that I will be the first to come on in 3 months' time and turn around and go, yeah, it's a pile of shit. Don't waste your money. But
I ran out of electricity.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Anyway,
So you're going to have a charger fitted at home.
yeah.
What about the 18-month waiting list for people having their chargers fitted at home?
I hope you're joking on that one. I put no looking. I haven't even looked into it at all. In my
The
head,
dealership won't arrange that for you?
no, they advise. They do their recommendations on who they
Yeah,
use.
get an
but they
electric
don't
one.
personally
You buy
do
a
it.
Chevy Volt, they'll come to your house and install the damn thing.
My friend's an electrical engineer. He installed his own at home. So
Yeah, that's America for you, though.
Can
In
I
the U-
assure you?
in the
Customer
UK, it doesn't-
service.
Yeah, in the UK, it doesn't quite work like that.
No,
You
have
don't
to
get
do it
any
yourself.
freebies.
I mean, even when you're
Well, it's
dropping
not
all
a
that.
freebie, it's an enticement. It's they're trying to sell these cars.
Yeah, but
But
even,
of course, you don't really have to do
Yeah,
that.
but no,
but
They're
even
looking.
when you're dropping that much money on a Porsche, the salesman still looks down his nose at you.
Really?
Yeah.
Can I point out? No. On this occasion, I will be perfectly honest with you. Just so you know, I deal with everybody in my life the same way that I deal with you twats, and so
Must get on well then.
I think I must have told you my opening gambit, because I fucking hate Porsches, always hated Porsches, always will hate Porsches. When I went and bought the first one, I'd been looking for about 12 months to try and find the kind of car that I want. Oh, look, this is the truth. I've got a friend with a 911. I wouldn't let him park it on the drive because I actually said to him, "You're not parking that pile of shit on my drive." This was before I went and bought it. So I walked into the dealership having looked at loads and loads of cars. And I walked in and said, "Just so you know," my opening gambit was, "Just so you know, I am your worst customer because I hate Porsches. Now try and sell me one." And he did. And this time when I went and looked in, so they know the story, so they know me there. And when we were trying to do the deal, I turned around and went, no, that's not good enough. Go and get your manager and tell him that there's a cheeky bastard
Go and
here.
speak to an adult.
There's a cheeky bastard here that wants to talk to him. So the manager came out and he'd got the wrong end of the stick because he came out going, "Have you called me a cheeky bastard?" And I'm there going, no, I'm the cheeky bastard for dragging you out. So I speak exactly the same way that I do, and they don't look down on me at all. Actually, I have to say, even though there are a lot more expensive cars there than this one,
So
I
you
have to
wouldn't-
say their dealership is very good. Not like other dealerships. I'm not going to say what they are, but other dealerships that I've been in where they are literally just cunts because I look like a mess. I go in holy jeans and t-shirts and
deliberately.
I just look like I have no money at all. And
pretty soon you can go in with your OP mixer hanging out of your pocket. So
then they'll scarf me. Then
I want to buy a Porsche, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When it comes time to figure out what the tab's going to be, you take that out and use it as a calculator.
It's not a calculator.
No, that's a Casio VL1, isn't it?
VO2.
Right, exactly. Well, isn't just the
it's a high-tech abacus.
Let's find the things
Yeah.
it doesn't do. Yeah.
My parents had a Porsche 924, and it was a blast to drive. So I had so much fun with it.
Yeah.
24
Yeah, front engined.
over the 4.4.
Well, that's what they could get, right? They weren't
right.
rich, and it was used.
Don't judge. 24 is still a half decent.
It was awesome.
I wouldn't. Yeah.
I like the 928 S4.
Honestly,
Well, that's nice.
and I'm
Lovely
not having
car.
one. I'm being perfectly truthful. They're Porsches. I fucking hate a lot of them. I hate them. I hate them. I know I've just bought one, but I hate them. I don't like Porsches. I just don't like them.
Didn't the 2.4 have like a gap between the bonnet and the windscreen that was so big that if you hit somebody, you could stuff their body down in the gap and nobody knowed you'd hit them?
Was that a selling feature? I
The
don't
one thing
remember
it has
seeing
an
that.
Audi
I think
engine.
it was.
So
I
don't
it
remember
was a
seeing that
different
on
kind
the
of
brochure.
Porsche.
Yeah. They
Body gap.
tested blood removal from windscreens at all different speeds, and it's the bollocks, mate. I tell you.
I don't know. It was a fun car to drive. But you
I
feel
have-
every tiny bump on the road, it hugs like crazy.
I have to say, so the one I've got right now, so I've got the KN Coupe Turbo, and I have to say, when you put that into kind of whatever it's Sports Plus or whatever, and the whole thing hunkers down, and it's a huge lump of a car, and yet it's amazing to drive. It's in the corners as well. You just think this is a huge lump, and it just drives fantastic. The problem I had with that one is that when I spec'd it up, I did the wanky thing of just basically ticking every box. And you now look at what's on that now, which I never get the money back for that. But you look what's on it, and it's such a load of shit in there. Like night vision. I mean, for fuck's sake. Infrared night vision.
It's always handy.
So you're driving along, and the theory
It's what the 924 needed.
the theory, what, for the body?
Yeah,
The theory
so you
is
could see him in the dark.
The theory is that as you're driving, one of the little screens on the right basically turns into an infrared. So you're driving.
Yeah.
So if anyone's in the road, you can see them. The reality is
That's what headlights are for.
it's a
That's where you can
distraction.
get 'em.
Honestly, it is just a distraction. So all that happens is you're driving, and just as you pass them, i.e., by the time you run over them, it'll start flashing yellow, going beep beep beep. You've just run over somebody. Yeah, complete waste of time. But yeah,
Hence the boot space.
yeah, there's loads of. Oh, I got it with double glazing. I mean, I'm not having you on. It's got whatever it is, so it's meant to be quieter inside.
Does it have a
Makes sense.
porch?
The worst one I bought it with sports exhaust.
Have a
bearing in
porch
mind,
porch.
it's
Roof garden.
bearing in mind, it's what is it, 4-litre V8 or whatever, which I know means nothing for America because 4-litre V8 is their idea of like a 1.1 diesel. But over here, 4-litre V8, it's a nice enough engine. It's big engine, and the exhaust is fantastic. Sounds great, but no, you spend another. I think it's like $2.5 grand, $3 to have sports exhaust, and you're thinking, wow. And all it does is change the pitch of
Changes the
exhaust.
tone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all it does. It's ridiculous. So
Make sure
anyway,
they don't try to sell you that on the new one.
none of that. On the new. No, I've got the. It's got the engine.
The sound resonator.
It's got the engine option.
Yeah.
The noise of the engine. Yeah, that's
Well,
an option.
that'll help stop you from speeding.
It will. No, it will. Because when that's not switched on, you have no idea how.
Yeah, well,
fast
like you
it
said, you thought you were doing 45. You looked down, you were doing 90.
goes. Yeah. So shh.
Wow.
No, I wasn't. When was that? That never happened. Ken.
You know, that-
That was on the track.
That was on the
That
track.
vegan
that I was on at the
cyclist that
time.
had to leap
That
out
was
of the
on
way for his
track
life.
that I was on at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, my only complaint
Anyway.
about the 924 is one of the few cars I drove without a steering column adjust, so my knees were wedged in there. There's no way a basketball player could have driven this car.
Wow.
Are you quite tall?
Yeah, 6'3". So
Fuck, that's tall.
Yeah.
Well, it is for me anyway.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not anymore. The average height's gone up, so I'm surrounded by tall people everywhere. So
I thought you meant you're not 6'3" anymore. I thought that somewhere along the line you had your legs chopped
Well,
to
that
the
may be
knees.
true.
That's, you know. Yeah, I'm actually now 4'11", but we won't talk about that. Yeah.
It's like the very first time you came round here, Ty. Met you for the first time. It was like
Okay.
looked like one of the cast from the Time Bandits. I mean, who's this?
One of the few people can look down at.
Can I point out? I'm only 5'9". I'm not a fucking midget. I'm 5'9".
You were.
No,
do you know what?
that's midget.
Smaller
we
than
had
I
a
thought.
really
almost
big
Tom
hu-
Cruise's height. Yeah.
We had a really big hug, didn't we? And you had the most gorgeous leather jacket on.
5 foot.
It was really nice. You know that light brown one?
I can't remember. I love the.
it's
I don't
so
remember what I
soft.
fucking ate this morning. Never mind what kind of jackets.
It was so. I was in danger of resting my head on your shoulder. It was all like, oh, this is such a lovely jacket.
That's just natural. That's a natural effect.
Yeah, I
on
know.
people
I
all
mean,
the time,
everybody
you know,
does that.
that's just-
Apart from my mate with the 911.
Oh dear God.
Don't even shake his hand, do you? It's all like,
No.
It's not even a GTR. Fuck off.
Yeah, he's all right.
What are you having for your tea, Ken?
Spaghetti bolognese.
It looks like
With
spaghetti.
tomato and basil.
Oh, nice.
But she's put
Very
an
nice.
awful lot of raw basil on it as well.
So,
Steve wants to know how tall I am. I'm 6'5".
All of you freaks of nature.
Same height as my dad was.
How tall are you, Rich? I mean, I know I've met you a few times, but I can't
5'8".
remember.
5'8".
See? All the best
Yeah,
people
sounds
come in
me,
these.
Richard. There we are.
So,
We'll be little short asses together.
oh, hi, Robbie.
Hello.
Robbie.
You
I
found
almost
the on
died in a
button.
Porsche 911. I think I told Ty this story when we were
You absolutely
around
did. I know this
the,
story very well. Yeah.
the countryside in his car very quickly. But in brief, I was riding as a passenger in the back, which tells you how much less I weighed back then, of a Porsche 911, sitting sideways across the
Yeah,
car.
on the bench seat. Yeah.
And the guy who was driving it had just gotten it back from it being used for some filming or something like that, and he was winding it around. We're on heavily traveled roads on the north shore of the Charles River in Boston, and he comes winding out of a roundabout and loses control of the car, and the car goes completely around, and the rear right corner hits a guardrail, which saves us from going into the frozen river. Car lands on its roof, like hard, like to the point where the door and the roof met on one side of the car, and then slid 200 meters down the road. And there was no traffic coming onward, which is incredible at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a weekday on this particular road. And we all should have died. And we didn't. And I obviously lived to tell the tale, but it was, it's something I remember in excruciatingly slow motion in every detail.
Yeah, I remember my one as well. Exactly the same thing. It's like always sort of like, whoa, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, scary.
Yeah, we
scary.
crawled out of the car, and the first thing the guy who was driving, who was a store manager that I was working with, insisted that we do, 3 of us, is turn the car back over.
Yeah.
God, that's.
I guess he wanted to clean up his mess.
Yeah.
And so the 3 of us turned his car back over, and it was sitting on its wheels when the ambulances and the police arrived and shit. Yeah, this was the closest near-death moment I've had among the couple.
Yeah.
I know that feeling well. I'm just
My
trying
dad
to.
fell asleep at the wheel
I
once and
sure
drove
you-
into a house. That was fun.
What was that?
My dad fell asleep at the wheel once and drove into a damn house. That was a lot of fun. I was in the passenger seat.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I have to go and collect.
We dodged 2 telephone poles, went over some a vacant lot that was all bumpy and stuff, and still kept going and right into someone's house. It's not fun.
Wow. So were
Yeah.
you hurt in this accident?
No one was hurt.
Okay.
Luckily, I mean it was a total freak that the whole car didn't die because there were 3 people in the car, and we're so lucky the house we crashed into didn't kill anybody in the house.
Bloody hell.
So, let there be a lesson. Don't drive when you're tired.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to do that. The whole tired driving thing. I used to do that years ago. God, I learnt my lesson. Only. Just in terms of, I remember, as we've all done, I'm there overtaking this lorry, The next thing I know, I'm waking up just as my steering wheel is steering into the side of the lorry, as I kind of that kind of makes you wake up with a jolt, and that's it. I've never driven tired since.
Yeah.
Never. Yeah, but we've all done that coming back from a gig or whatever. But no,
I was doing that when I had sleep apnea and I was undiagnosed and I was falling asleep at the wheel constantly.
Wow, that's fucking nuts.
How I never had an accident, I honestly don't know.
No,
Crazy.
I'm trying to find
Yeah, you
pictures.
live in Norwich, there was no other cars.
They haven't invented the car in Norwich. He was the only one that had a car.
Car? What's a cowboy? Huh?
Yeah.
What you talking about, boy?
Exactly.
Elastic trickery. We ain't got none of that elastic trickery around here.
Oh, Norwich, don't you love it?
I do.
No.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Do you think?
Massively.
Do you think motorways make it worse? Because
The
I
lack
won't
of, yeah.
No.
I won't drive on motorways because I feel instantly tired.
It's
So I'd
'cause
rather do 8 hours on an A road.
They're boring.
Then
They're boring,
then-
exactly.
That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
just.
They're actually
Ugh.
much safer roads than driving down country lanes. I mean, I've not had any. I'm not going to speak, or else I'll be tempting fate.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Honestly, don't
yeah.
do it. Don't do it.
So,
I'm just going to this.
can you really
If I
tempt fate?
drive from
Yeah, maybe
Cornwall
you can.
to like Manchester, I will drive down the A roads, which is not, it takes a long old time. But if I stop and have a cup of tea, I could do it again. Whereas as soon as I get on a motorway, I feel like I'm going to fall asleep straight away. It's a noise. It's
It can be very tedious, yeah. It's understandable that. And the last
Yeah.
long journey, the last real long journey that I did was from Sheffield to Aberdeen, and fortunately, actually, not an awful lot of that is really motorway. If you go up the A1, I came off the A1 as soon as I could. So I came off on the A68 as soon as I could, and then drove the A68 because it's actually a much nicer route. But and it's just it makes the journey that bit longer, but it's more enjoyable as a journey. And you can stop places. You can stop a nice little stop in Jedburgh and places like that. But it's just a nicer thing to do. But yeah, motorways are just monotonous, you see, aren't they? It's going straight, and you sitting there.
nothing to see, loads of pressure.
Yeah.
This is why I love modern technology, because like I was reading through the manual of my new motor, and it's got this thing called adaptive cruise control and lane assist, and it's basically a self-driving car, but it will tell you to put your hands back on the wheel after like 30 seconds. But it will keep you in lane. It will slow you down, speed you up. It will stop at the roundabout. It will stop at traffic lights. It will stop if a pedestrian walks out in front of you. And you literally just so even I mean it's an incredible thing, and you can literally just sit there and go just with a finger on the wheel if you wanted to. I wouldn't want to. It's not a little bit too wary of it, but you can just away you go.
I quite like driving though.
I
like
love driving.
Well,
Yeah.
so do I.
Yeah.
I do enjoy it.
Yeah.
Got a
Anyway,
long
is this the
little
driving
sports car.
channel or what?
Yeah.
Well,
So I'll just say rest in peace, Alan White. I don't know if you've spoken about Alan White at all today, but
What, drummer?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm unaware of this. How old?
he pulled out of the tour 2 days. The tour starts like in a few days, I think. And he pulled out a couple of days ago with illness, which he's done before. He had his back thing a few years ago, but they just announced this evening he has left us to join the. Well, can you imagine him and Chris Squire now? Cool.
Yeah, Alan White. May he rest in peace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not good.
He was not only Yes's drummer, but he was Lennon's drummer as well, which not huge amounts of people know. Instant Karma, all that stuff.
He
Brilliant.
played on the Wife Peace in Toronto album.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's superb and really nice guy by all accounts. Never met him, but really nice guy.
Well, that's really sad.
You imagine how John Anderson's feeling at the moment. He's just lost Van Gellers and Alan White.
Not doing well, is he? Hope he's...
And Ray Liotta as well today.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I
Pardon
saw
me,
that.
Ray Liotta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
saw
no,
that.
really?
Yep.
Yeah.
In his sleep in
no.
the Dominican Republic while shooting a film.
Yeah.
Liked him.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Mm.
Yeah.
God, I'm bringing
Full
it
of-
down.
I was going to say, yeah. Well, I'm glad you came, Robbie. Giving us
I don't
all
want
this
to.
great.
I don't want to be found in a hotel room.
Yeah, just
No.
stay alive where you are, please.
I don't
Yeah.
want to. I don't want to.
Oh dear.
Well, what's worse is if you're not found. So
Yeah.
that's worse.
Trying to find.
Mm.
Trying to find pictures of. I think Rich has seen these. When I had the car accident,
We're talking about Porsche accidents in Porsches.
Oh, great. Well, we weren't talking about accidents.
Well, no,
of course.
Richard was. And he
Okay, fair
reminded me.
enough. We were talking about. I was going to say, don't drag me into that one, please.
He reminded me of an incident that happened to my ex-father-in-law's business partner, who was an absolute chronic alcoholic Irishman, and he would just go anywhere. He had this Porsche, and he would go anywhere, and he didn't care how much he drank. And for those people that know the A14 near Cambridge and Bar Hill, the old Bar Hill interchange, if you were going, say, east, you would go around, you'd come off, and there'd be this massive bend that would then kind of come back on itself and then go off in another direction. And he took that in his Porsche at stupid miles an hour, absolutely leathered, spun it, rolled it, got out, car explodes, and he then walks home 20 miles. And the next thing he knows is the police are knocking on his door, and his wife, because he's in bed, his wife answers the door, and he said, "Is your husband at home?" And she said, "Yes, he's in bed." "Oh, do you know that his car has been found burnt out by the side of the A14?" And he basically said that it had been stolen, and he got away with it.
Oh, for fuck's
But
sake! That's
literally, he rolled it, and it so badly that it would burst, but it didn't do it. It's kind of probably like an action movie. He sort of gets out of the car, sort of takes a few steps in the background, and he just carries on walking for the next 20 miles back
That's
home.
awful. So look, so I found them. So that's what the car looked like.
No.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I know it looks like it's actually in a hedge. It's not in a hedge. Hang on a
Is it a
second.
TBR?
So that's a TVR T350. That's what it looked like.
They
There you go.
they're usually parked in a hedge or by the side of the road, aren't they?
Well, 2 weeks later,
with the bonnet up.
Oh, no.
right there, I will find. Oh, where's it gone? Oh, hang on a minute. It is here somewhere. Bear with. Bear with. Still bear
Check the
with.
photograph before we show it.
It's not that. I'm trying to find it. It just shut up somewhere for some reason. I did have it, and it's now just disappeared on me. Where's it gone?
There's
Oh, here we go.
Normally not much left of a TVR if it's crashed.
Okay, that was it. 2 weeks later.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What have you
And
done
Well, it's
to
made
it?
a
So
baking
just
foil,
remember,
Hang on.
folks, don't get in a car if Ty is driving.
that's what it's like from the front.
What did you hit?
I wrapped it around an oak tree.
Yeah,
Hit a
trees
wasp.
aren't designed to bend.
Do you know what? The tree didn't move an inch. And the funny part about it was, hang on a second, I will.
If you're going to hit something, aim for a crash barrier or a lamppost because they're
And-
designed to fail properly.
The thing, oh, I just found that one.
That's what a
So the
Mirror
one- this
Fury
is-
would look like if it
So,
had hit a
hang on,
wasp.
just while I'm finding these. So that was one of mine.
Uh-huh.
That's a Fabio GTS 400. It's the only one in the world. That's in
Wow.
Autocar. Look at the number plate.
Can't see it.
Can't see it.
A1TYU.
Tart.
So
Shouldn't
that
it say
was,
flash cunt?
and this was another one of my TVRs.
Ooh, that's
very
nice
nice.
colour.
Death Wish or something.
That's A7TYU.
Do you like the AA?
Lovely.
You
I-
like spending money on number plates, don't you?
No, do you know what? I've got
Ty
four number
likes
plates.
spending money.
I've got four
Stop.
number plates, and only one of them is actually on the car. All the other number plates aren't. I haven't even bothered to put them on the cars yet. But I want to show you what I look like in hospital.
Oh boy.
And here's my spleen.
It was that was my head.
We traded it for a second generation profit
That
fund.
was my head
Oh.
when I fell on my head.
Oh, that's what happened to your hair.
8 foot, and I fell onto my head. And they basically said the only thing,
Explains a lot.
generally, they said the only thing that they said it the most polite way. Basically, they said it's
You've
a
got a
good job
thick
you have some weight on you, because it was basically because I'm a fat fuck around my neck that saved my neck. Otherwise, I'd have broken my neck.
Shock absorber.
If you want to see a bruise,
And that's
anyone
my
that ever-
excuse
any-
past the chocolate.
anyone that ever says to you, "Oh, I've got a bruise," that's a bruise.
Oh,
Ow.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a bruise.
yeah.
So you know that one, Rich. So yeah,
I've had a
there we
bruise
go.
like that,
Yeah.
but not in the Porsche. But yeah.
So there we
You're
go.
still
Anyway,
buying cars that can kill you, Tom.
the TVRs were known
Wow.
as widow makers, and when I was in hospital, because I was in hospital some time after the accident, and when I was in hospital, my mum and dad came down, and my mum and dad had always been about buy a sensible car, and they were going, "You just need to buy a little Fiesta or something," and I was like, "Yeah, of course." And literally, as they walked out of the hospital, they'd brought in my laptop, and I was there on my laptop specking up my next TVR from the hospital bed, and I ordered my next TV, which was a TVR from my hospital bed before I'd left.
I think you need knocking on the head a bit harder, mate.
No, what I also did was, just so you know, anyone that knows that, so TVR were a small
Based in
company
Yeah.
based in Blackpool, and what the police basically said was, although the car kind of caused the accident, well, no, my foot caused the accident, but kind of caused the accident, but because of it's basically a racing car roll cage, and although the rest of the body gets destroyed, the roll cage itself was and I was just so thankful that I actually went and said, okay, well, I'm going to buy everyone in the factory a pint. So I went and bought a drink for all of the employees, 440 odd employers, and I went up and bought them all a drink. I gave them all. So when they had their weekly wage on that Thursday, they all got an extra whatever it was, and I bought a huge van full of beer for them.
This is why TVRs are always on the side of the road or exploding, because the workforce is permanently drunk from people buying them beer for saving their lives.
I just want to point out a reputation about the TVR is the fact that I had
Has a big engine at the front, and it's rear-wheel drive, and it weighs half an ounce.
But I had 3 of them, and all 3 of them were unbelievably reliable.
Yeah.
Just so
Did he have a Chimera?
No, I had a T350, a T350C, a T350T, and then I had a Tuscan 2S convertible.
Car
nice.
wraps you around a tree
Tuscan.
and you call it reliable.
No! Can I point out, it was the fact that I had a friend that had come over from Dubai for the weekend, and because we were students, we'd always said, "Oh, when we get together, you know, kind of when we grow up, we're going to
kill ourselves."
we all love TVRs, and we basically said, you know, we'll get together. Anyway, he came over from Dubai, and I went to pick him up from his mother-in-law's, and there was this long stretch of road by Aylesbury, this huge long stretch of what looked like flat, straight road. And I went, watch this, and put my foot down. And his last words his last words were, "I hope this holds the road well because," and that was it. And then it didn't hold the road well, and we ended up roughing ourselves around an oak tree, having rolled. We don't really know how many times, but between 3 and 5 times it rolled.
Plus, don't you have to worry about animals crossing the road?
Well, do you know what? Honestly, joking aside, is that when we had the accident, I'm not going to tell the story about the old granny. Ken, you know the story about the old woman who basically, she was walking her dog. And so we were the car was wrapped on an oak tree on a hedge. And the car didn't weigh a lot. So it was a big hedge, and it was wrapped around the oak tree on the hedge. But it was the right way around. I climbed out of what I thought was the side window, the passenger side window. It turns out that was actually the back of the car. And I climbed out of that, and I'm hanging over the edge, and Sean, the guy that I'm with, said to me, you've got to jump, because I can smell petrol. There's petrol everywhere. You've got to jump. And so I said, I can't, it's too far. And by this time I'd broken all my arm things and couldn't feel my arm. So I'm hanging over the edge. And he basically says, you know, you've got to jump. Anyway, this old woman who's walking a dog, stands underneath me and says, "I'll catch you. You know, come. It's okay. I'll catch you." And obviously, at that kind of height, I look smaller than I am, and I'm basically just a fat lump. So when I let out, she basically just stepped back, just went and stepped back, and that's why I fell on my head, and I literally just fell on my head.
Oh man!
You know, like a cartoon where Sean always said, you know, when you have those cartoons where you fall straight, and then kind of collapse. It was like that, and I collapsed. But the first thing, this is the funny part about it was, so this car was 2 weeks old. This was my pride and joy. It was 2 weeks old, brand new. I struggling to afford it, but I could afford it. And I walked back up the road with this woman turning around and going, "Just tell them that a dog ran out or something." And I'm there going, "Well, it didn't. I'm not going to lie." So I walked up to the top of the road, and at the top, and this is when you're in shock, and I sat next to the bonnet of my car, and I just sat on the ground in complete shock next to the bonnet of my car. And I swear to God, I looked at this bonnet and I thought, I wonder if I can polish this out.
It'll buff out, not a problem.
Be okay. The bonnet. And then it actually got to the stage where I was thinking, I might need a new bonnet. Completely ignoring the fact at 200 yards up the road, what's this?
Can I just jump in? Bollocks to cars. I've just seen in the chat, and I've just checked on the internet. Yeah, Andy Fletcher of Depeche Mode has passed away.
Oh, fuck's sake.
What?
Yes, Tom. I've just checked it. Andy Fletcher, death notice. Andrew John Leonard, sometimes known as John Fletcher, died 26th of May 2022. Sorry.
What's going on?
It's mental, isn't it, right now?
Fucking hell.
No, yeah.
I think it's time to give up music. Fuck's sake.
Dangerous business to be in.
Well, with all due respect, Andy Fletcher gave up music many years ago. But
okay.
You miserable bastards. Yeah, Pat Brady, thank you. I hadn't seen it, I hadn't heard.
While Ty was talking, I just saw it, and I was like, fuck's sake. He was the glue. He was.
Yep, indeed.
And he
That's
can't have been.
Interesting comment, actually, about him being the glue.
He was the glue. The problem is with him musically, exactly as Robbie said, he's done nothing for years apart from give opinions. That's all he's really done. And on stage,
he was the manager, wasn't he?
He was.
He was
exactly
the accountant.
That.
He was the accountant. He was the accountant and the manager. But it's more a case of, I'm not being funny, but out of all of the band, they all had their issues. And Dave Garn did die twice, and should, to all intents and purposes, not be with us. Martin was just, he's done everything, been everything, done everything. Andy, I know he suffered, from mental depression. Oh God, obviously we don't know yet, but I'm going to stick my neck out and go.
That sounds more like 61.
That sounds more like a suicide or overdose or something. That doesn't sound like.
But they were supposed to be getting back in the studio.
Ray Liotta was only 67. Who knows?
Although speaking of Fletcher's music thing, there was a good YouTube video I saw a couple of years ago where a guy actually analyzed all the parts he did in live performances and on albums, and he did a lot of the small little bits that held stuff together in the music.
He triggered samples.
Yeah, but he played he played filler parts that you needed to fill out the song, so he wasn't totally phoning it in. But
when I last saw them on the Global Spirit tour,
well, Robbie, you've clocked out.
Of a what?
Robbie's got. Oh no, you're back.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't gone.
We heard him.
No. Okay.
I think it might have been you.
Yeah.
Oh, was that me again? Oh,
yeah, it was you again.
Sorry, mate.
When I last saw them on the Global Spirit tour, which was the last tour they did this thing when they did Just Can't Get Enough, because there's a breakdown sort of like 2/3 of the way through, and so Christian's on the drums just giving it the 4 to the floor kick drum, and then Dave and Mark say, "Come on then, Andy, let's do it." And it was like we're acknowledging this in joke this kind of, the thing that never, is never properly mentioned, that Andy doesn't really do much musically. He'll stand at a keyboard, he'll trigger samples, but he's not playing. His part in the band was the glue, was the he sorted out the arguments. He was the peacemaker. He was the manager basically, and Andy's playing and not very well, but everyone was like, we know this. This is cool. This is fine. This is, we're all in on this joke. And he got a massive, massive round of applause just for giving it a go. Trying to play a tune. And it was kind of a nice moment because he got a lot of stick for his apparent lack of input. But I think we'll find out. We'll find out how much his input was worth, because I'm not entirely sure Depeche Mode will carry on after that.
No,
because I think Andy, Dave.
The thing is, they've both got their own. Dave Garn's doing stuff with Soul Savers. And Martin's
he's done
got
his own. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but
I'm gonna have to go because I'm gonna have to call Pip because she's the world's biggest Depeche Mode fan. So.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I'm gonna disappear, and I will probably. If you're still around, I mean, I don't mean as in you're not. None of you die. No, I mean as in if you're still here, I will pop in later. And fuck.
Bye, Ty.
Okay.
Bye.
I'm gonna pop out as well for a minute, so I'll see you in a bit.
All right, Lisa, you take care.
See you.
See you, Yankee.
Is it me or is Andy's audio kind of like?
Is Andy's
phasing
audio
across.
dying?
Me,
It sounds
am I
like it's-
dying again?
Yeah.
You got.
You're going from right to left.
Methinks this sound card is not right. I heard a crackle.
Yeah.
So, perhaps a manner of uplifting the conversation a tad, I had the great privilege last evening of attending a preview of the new ABBA show here in London, which is taking place in a purpose-built arena of their own design.
Don't spoil anything for me, okay? Because I've got tickets.
Well, just switch yourself off for a minute. Then
La 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 la. Can't hear.
This is with the projected images.
It's a
3D.
full-on multimedia presentation that includes that, yes. And it was also attended by Benny.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Well, they're all there tonight.
In ABBA, and I had the great privilege to meet him and thank him, and
Wow.
and wish him luck and congratulate him on this magnificent thing that they've done. And the reason why, I'll try not to spoil anything for you, Rob.
I know what it is. It's projections.
The reason why we were there is it's not what you expect necessarily. The reason why we were there is because a number of the people who've worked on the technical aspects of this show used to work crew for our band a few years ago. And it was at the invitation of our former video director, Ian Woodall, that we were invited to come and see this preview in a basically empty theater. It was like basically us, and that's it. It was maybe 15 or 20 of us.
Wow.
And Benny. and it's a gorgeous facility. I think they've bought the land it's on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I think so. And it's, as I say, purpose-built, and you couldn't do it any other way, what they're doing.
And it can all be packed down again and shipped to another country and reassembled.
Supposedly. But it's kind of large for that. But yeah, I guess you probably could. I'm not sure that'd be easier than building it where you got to go. But
well, that's what they've been saying for some while now, is that it's this.
Is it sort of an O2 style tent?
It's an IKEA O2.
It's not a tent shaped, and it's not a domed. It's from the outside. It's got these edges.
It's very angular, isn't it?
And the lighting, and there's outside lights that say ABBA for the moment on it that are facing I guess probably the motorway, and there's a train station right there. And anyway, I will say this: that the coordination and the usage of the things in the space to extend the third dimension of what is taking place basically on screen is so seamless and so far ahead of anything I've ever seen in terms of making a convincing presentation of the whole thing being actually 1/3 three-dimensional space. It's pretty incredible what they've done. And technologically, it's insanely cool. And you know, I'm not like the world's biggest ABBA fan, but I don't mind hearing ABBA music. It's kind of hard to dislike. Yeah, that's the thing. So that's what it looks like.
Sorry, I mean, where is that, Richard?
Oh, you're asking the wrong guy. I don't really know.
It's on. It's just. It's the other side. It's the other side of the train tracks from the Olympic Park.
Yeah, I think it's not right.
Yeah,
and,
Pudding Mill
Pudding Mill Lane.
Right, exactly. Pudding Mill Lane is where we were.
Okay, thank you. Not that I know where Pudding Mill Lane
It's
is.
basically Stratford.
Yeah, one stop in the DLR down from Stratford.
By the Olympic Park, absolutely. Anyway, it was technologically stunning, and I was really glad I got to see it and got to meet Benny because he's a legend. And we actually Chic did the last recording session at Polar Studios in 2003, apparently. It so happens. Excuse me. So I have some like very, very slight connection to any of that, but in other words, I saw their instruments. I saw the studio filled with the gear that was on those records, and you know everything from the piano, which was featured heavily on the records, to the glockenspiels and the timpanis, the Yamaha GX1 that they had there. But they had modernized the studio significantly. They had great converters. I believe they were using Prism converters, which were at the time absolutely the dog's nuts, as they say. And there's Benny.
That was taken a couple of hours ago, apparently.
Decked out. Oh, and so they've all so maybe at least. Wow, I didn't realize that's who she was. So one of those singers at least was there last night. In fact, it's possible that
they're probably all there.
I don't think all four of them were there, but it's possible that one of those ladies were. There weren't that many people there that weren't otherwise working on the show. Oh,
and one of them is taking a youth serum.
So meeting half of ABBA, but only recognising a quarter. I love it.
In addition to the technology and the screens and the projections and the motion and all of this, there's live musicians on stage.
Yeah.
Who are interacting with the entire thing. And it's a very stunning achievement. I look forward to seeing how it gets reviewed, because I think it's just brilliant. I mean, it's a wonderful. I don't know what does it cost to go to see this thing.
It all depends where you go. I'm a tight ass, so I think I only paid like £40-something a ticket. So we're just kind of like on the left. We're not sort of dead centre. And of course, if you want to go down on the front, it's more expensive. But they've also got at the back, they've got these two like private dance areas, so people can congregate and dance there. And
that's from £21.
Yeah, a lot of the tickets.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
53 for dance floor,
reasonable.
Dance booths 143,
yeah,
and accessible seats from £30.
Yeah. And the top ticket for seated participation is what?
Oh,
they did have some like VIP packages, but
they will have.
No, I just mean in terms of buying a single seat in the richest, where we were sitting, which was dead center, looking straight at the screen.
Yeah. Block H.
Because it's only like 3,000 capacity, I think, isn't it? So it's quite a small.
Well, and there's a giant general admission area in the floor that's expected to be filled with people who are standing while they're at a concert, which was empty last night because there was just 20 of us sitting in that first couple of rows straight across from the screen.
Wow.
It's quite something. And it smells new. You can smell pine everywhere you walk. Like
it smells of Sweden.
Built. Huh?
It smells of Sweden.
Smells of IKEA.
Yeah. Yeah, my missus saw there was something on
a
the
lot of tickets.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, so I got on there on the first day of sales. I think I could have got some sooner, but I wanted one at the weekend because we're really lucky. We can just jump on a train in the town just down the road from here, and it stops at Stratford. So you just get there and you're in. So I got a Sunday matinee because we're old, we're just going to take it easy. So we got a Sunday matinee in about 6 weeks, I think. But yeah, so sold out massively. But there was a thing on the news this evening about it, and they were sort of going, taking a walk around the whole thing, and they panned past the merchandise shop, and my missus is like, right, get the credit cards, we're buying loads of stuff.
Well, seated tickets in Block H, which gives you the best view of the stage, other than being on the dance floor. In August, you can get them for about £100 each.
Yeah,
okay. It is reasonable because it's less than a comparable seat for a major concert, but it's more than going to the movies, kind of thing. So
because it's a kind of a halfway house, isn't it? You like watching a movie, but it's not
How
quite.
How long is it there for?
Oh,
I think for as long as they can sell tickets. Is it a limited run?
No, I think it's going to be one of those London shows that will probably become permanent. I think.
Yeah.
Well, the plan is to move it around the world, but when, who knows?
Well, they built a whole theatre in Bochum, in Germany, just so that they could stage Starlight Express, and it's still there, and they're still doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see this thing lasting a long time and becoming a major attraction for the city, as a tourist thing.
Yeah.
Like other major attractions in this wonderful city.
And I guess that's how they can get away with charging not a lot of money, because the production's done, the thing is built. Once they've,
it's not the West End.
Yeah, and
Well, quite.
it's not like the band having to play twice a night every night for the next 5 years. It's just like, I know it's more than that, but it's just like flick the switch and away you go, and you can rotate that. You can rotate the house band.
You're paying for the immersive experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
On a similar note, can I ask, has anybody been to the War of the Worlds?
I've got it on DVD, but I haven't.
I can't find the right word for it, because it's a whole immersive
Extravaganza.
event.
It's a holographic experience, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Has anybody been to it?
No, I've got the show on DVD.
'Cause
When
I'm really tempted by that. I would really like to experience it, but
So is that the Jeff Wayne?
yeah,
it's in the West End, isn't it? It's a whole
War of the
thing.
Wages.
And you
That's what it's called,
You become
secretly.
part of the whole thing. You walk around through it, and there are actors. There's the music. There's film. There's all sorts. I've seen bits on the internet, and I just wondered if anybody else had experienced it, because I know everybody loves. I say everybody loves War of the Worlds. I mean, there's a fair slice of the.
Well, there's something wrong with you if you don't.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It plays for people of a certain generation. War of the Worlds was unavoidable. I mean, some people. I mean, I've seen all this. I can't listen to that album because but.
well, even younger generations. I was listening to some radio station this morning.
Is knackered again.
Yeah, you're over here.
Yeah, you're only on the left channel. And they were talking about War of the Worlds, and the recommendation was read the book and listen to the album. Forget the films.
Well,
So that there's still obviously a demand for good quality music and certainly great writing.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Well, the George Pell movie was great, though.
Is that the 1957 one?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, that is
great.
brilliant.
Great effects, the sound effects, and
That is
decent
brilliant.
acting, and it was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, that's the classic. That is.
Are people familiar with the story in general about the original radio broadcast and what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Then I won't go through it.
But
If
there
you're
always has
down
to be
in
the
London-
there has to be the footnote though. Only in America.
If you're down in
Because
London, all
there
you've
was
got to do
that
is
paranoia at the time, wasn't there?
Oh yeah.
Reds under the beds.
Reds under the bed and everything. And the whole Second World War going to kick off, and
What was the date of Orson Welles'
38, wasn't it? 1938.
Of the Orson Welles broadcast?
I think something like that.
Okay. Well, there wouldn't have been a Cold War yet.
I could be wrong.
I'm
using
I'll
the
look
word.
it up.
I'm
October
using the
30th,
word
1938.
It was it.
October 30th, 1938.
Okay, thank you.
1 point to me.
Halloween Eve.
There you go.
These days, there's still plenty of gullible people, so it would scare people if you did it today too.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
probably
if it-
would actually.
Yeah,
Yes.
if you did it right, yeah. Absolutely.
But part of that had to do with the newness of the medium and people's relationship with it.
Hmm.
You know, in terms of the believability.
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
complete trust in the media.
Yeah, that's where you got your truth from.
Well, it was,
Well,
and
I
it was it was kind of magical because radio culture was by that time very firmly established and people loved it. And later you had in the U.S. you had the president of the United States giving fireside chats.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there was guys out shooting water towers, wasn't there, with rifles and stuff, thinking it was Martian machines.
Well, people believed it and did
Yeah.
various horrific things to protect.
Look at all the crop circle nonsense people still believe. I mean, give me a break.
Oh, for God's sake, yeah.
It's amazing what you do with a bit of rope and a plank, isn't it?
Yes. And a basic
start-
understanding of geometry. Yeah.
You can start a whole religion. There you go.
Right, on that note, am I coming back any clearer?
No, you're still just on the left.
Yeah. But on the left
Have,
is really
have,
clear.
have you got stereo selected in your...
Yes, I am.
Dodgy cable?
No, it's this.
Yeah,
Unchecked
it's not
stereo.
just that it's one side; it's kind of crappy.
Just uncheck stereo.
Uncheck stereo. Okay, settings.
Not your usual mellifluous tones.
Well, how about that?
Yeah.
Yep, it's
There you
working.
Okay, I've unchecked stereo, so
Yeah.
yeah, my lovely mellifluous tone. Thank you, Richard.
Well, that-
Mellifluous.
It's logical, isn't it?
Very
Untick
lively.
stereo and come through in stereo. Yeah.
Well, all you Brits
Well,
are
dual
fucking
mono.
mellifluous.
Yeah, I was going to make a really profound point. Now I really can't remember what it is, so it was obviously crap. So
That'll come back to you.
Well, I mean, we talking of gullible people, of course, we did have the Great Spaghetti Harvest.
well, that was a good one.
Yeah, that
I've
was a
shown
good
that
one.
to kids at school.
That
Spaghetti
was
grows on trees. Well, yeah, of course, spaghetti grows on trees. It's documented.
was that
Soldier.
was it the 60s?
Tomorrow's World. wasn't
No, 50s actually, but
it? Yeah.
57 was it? Oh, Spaghetti Harvest.
I remember it well.
57.
Yeah,
Yeah, 1957.
yeah.
And we still haven't learnt, like that bloody guy thought you could grow concrete. What a knob.
Well, you can 3D print concrete.
Oh, you certainly can. But then I was still, even now, I'm still amazed at that video of the
Well-
metal 3D printer. Like, wow, that is sweet.
Costs, yeah.
I read that China is 3D printing a dam.
I'm surprised.
That
Yeah,
makes-
I could believe that.
It's a hell of a robot arm, though, isn't it?
Apparently so, yes. They
Yeah,
talked
but if you
about-
monitor some of their construction projects, they're not long term. They're falling apart.
Ah,
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, normally if you're building a large concrete structure, you do what's called slip forming,
mhm.
which is just continuous application of layers and with a hydraulically controlled shuttering, and you just continually feed concrete, and the shuttering just moves up the side of the structure. So
Yeah.
you know the moving on to 3D or a continuous application of concrete without shuttering is not beyond the technical capabilities. It all depends on the formulation of the concrete.
Here's a question for you. Why does our concrete not last?
It does.
Doesn't. Fails.
Oh, it just depends. Depends what the mix was and what its intended purpose was.
And that the reinforcement hasn't started rusting.
Reinforcement? There ain't no reinforcement in the Pantheon, and that's been there for 1,700 years.
Yeah, but you see, that wasn't
it's
built
made
with a
of
budget.
concrete.
That wasn't built with a budget.
No,
And it was built with a lot of slaves.
I mean, okay, I understand that, but there's actually must be something in the formulation of what's in
Yeah,
it.
slaves.
that
The
keeps it
crushed
safe,
slaves.
'cause it's still
Yeah.
there.
Mixed in.
It is
They
still
use that
there.
as a glue
Yeah.
between the
Yeah,
marble
calcium
slabs.
phosphate makes a great addition to the structure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's just, I was just because I remember watching a really interesting video. Listen to me, a really interesting video about Greek and Roman concrete and why it was so good and what they put in it. Puteoli, is that what it's called? Some ingredient that makes it actually.
Yeah, that's Italian for slaves.
No, it's not, Robbie. No,
Is that
not.
lime by any chance?
Cereals. It's something like that. It's definitely something volcanic that came from the Bay of Naples and that area, but it actually made the concrete. Means they could build harbour walls that were never going to wash away and that sort of thing. It's. I'm a bit nerdy about things like that, but I'm quite
Bit
fascinated.
of a limited
by it.
supply.
It's like nature on the universal substance of the old world. So
Mm.
use it for preserving mummies and all that.
I've always got more than one foot in the past. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. I remember you saying that last time.
All the time, all the bloody time.
Oh, that was in
Sometimes
the
in the
past as
past.
well.
Sometimes in the past, you said
Yeah,
that.
sometime in the past it was, yeah.
Well, think of all the cool stuff that was lost in the Library of Alexandria fire.
Don't makes me cry just thinking.
I know,
about it.
sucks.
Honestly,
And the Etruscans had some cool stuff figured
fucking
out.
Romans, they gave us some amazing things, and they did. Honestly, I have such a love-hate relationship with the Romans. I really do. The fucking Empire of Alexandria, those bastards, everything that was lost. Oh, the knowledge that's been lost to the world because those fucking barbarians. And then they also gave us Virgil and Ovid and Cicero and aqueducts.
Aqueducts, drain,
What did the
education.
Romans ever do for us? You know,
The roads.
the roads, and
Safe to
and
go
the
out at night
education.
now.
Sanitation.
Or in the wine. Don't forget the wine.
But apart from that,
But apart from that,
Do you mean that the building block of our democracies are based on barbarians?
yes.
yeah,
That's cool.
That shouldn't come as a surprise after the last 2 years.
Yeah, true enough.
you know, they were absolutely fine when they were in Rome, and as soon as they stepped foot out of Rome, they just went and murdered them. I mean, Julius Caesar in Gaul, it's horrific. It's just horrific. It's we would call it genocide today.
Yeah.
But no, I went.
It was just
and I
conquering
slaughtered
in those days.
30,000
Mind you,
of the
I mean,
Suetoni.
the Vikings weren't exactly friendly.
No, they were all killing each other. I mean, it's, sorry, that's not. I mean, I
And
wasn't
and the
making
British,
fun
when
of
they went to North America, you know, they met a few
North
natives,
America,
had a bit of a disagreement.
Africa,
The British, when they went
the
everywhere,
Indian subcontinent.
Yeah.
It's shocking.
Well, look at the New World. They had amazing mathematics and architecture, and they were sacrificing people left and right.
This is
Poppers.
Prometheus popping his YouTube cherry.
hey,
Is it you,
Hey!
Tom?
finally.
Howdy.
Who's popping the YT cherry again?
Speak
Speak,
or forever hold your
speak.
bits.
Like me.
In a provocative manner. No, not in a provocative manner. No.
Freudian slip there.
Oops.
Oh, dear.
Oops, a daisy.
Just a bunch.
No.
Romans, just a bunch of plebs.
Plug the
No,
microphone
only a
in.
certain strata of the society were plebs, Keith. You know, they were the plebes.
Mm.
And then you've got the equites, and then you've got the whatever they were at the top. I forgot what they were called. I mean, I've forgotten.
Cabarets.
No. Porsches.
I love learning histoy from you guys.
History.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear
the
you.
voice.
Ah, you
Ooh.
can hear me. Okay. Yeah, I had the wrong audio input.
Ah,
Welcome.
to our world.
Welcome, noob.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Prometheus.
Is it prom?
Oh, well, thank you very much. Nice to meet you all.
Hello.
He's bringing fire from the gods.
Indeed.
Thanks for stopping in.
You all right, buddy?
It is Andy. Yeah, it's me. All right, Ken.
Hey. All right,
Robin.
mate. How you doing?
Hello.
And
Prom, you
Andy,
okay?
Synth Addict, and Brooksy, and Richard Hilton, and Sass, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Been getting over a bit of an illness since Saturday.
Oh.
Oh no.
Self-inflicted?
What's your
or-
views on concrete?
It wasn't self-inflicted, no, but I could have done with some concrete.
Yeah. My imagination runs wild.
Or musique concrète.
No, the body went on self-shutdown.
Oh.
Understood.
Yeah, never a good thing.
Sorry to hear that.
Speaking of which, I'm going to need another coffee before I fade away.
Yeah, I'll have one as well, please. White,
All right,
no
then.
sugar, thanks.
Okay.
Love for real, not
Is it normal to get about a 1-2 second delay on hearing yourself?
No. Depends how you're listening to yourself. I actually don't listen to myself.
I don't hear myself.
I just listen to the stream.
We don't listen to you either.
Well, obviously. I mean, that goes without saying.
What did he say?
Yeah. Who was that?
What?
Are you listening through YouTube, Ron?
Yeah, because YouTube will have a delay on it.
Yeah. Close your YouTube window and just keep your StreamYard window open.
You just mute YouTube and leave the chat running and just have it
Or
off to the
pop
side.
out the chat and stick it
that,
over by
yeah.
StreamYard.
And then listen to it through StreamYard, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go.
That would be instantaneous.
Yeah, sorted.
Ah, there you go.
There you go.
Right, let's go and get this coffee. I'll be back in a sec.
No worries. So you're looking
Somebody's
forward,
ordering biscuits.
you're looking forward to the tour then, Rich?
Yeah, I'm soaking in it already. Yeah, I had fun today. We're it's really fun to play right now. Everybody's having a good time. Everybody's getting along great.
What, you're on this morning, weren't you?
Yeah.
This morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's stupid o'clock start, isn't it? Ooh.
Did you meet
we
Ant
were-
and Dec?
Pardon?
Did you meet Ant and Dec? They
Who
were
were
on this
they?
morning. Exactly. The right answer.
I met the two hosts of the show. I don't know their names.
Philip and Holly. Isn't it?
I guess, yeah. They came out. We were out in next to the building in a courtyard, kind of, with a live audience, and
Right.
they came out and introduced us, and that's when we met them.
Oh, you were playing outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people in the building. People in the building across the way, looking out the windows. Which is kind of fun.
Who's that? Turn that bloody racket. We're trying to work.
We're trying to work here.
No, I didn't see anything looking like that. They all kind of looked like, anybody got a beer? It didn't look like they were in a hurry to get back to work, that's for sure. Because we were out there, for a while, sound checking and such, and the crowd was kind of gathering. I assume the crowd is invited, but I'm not sure. I know some percentage of it were people visiting the facility to see it, either as students or, I don't know, as people interested in that field.
Yeah.
But it was fun. I love playing outside. And all we had to do was like 2-3 minute presentations, or 4 minute maybe. One of them.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And the British audience does tend to be quite receptive to chic music.
They love our music, and thank God. God bless the audiences that love our songs.
Fantastic, Richard.
Well, the funny thing is, even if people don't know the band, they know the music.
Absolutely. They usually don't know that they know the band. They think they don't know the band, and then they hear all the music, and they go, "Oh, that was you guys. Oh, that was you guys."
Yeah.
And that's the typical sort of first exposure to our show for people who didn't come to see us necessarily, or didn't know what they were coming to see.
Yeah.
That's what
That must be very satisfying as well, because it means that every time that you do that and somebody's going, it's that moment of
I'm sure for the songwriter it's incredibly satisfying, and for us as band members seeing that kind of response is always going to feel great. I mean, it's funny because it takes place at different levels in different locations. So over here, we're very, very well received. We can sell tickets at alarming rates into large venues. Yeah. People really love the music. Niall has become a sort of a famous personality, almost beside the fact that he's a musician now, to the point where they have him on morning shows doing cooking segments and shit. I mean,
he does have a personality. I mean,
well, he's great. He's a great guy. He's totally up to the task. He's erudite. He's articulate. He's got good recall and he's a good storyteller.
Good humor.
He's got a good smile. You know, he makes people feel good that he's around, and that makes the whole interaction kind of go better and stuff. So over here, we've got that kind of joy, and there's tremendous satisfaction in seeing people respond with happiness to what you're doing. I often joke with somebody on the way out of some arena where people are screaming their approval in the background. Most people's workday doesn't end like that. Can you imagine if it did? You know, like you get up from your office desk. Okay, I'm ready to go home, everybody. And everybody stands up and goes, you did a great job.
Encore.
Finally, he's leaving the fucking office.
So there's that kind of satisfaction. In the States, what we're trying to do is seed the culture with this music. And so we've done quite a few arena tours where we're opening for other established and perhaps slightly more well-received acts. So we've done it with Duran Duran, we've done it with Earth, Wind & Fire, we've done it with Lionel Richie, we've done it with Cher. And in every case, for us as an opening band, your job in a way is to win over the audience and prepare them for what's coming after. Yeah. That's really the job description of the opening band, as far as I'm concerned. That the audience should have a great time all the way through your show and really be ready for that headliner when you're done.
Yeah, you're the fluffers of the music business in America.
The what?
Well, but so for us,
fluffers.
What I was getting at was that the satisfaction there comes in winning over audiences night after night after night after night who did not come to see you. And that is another really rewarding sense of satisfaction because we hit a really high percentage on that score. And it's really satisfying to do. And to be good at that role, in other words, over here, we're the headliner. And there's other people who are supposed to be doing that. There, we're setting up the headliners, and I think that's a cool role. And apart from that, you're off the stage by 8:30 at night, and you could be in the bathtub by 9. You know, so there's certain other advantages to not headlining, but it's all very mind-blowing and satisfying, and in some level unexpected in my life. And I never really thought this is where I would be, what I would be doing. And so it's fun because I suits me. I like doing it, and it's easy in a way.
And you get to do a world tour without having to endure the excesses that you perhaps might have done if you were in your early 20s.
Yeah, I suppose. I guess it's cool in a way that this didn't happen until my how shall I say this politely, later years.
Yeah.
But it's I don't think I would have been that crazy. Maybe the 80s, maybe.
You probably would have been. You would have been surrounded by people who were, though.
No, but I was in recording studios, and I was in it, you know, and part of it, and did my share. But also reached the point where I said, "That's enough. That's enough of that. That's not doing me any good." And so it all kind of happened in its own time.
Behind you, Ken.
Yeah. Sounds brilliant.
All right. Okay. Stop.
Tremendously lucky.
What have I also failed to understand? The other day, I didn't know what swingers were.
And now you don't know what a fluffer is.
Please don't.
You've
it
really
Sass,
had a.
explain.
Is it in the same bracket, or is it something else completely different? And
It's someone who provides the support act for people acting in adult films.
Yeah, when they roll camera, you got to be ready, so they have to prepare you.
Yes,
Put it that way.
So they're never on film. They're just providing manual assistance.
Well, you learn something new every day, don't you? You really.
So you never heard of fluffers?
You mean you've been out there teaching young people all this time?
Not about
And you
that.
didn't know.
What?
You're not
Hey,
preparing.
Sasquatch, have you seen that show Lex?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not
Have I seen what?
innocent in
Lex,
the
the show Lex,
world.
the sci-fi
I'm really
show?
not.
No,
Okay, it's a British show. So,
Oh
I'll
dear.
look that up.
there's a guy,
All right.
the guy who becomes the fluffer when he doesn't want to be. So it's kind of.
Yeah.
I think there's a certain American actor being taken to court for that, isn't there?
Manual. This is right. Okay. Well, I'm glad it's a sphere of experience I've not had.
We'll find some others for you.
Oh, there's plenty, I'm sure. I mean, it's not. I was just. It's not sort of
We're all
entirely-
bad influences,
I'm entirely
Brooksy.
innocent in
So
this world.
What a deliciously sheltered life you've been leading, though.
I haven't. Believe me, I haven't. Right? Okay, I have to be honest and saying participating in porn movies and it has not particularly been one of them. I mean, well, why would you? I mean, just take a look at.
Oh, you don't know what you're missing.
Odd one out.
What? All right, Robbie.
I actually thought you were joking the other night when you said you didn't know what a swinger was, Andy.
Yeah, it has to be said. I
No,
thought that
come on,
one was
yeah.
pretty.
was there a more
out
common
there.
term in the UK for swinger? Is it swinger or is it?
It's swinger.
That's it.
Yeah.
Swinger, yeah.
Used to be very big in the 70s.
And yet Andy knew about dogging.
When I was in my single figures, right? Like 8 or 9 years old, and I'm chucking my car keys in a bowl. I've
Oh, it's
learned.
still prevalent nowadays, Andy.
Yeah, key parties are still alive and well. So
It's just that nowadays it's arranged on the
Well,
internet
no one's
as opposed
invited
to.
me to one. That must tell you something.
I'll tell you what, you've been
I
back
haven't
in
got a
Roman
wife to
times, you would have had to. You'd be 7 or 8 throwing your keys in the bowl, mate.
Yes, Bacchanalia.
Keys to the chariot. In they go.
Anyway, Richard, where are your next dates on this tour that you play? Because I'm embarrassed now because I don't.
Oh, don't be embarrassed, please.
Oh no!
He's blushing.
Please,
Bless.
please don't. Please don't waste your time on being embarrassed for me.
Man, I'm not embarrassed. No, I just.
There you go. Here we go. So Sunday
You're
we're
sitting there
playing.
looking so bloody smug that they know what this stuff is, and I don't. I've been
Sunday we're playing in Lillestrøm, Norway.
Oh,
I have no
Who are
idea.
you fluffing for?
No,
Yeah,
no, I'm pretty sure.
Headlining.
Oh, actually, no. We're fluffing for Duran Duran.
There you go.
Matter of fact,
there's a good sample.
Yeah, there is a clip right there.
please.
you've done it now, Richard. That's going to be all over. No,
You guys
no.
are my
Be
friends.
nice, be respectful.
No, we wouldn't do that
These
to you,
guys be
darling.
kind. Then June 1st, which is a Wednesday, we're playing in Tallinn, Estonia.
Oh right.
Oh God, that's a
Love
hike.
to go there.
The 2nd, we're playing in Helsinki, Finland, which is right across the water from.
Love to go there too.
Tallinn.
You've got some lovely places.
Mm.
And then we'll go to Stockholm for a number of days, where ultimately on Tuesday, the 7th of June, we'll play a show. And then the 8th, we'll be back here for one day, and then it's off to the races. Then, let's see. Oh, speaking of races, June 9th, the Isle of Man.
Yes,
Hey.
Douglas.
Right.
Douglas. All right, lovely.
Yeah.
10th, Aintree race course.
Yes, the 10th is
Aintree.
Aintree Race Course in Liverpool,
10th of June.
about which we'll speak.
I'll try and come up and see you for that.
I saw you. I'll look at that when I.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah.
And on the 11th, we're playing something called the Cambridge Club Festival, which I assume is in Cambridge.
Yeah.
Then we go to France on the 12th.
Yes, Lille.
And on the 13th, we play in Lille. And on the 14th and 15th, we play in Paris at Salle Pleyel. which is a sort of legendary joint.
Oh, you're doing
And
the Isle
then,
of Wight
as
festival?
though-
Wow.
Pardon?
You're doing the Isle of Wight festival?
Then, as though it were nothing, on the next day, we're playing on the Isle of Wight festival from Paris. Travel and play. Now, I want you to consider what that is, travel-wise, for a moment. There's nothing closer than flying to Heathrow, getting in a vehicle, driving to the coast, and then getting in a boat and
Yeah.
That's how it happens, and that's going to be a long day. And the day after that, we're playing someplace called Kenwood House here in London area somewhere, which I believe is an estate that we've played before.
Yeah.
And then the following day, we're playing in the Netherlands on the 19th.
Sassy, have you got the schedule there or something?
I have,
You must
yes.
have.
I'm
You
sorry,
must be
I'm
looking at Niall's
geeking
website.
out on it. You know.
It's Niall's, probably on Niall's website. And then on the 20th, we fly to Barcelona, where on the 21st, we play in Barcelona, and I get to see one of my oldest and dearest friends. On the 22nd, we fly back to Manchester.
No, you're doing the Peace Hall in Halifax.
On the 24th and 25th.
Yeah, that's a fantastic building, by the way.
Yeah, it's
You will love it.
You'll like that. The Peace Hall is a bit special.
Yeah.
Good. I'm looking forward to that.
It's no great arena, but the Peace Hall is a special place. It's really, really lovely.
I don't require a great arena.
It's a fantastic piece of British history.
Yeah, let us know how you find that, because it is.
And then on the 26th, we play in Derry, over in Ireland, and theoretically, my wife flies out to meet me in Cork the next day on Monday, which is where we'll be going, because on Tuesday we're playing in Cork at the Marquee where we played before. And then it turns out we have a few days off, which is why it makes sense for me to fly the wife out that week, and because we'll get to spend a little personal time in Ireland, which is beautiful. And then on July the 1st, on Friday, we're playing 3 Arena in Dublin. Sure, there's not a 2 or a 1 arena, but we've played the 3 Arena before, and it's a nice venue.
Yeah.
Then the next day, we play in Lancashire at Lytham Green.
Lytham Festival.
Forgive me.
Yeah.
Forgive
Like
me.
the battery.
Okay, like the battery. I love that.
In Lytham.
Then I expect those 2 days, July 3rd and 4th, I think, which are listed for me as off, are probably going to be spent in this hotel that I'm in right now, I'm hoping. Anyway, here in London. And then we go to Brussels. And we play the 6th in Brussels, the 7th is somewhere in the Netherlands called Barn with 2 A's. And then the 8th, we play in Scotland. Like these things are right next to each other.
Yeah.
And then the 9th, we go back to Holland and play the North Sea Jazz Festival.
Oh my God.
And then the 10th, as if that weren't enough, we're playing in Hyde Park with Duran Duran.
Oh, hey.
For what will undoubtedly be some gigantic number of people.
Yeah.
As it has been in the past. And then we have a couple of days off here in London. And then we play a couple of shows in Bristol at Lloyd's Amphitheatre, or Amphitheatre, if you prefer. And then we go to some place called Clitheroe and play the Beat Herder Festival, which I think we've done
Lancashire again.
Before. Back up
That's
to
right on the
Lancashire,
coast.
okay.
Big bay, you like that.
And then the 16th is Doncaster Race Course, which we're very popular with the horses around here.
Well, that's near me.
Oh, yeah?
That's July the 16th.
Doncaster
Is it?
July the 16th, just up the road from where I am.
Well, write to me and remind me, and I'll see if we can arrange something.
Oh, that'd be amazing, Richard, if we can.
Please just send me an email to remind me.
Yeah,
I
will do.
remember.
I've got you on Facebook, so I'll
Okay.
do that.
Yeah, hit me up and remind me.
Oh, that'd be
please.
lovely. Thank you.
And after
You're such a
Doncaster, presumably, I don't know how we're going to do this. I guess we're going somewhere and fly into Marbella in Spain, where we're playing the 19th, and then on the 20th we're playing in Mallorca.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to see Mallorca, so I'm quite looking forward to that. And then and then talk about complicated. We have to go from Mallorca to someplace fairly remote in France.
Narbonne's not that bad. It's not too far from Mallorca, actually.
Narbonne.
Yeah.
Narbonne
It's in the
is
south of France. It's not that's not a huge. You'll have to fly.
Right. So if it's in the south of France, chances are we'll fly into Nice and transport to wherever it is. But I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's in the long.
And then the next day we play a festival down there, and then we go to a place called Marcaic in France and play there on the 23rd, and then we play in Great Britain on the 24th at Carfest North, where we played not a year or two ago, I think.
Yeah.
And then we're in Sandown, another race course in Esher on the 27th of July, where we've played before. Sandown, is that the one?
It's a big race course, yeah.
That's Esher.
Yeah, but is it like practically in Dover? Is that where that is? Esher?
Do you mean Esher?
Esher's,
yeah,
no.
Esher's near here.
Yeah,
Near here.
where Kent is.
Oh, it's near you. So this is the
Yeah,
one.
it's round about the houses here. Yeah, it's not too far.
Is it
Yeah, that's
pronounced
the show I wanted
Esher?
to see, but it's
Esher,
silly
yeah.
time.
I've always pronounced it Esher, just like Richard. Oh, right, okay. All right.
29th, we play in
And Andy
Swansea
learned something
in
new again.
Wales.
Yes, yeah,
30th, we play something called the
more you know.
Belladrum Tartan Festival. So I assume that's in Scotland.
That's Bewley.
Where is that?
Bewley.
Yeah,
Bournemouth way, is it?
not
On
the
Way
southern
Stamp-
Bewley.
Stamp-
This is
Stamford.
BEU.
Oh, so you won't get to see the classic cars then.
It's a village in Scotland.
It has to be. It has to be in Scotland if it's called Tartan Heart Festival.
Yes,
I would
but
think.
Yeah.
And now there's something that we may have to
5
do.
miles west of Inverness.
Stuff it in a
I
sheep's
see.
stomach festival.
5 miles west of Inverness. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
There
way
should be
north.
some beautiful country. That's not
Oh,
really
it's stunning.
near the metropolitan areas.
It's
No.
in the
Inverness
middle.
is pretty big.
It's
but-
in the sticks. It's a highland village.
Yeah, I'd love. I can't wait to see that. That it's funny.
No, that'll be
most
lovely.
people want to go to big cities. I want to go see the countryside. I want to know.
It appears every 100
Nuts.
years.
Well, Inverness is on.
Hey.
Inverness
Yeah.
by its name is on Loch Ness, as in the famous monster. But
Yes,
it
we've
really
played
is
a
top of the
festival
Highlands. Oh yeah, it's so beautiful. Oh, it's jaw-droppingly beautiful.
There's a festival called Rock Ness.
Oh, is
It
there?
takes place right by Loch Ness,
Yeah.
Right.
and we played there. And I joked that Nessie was waving her tail in the air like she just don't care.
Richard, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
I just wondered, so how many months of a year does your tours normally take you away from home?
Normally, it's across the length of the career. It's varied. So, since the last, say, 10 years, up to pandemic, it went from basically around 60 gigs a year to like over 100 gigs a year.
Wow.
By the time we got to 2017, 2018. But some of those times, even back in 2013, we'd go away for like 6 weeks at a time, say, at most, usually. This is one of the longest ones I've ever been on, the one I'm starting out right now.
Wow.
Yeah. May to the end of
Bit of a
September.
comeback, sort of.
Well, no, it's really to the second week of August. And then we have a bit of time, and then we do
Head off to the States.
very spotty touring with Duran Duran in the States for a few weeks, but it's only like 8 gigs, I think, across something like 4 weeks.
But you're doing Madison Square Garden.
We are, and that's close. Well, I've played there before, and that's close to home for me because as a child, growing up in the New York metropolitan area, the idea of Madison Square Garden was this iconic place that I first visited the previous Madison Square Garden to the current one when I was 5 years old in 1961 to see a hockey game. And I was a big hockey fan as a kid. And in fact, at the current Madison Square Garden, I played hockey in 1970.
Wow.
And so...
When you say previous and current, are they both on the same site, just different buildings?
No.
Oh, right,
this is
complete
the
different
fourth-
site.
This is the fourth one.
Wow,
And they were
I
all in
didn't know
different
that.
places. So the one
Wow.
previous to the one that you're familiar with now, the one now is between 7th and 8th Avenue, between 31st and 33rd Street. The previous one was on 8th Avenue between 50th and 51st or 52nd Street. I can't recall which, but it was on the west side, west of 8th Avenue, up in the 50s. And the one before that was down by Madison Square Park, which was somewhere around 23rd Street on the east side. So they've been in different places. So in any case, I have, it's odd, and I don't mean to sound bragging because I just think it's really odd, but I've played both music and hockey at Madison Square Garden. And it still means a lot to me to go there and play because there's something, I don't know, there's something cool about it for me.
It's an iconic venue, isn't it?
Kind of. And just because
it's
where I grew up.
It's like over here, it's like, when you're a kid, you just want to play Wembley Stadium.
Well, I've played Wembley Arena a few times.
All right.
Is that close enough?
Is that
it's next door. Yeah.
Where's that in?
It's that big shed next to the football stadium.
Oh, Chelsea.
I saw Prince at Wembley Arena. I think it was probably the last Wembley Arena gig I went to. It was Prince. I saw him there. Prince, supported by Larry Graham and Shaka Khan. No, I think it was the last time.
That would have been a good show.
It would have been. However, I went with my first wife and one of our friends, and there's a McDonald's. There was a McDonald's nearby, and we hadn't eaten all day, so we went there, and she had something, and it wasn't good. It was off, and so Larry Graham comes on stage, who I've wanted to see forever, and she said, "I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be sick." So she goes to be sick. She comes back, and she says, "I really don't feel very well." So we go down to the medical area, which luckily was stage right, and so she's lying in the bed vomiting, and I'm just like, I'm like this. You right, love? Yeah, okay.
Man.
Yeah, you yeah.
Oh,
and as soon as Larry finishes, she starts to feel a little better. So we come back, and then we see Shaka. She comes on second. Prince comes on during her set and does "I Feel For You" with her, which is just brilliant. And then Prince comes on and does his thing. It was a one-off. He was like doing one of those things where he just drops into a city at a time, just did a gig, and then did an after show. But yeah, that was the last time I saw.
John was the last time I was at Wembley Arena.
I wanted to go and see Newman the other week because that was a big gig for him, but I just couldn't get tickets. They just sold out just like that because that was a massive thing for him.
So I'll just say, evening, JX.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Nice to see you.
Henrik.
Yeah, mate.
Hey, Henrik.
Hi, Rick.
Good evening. Have any of you talked about Andy Fletcher?
Yeah.
Yes.
We have,
Yeah, okay.
It's been mentioned, yeah.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Sad. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are sad.
Even though he was, or we didn't know what he actually did in Depeche Mode, besides accounting and keeping people together. He was a part of it, and I miss him.
Well, there was that. There was an interview. I can't remember where it was or when it was, but both Dave and Mark said, if it wasn't for Andy, this band would have finished many years ago.
Yeah, I think so too.
So, if we have anything to thank him for, it's that.
Yeah.
And I don't care what people say. I still think that their last few albums have come under a lot of criticism, for not quite being there. I just think Martin's still one of our finest songwriters, and they're very, very good. But
but I think if it's another time in my life when I hear the latest albums than when I heard the first ones.
Oh yeah.
So it's other kinds of impressions I get. So I will not judge it like that.
No.
For me, the best was Violator and just one
That's
or
the
two
masterpiece.
albums before.
It's interesting.
Black Celebration.
I go Construction Time Again to Violator. I've got, Songs of Faith and Devotion, but I started to lose interest. I didn't quite get that one.
No.
I mean, it's a great album, it really is, but yeah, Construction Time Again, that's what I suppose you might call it the mid-period. Actually, it's Alan Wilder, isn't it? It's the Alan Wilder period, and for me, when Alan Wilder decided to hang up his Depeche Mode boots, it was never quite the same. He had something that made it what it was for me at that time. My introduction to Depeche Mode was actually Some Great Reward. I mean, Master and Servant, People Are People, and those tracks, where there was that really quite heavy industrial sound in it, and I loved that. I still think it's one of my favourite albums of all time. But I do agree with you, Henrik. I think Violator is a masterpiece.
Yes, but again, around the time, it was when we were most receptive
to it. Yeah,
for,
absolutely. Yeah.
For new stuff, for finding our base, or what we can call it.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the first. I wasn't on Depeche Mode on the first 2 or 3 albums, but around Black Celebration and just before, I really got into it, and yeah. Then I heard the first albums too, of course, and played them a lot.
I got arrested because of Depeche Mode.
Okay.
Oh, there's a story. Come on, do tell us that story, Robbie.
Nothing to do with your own behaviour, of course.
Oh, absolutely to do with my own very bad behaviour.
Did you sneak in, or?
So, here we go. So,
did you try to sell them a Yamaha?
No, they had their own those.
It was.
Didn't need to buy one off Robbie.
When was it? Some Great Reward was that? That was 84, wasn't it?
85.
So I'm doing my drama O level at this time, and we go to London on a school trip to go and see Blithe Spirit, and then the next day we went to see 42nd Street with a very young Catherine Zeta-Jones, as I recall. And
calm down, Robbie.
We went down the one day. We went and saw Blithe Spirit. Love a bit of Noel Coward, and we kipped over at this little hostel thing. And then we got up the next day, and they said, you can go and do whatever you like in Oxford Street, and we're going to meet up at I think it was like Burger King or Wimpy or whatever it was, for lunch. And so we were responsible teenagers. And before I'd gone on this trip, a friend of mine had come up to me at school and said, because remember, this is like 1984, so I'm living in rural Suffolk. We don't get new releases for a couple of weeks after they come out. It wasn't just like that. So he'd said to me, if you're going to London, can you nip into Virgin or HMV on Oxford Street and buy me the new Depeche Mode album on cassette? And I said, of course. And he gives me a £5 note, because cassettes back then were $4.99. Jesus. And so I go into... So remember, I'm a young rural teenager, don't go to the big city that much. And I walk into Virgin Megastore, and of course it's just come out. It's the new Depeche Mode album. It's at the front of the shop, and they've got a big display with the albums and the cassettes. And I pick up a copy of the cassette, and I think, oh, that feels like it's got a cassette in it. Now, why this is important is because where I was living, all you had was just like the empty boxes on the shelf, and you took the empty box to the counter, and they would open the drawer, and they'd take the cassette out, and they'd put it in the box, and that was it. So 14-year-old me goes, wow, that's got to open it up, and yeah, the cassette's in there, and there's no security tags or anything. So again, this was kind of before that time, and I had my Sony Walkman, so I popped it in. I thought, this is a dummy. It's a dummy cassette. Not thinking, why the hell would they do that? So I put it in my Walkman, press play. It starts playing. I thought, Jesus, what? So that's when a haze fell over my rational thinking, and I thought, I could get my mate something else with this £5. So I'm walking around with this tape in my hand. Yeah, I start thinking I could possibly get away with this, and then I don't know what happened. I just got stupidly greedy, and I picked up a few more. Oh my God, yeah, the tapes are all in there. And I was really, really stupid. I put some of those tapes into my bag and carried on walking around the store. And I got 2 foot out of the front door, hand on the shoulder. Would you come with us? Jesus. So I get escorted through. I get escorted through to the office. the ironic thing is, so I'm in bits now. I've just like, oh my god, the school are gonna expel me. My father's gonna murder me. This is horrible, and I'm in bits, and they're cataloguing what I'd taken, and it was about half a dozen. I wrote them all down, and they said, "Is that it?" And this is the ironic thing, which is an awful thing to say, but had I kept it at Depeche Mode, I wouldn't have got arrested. They didn't know about that one. But anyway, I said, "Yeah, here it is, last one." So anyway, I then got taken to Marylebone Police Station, which, if anybody knows London at that time, that was the police station. If you were an IRA suspect, they took you to, and it was the one with the massive steel fences and barbed wire, bomb-proof everything. And I went in there, and they threw me. They led me into a cell with a lady of the night. She said, "What are you in here for, love?" I said, "Shoplifting." "Oh yeah, me too. I never did it though." I said, "I did, and I'm going to be so dead." And again, because it was 1984, they took me through to the desk sergeant, who gave me the biggest bollocking. Anything worse, it was 10 times worse what I was even thinking that my dad would give me. Massive bollocking, a big lecture, let me off with a juvenile caution, and luckily one of the teachers had arrived, and they were absolutely brilliant with me, and I learnt my lesson. And that was that.
Robbie, you're not clever enough, right? Woolworths, right? Woolworths near the 170 bus stop in Doncaster.
There's Andy's pastime coming through.
Yeah. Oh, it is definitely, yeah. And Yorkie bars, right? And I stuffed a couple of Yorkie bars in my pocket, but rather than walk out, I was savvy enough to pick up a bag of sweets or two.
The cover purchase.
And
that's what I should have done.
Yeah.
No, it shouldn't.
Got away with it. It's plagued my conscience ever since. So if the managing director of Woolworths wants to have his 65 pence back or whatever it is, I'm more than willing to.
So here's the thing.
More than willing to.
I don't think Woolies are worried now.
I can't believe it.
That dressing down I got.
I had no reason to want to nick a Yorkie. Why did I do that? That was just so wrong on every level.
But that dressing down that I got from the copper was so impactful on my life and on my my personality and sense of right and wrong, that literally from that moment onwards I never put a foot out of line. I think the worst I've ever done was got caught speeding like 35 in a 30 or something. It really had a massive impact on me to the point where here I am in my 50s, and if I'm walking around a shop, especially like a big, like an HMV, not that there's many of those left nowadays, but walking around, I often think, am I being watched? Do they think I'm, because it's still right at the back of my mind, it still does that. And I told my kids that story. They're like, no you did. I said, yeah, I did. You don't ever do that. So there you go. Depeche Mode got me arrested in a roundabout way.
Yeah, but at least you did something wrong to get it.
Yeah, true.
I nearly got arrested and hadn't done anything. Well, nothing wrong anyway. I was repairing a guy's car for him. Put 2 new front wings on it. What else? What was the front panel as well on a Mark II Escort. Done it all up. We got it all sprayed and everything like that. And really fast. Literally got it all done same day. And I'm going, I could do some pace. Do you know what? I'll nip down the road in it. So we nipped down the road in it. And unfortunately, the wife of said guy saw me getting out of the car, looked at the registration, and goes, "That's my husband's car."
Oh, God.
Yeah, so next thing I know, woo, 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 woo. Yeah. So, is this your car, sir? No, it's not. Yeah. We'd like you to accompany us to the station. I go, that ain't happening. And I'll fight all of you.
The funny thing is, not 2 years after I had that, and I left school at 16, and the first job I had was as a a sales assistant in the local co-op. And I went for the interview, and he was a proper old school grocery store manager, real proper old school. And we had the discussion and what have you. And he said, "I've got to ask you." He said, "Do you have a criminal record?" And technically, I did, because the juvenile caution I don't know if it's still the case, but it lasted until I was 17 years old, and I was 16. So I had thought about this before the interview. Do I say anything? Do I not? And I'd spoken to my mum, and I said, what do I do? And she said, "Well, are the co-op likely to check your police record?" And I thought, well, probably not. But she said, "But how do you feel about it?" And I said, well, I feel like I'd need to say, and if they don't give me the job, then there's another lesson that I've learned from my stupid foolishness. And so he said, "Do you have a criminal record?" And I said, "I have a caution." "And what was that for?" he said. I'm applying for a job in a shop, and I'm saying, yeah, shoplifting. And he said, "Oh, tell me about it." So I recounted the tale, and he said, "Did you learn your lesson?" I said, "Yes." I said, "You're not going to give me the job now?" He says, "No, you start on Monday."
Mainly because you told him.
Because I told him. Yeah. And there you go. There's another, I did learn a lesson. Honesty is the best policy. And
we had a training day at school with, it was one of these things, we had John Timpson, as in of Timpson's.
Oh yes, he employs a lot of ex-cons. Fantastic
exactly,
bloke.
Really, really amazing, very inspiring man. That's what he was there for. But that's what he does.
And also adopted many children.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an inspiring story. When he it was that idea of going. One of the first things he does when he recruits people actually from prisons. He says, well, and he gives them jobs, and as part of the rehab process. There's a bag of there's £1,000 in there. Take it to the bank, and we'll see. And it was remarkable. But also, as we're on confession time again, I do think we should mention...
wasn't that a Depeche Mode album?
Yeah.
Oh, that's construction time.
No. Confession time again. Is Zoe's just mentioned that she stole some umbongo from a 4-year-old.
Did they drink it in the Congo?
Well, she got a right bollocking, and she's never done it again. Well done, Zoe, for your honesty.
Well, this is it.
Well, the 4-year-old beat the crap out of her.
See, because I ended up working in retail for like 15 years and was involved in a number of incidents where shoplifting occurred in the shop, and I had to go and give statements and all this. And every single time I'm thinking, wow, the tables have completely turned. And I remember catching a girl. She must have been about the same age as I was when I got caught, stealing bedding from Argos. We'd had this quilt covers and pillows and stuff, and she stole a whole bunch of that. And I had to go give a statement at the police station. I remember asking, what was going to happen, and they said, well, it'll probably go to court. She's got form. This isn't the first time. And I think on the morning I had to go to court, she pled guilty, and so therefore I wasn't needed. I never heard or found out whatever happened to her, but I hope, you have to hope she learned a lesson. But
well, the thing is, her stealing bedding suggests there's something there to me.
Yeah, it's like stealing food to feed your kids.
Yeah.
Is it stealing?
Kids don't steal bedding unless they've got no bedding.
Exactly. But
I remember, and it was around the Violator time, and probably one of the reasons why the Violator was so good. We were about to go to the city, and I had the pocket full of something. We came to a station where we changed from one train to another train, and then there was a police car. And police in Copenhagen speaks a lot like... they come from Jutland, the other side of Denmark, so it's a very thick accent they have. So I went over to them and said, "Have you caught anything today?" And they began to blow up, and my friends took me away. I was lucky there, I must say. But it was fun.
Yeah, I don't think people do it unless... most people do it out of necessity, though. I mean, I used to do a thing where I get on the train at Your West, and you had to go up to Epsom, but you had to change at Epsom, and then it was Cheam, Sutton, and then Carshalton, which is where I was going to college on a Thursday. And what I used to do is get a return from Epsom at Youghal, change at Epsom, go all the way to Carshalton, and then say I've just come from Sutton, which is only one stop back, and just pay the few pence for the just coming from Sutton, right? And cutting out those few stops meant that I could eat at lunchtime in the college, because I was on £17 a week, £10 housekeeping, £5 was HP for the freaking Yamaha organ, left £2. Do you know what I mean? So you do it out of necessity, I think, because if I had the money, I wouldn't have bothered. Why bother? You know, I wouldn't bother with all that buggering about.
Gentlemen, I have to say goodnight.
Good night.
Good
I
night,
have some
Richard.
things I have to do, and I'm
Be rich.
a social obligation.
Lovely chatting
Oh,
to
darling.
you, as always.
Great
Good
seeing
night,
you.
Rich.
I'll
Good
ping you
night,
that
Richard.
email.
Nice meeting
Take
you.
care, buddy.
Have a nice
Looking
evening.
Forward to
Take care,
hear
bye-bye.
your worst stories or bad stories. One
Thank
day.
you guys. I enjoy it very much, and I'll see you
Take care,
again soon.
Rich.
All right, bye.
Always-
Look
always
after
enjoy-
yourself, man.
Always enjoy seeing you,
Bye.
Richard. Take care, man.
Oh,
More Van Gogh.
no.
Funny, all these good stories of lessons learned, and everyone has stories about this stuff. But just think of all the endless white collar and governmental crime that goes on, never gets talked
Yeah.
about, never gets
Indeed.
busted.
Yeah. no.
What? You mean like Partygate? Oh, sorry.
Like endless things around the world.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
You put your knob away and stop hitting the top key on that hydrogen.
Can't help it.
Dear, oh dear.
If I did that, next thing I know, I'd be the president of Ukraine. Did you ever
Would you
see that
say-
act? It's a brilliant
No,
act.
don't go there again, Robbie.
What?
We've had fluffers.
What?
The last thing we need is the president of Ukraine playing keyboards with his willy.
Oh, it wasn't me.
Right.
It was Ken.
Just,
It was him.
what did I just
Get
say?
away with it again. What's
You
my
said
name,
Robbie.
Boris?
I don't know.
Did I? Oh,
No, fuck you. No.
may I
it's
call
the
back-
process.
You're
may I
prejudging me now.
max- may I
You're
call
just
back?
assuming that I'm going to be the
It's
offender.
the ProSense Network
Yeah.
top, you see.
Unfortunately, that might well be true. Sorry.
You thought I was Robbie in disguise.
Does any one of you have any experience with a slim fatty?
Sorry.
I'm assuming
the
you're
move-
talking.
So I've got a bit of whiplash there from that complete
Yeah.
U-turn.
Yeah. You have to start the sentence with the Moog.
Moog slim fatty. Then we know that you're not. What's the fluffing?
Fluffers.
It's because I got an offer on it on one, so
Get it bought.
I want to know if it's worth buying.
Get it bought. It's a Moog. Get it,
They're
get
great.
it-
I got one cheap. I got one for like $250 from somebody. So
Yeah, it's about the same price here.
Yeah, get it bought. And
At,
then if
at
you
that
don't like
at
it, I
that
like it.
price, I'd buy it because
Yeah.
you could always sell it on.
Or you could buy a Behringer.
Oh, yeah. And then you still don't own a Moog.
No, but he's got memories, and then you still don't want a Moog. No, you don't. You want a Behringer. So if you want a Moog, I would. If it's reasonable, if it's a good price, get it.
And it
bought.
works.
And it works.
and you get all the
Yeah,
memories.
yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know that.
Has a screen.
I was
Yeah.
thinking about bringing out that multi-Moog that's in the garage.
Rack mountable. Wagyu
Yeah.
love it.
It comes with
Very good
Ragius.
price.
In fact, Ragu's probably got a dozen of them in his mega racks that he uses as wallpaper. anyway.
Marshall Arnold has a stack they uses to make a polysynth.
He does indeed. Yeah.
Wow. Wouldn't it be cheaper to just get a polysynth?
Well, that's true, but don't
It's
tell
cheaper to
Marshall.
buy a
Because
Hydrosynth
Marshall's actually got
Explorer.
1,000
Yeah.
polysynths.
Not a Moog polysynth. That's yeah.
No.
Nobody has that. He's got a Moog one. He's obviously doing very well. It's like tying his bleeding cars. I mean, I can hear that. Oh, I just crashed into an oak tree. Meh.
Yeah, well. Should have crashed into a walnut tree. It's much,
Wagyu, I've only
much
got
more
one
stylish.
nice white rack unit, but I'd like to build a poly chain with more. Yes, of course you would, Wagyu.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Wagyu's got one. Yeah, if he's got one, it's worth having. Because Wagyu doesn't buy shit. The Wagyu, no, he doesn't.
Well, nor does Andy.
No, he doesn't. He buys really. Actually, Andy's quite remarkable in his second-hand buying acumen.
I'm extremely lucky with
Shit,
the
they're
local
all
shop that has crazy resources.
Yeah.
That makes all the difference. I mean, there was a place in Santa Cruz called Musicians Trading Post, which was my go-to place when I was in college there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was pretty cool. But then they closed and they became Starving Musician. And then they have one in Berkeley. They have one down the street from me. So it's a small chain now. So even if I don't find it in the store down the road, I can have the one in Berkeley sent over, the one in Santa Cruz sent over for free to the store, and then go check it out and buy it. So it's almost like a regular store, but it's mostly used stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah. I'd love to have a store like that near me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
I am lucky.
Otherwise, it's called my shed.
Well, yeah, you see, the difference is, Kent, people bring their stuff to you, whereas the rest of us have to go and find it.
Yeah. I wish they'd come here and find it and take it back again. That'd be nice. I'm still racking my brains who could possibly own that other JP8.
That'll be me.
I'm sure I sent you one. You know.
Yeah, I get this a lot.
How long has it been there?
I don't know. Don't even have any record of it. Doesn't make any sense. I'll tell you what I did find. I bought it in. It's my original Stone Phaser.
Oh.
Go and boot her up.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the modern small stone
Mm.
phasers, but never played with an original.
Yeah, the original's probably slightly noisier.
Do you not keep records at all, Kent, of who brings in what and serial numbers, that sort of
Well,
thing?
we've only just started. Would you believe?
Right.
25 years
Fiona
in,
does now.
Yeah, 25 years in. When Fiona lost the job, I said, "Yeah, I'll come and work with us." And she goes, "Where's your records then?" And I went, "I haven't got any. I use memory." She goes, "Oh no. We're changing all that." She goes, "Right, I'm going to go right through the place and do some inventory." She didn't know where all the keyboards are, unfortunately, because we keep finding them.
Like an alcoholic stuffing bottles under the bed.
Yeah.
Kent has
From what you've
synths.
just said, Kent, you don't know where all the keyboards are either.
No.
So, I moved the Jupiter 8 and fucking hell, there was another Jupiter 8.
Another Jupiter right behind it.
It's like a squirrel burying acorns and going, "Oh, there it is."
Yeah. So
Or a
it's
dog burying bones. Yeah.
and I keep seeing bits and pieces going, "Oh, do you know what? I must dig that out and I must bring that into the workshop and get that going and get it all tighted up." Especially when I go up in the attic. I found a Worsley string synth. It's based on technically it's a Rolls-Royce version of the Logan 2, String Melody 2. It's lush. And the reason I say that is because when I found the Stone Phaser in a carrier bag out in the garage, and I've gone, oh, I wonder where the Logan is. I wonder if it's in here. And I had a look around, I couldn't see it, and I'm going, I bet you it's up in the attic somewhere.
That's the one that Kebu uses for his stuff, the Logan.
Yes, he does, yeah.
Sound fantastic.
Yeah.
Lovely. It's the original. That's the sound, isn't it?
Yeah, because the Wurlitzer one's all brushed alley and, push buttons and instead of the flappy bits on the front.
Yeah.
And, green velvet everywhere and stuff like that. It's all very, very lush and wooden. But, lovely sound. Lovely sound. I think it sounds better than Selena. I know a lot of people love the Selena sound, but I've always found her a bit harsh, to be honest.
But that's only because of Jean-Michel Jarre, isn't it?
No, I think the Logan is a much smoother sounding string synth.
Yeah.
Not quite so coarse.
My parents had a Selena Eminent home organ when
nice.
I was a kid.
Yeah.
And the strings on that sounded absolutely fantastic.
Well, that's what it was.
Yeah, this was like your two-tier keyboard on it.
Yeah.
That's what the Eminent was. That's the source of it. It's what Jean-Michel Jarre used.
Yeah. Was it the Eminent 310 or something? Was it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't know what model it was that they had, but they got rid of it eventually. Ended up on the driveway, broken up. It worked fine, but they just couldn't get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
I mean,
happens.
it's go on Facebook Marketplace, and there are some fantastic organs that would have cost many hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds.
Snigger.
Sorry, you can't say organ.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Would you? Yes, you can have my organ free.
Old CDs up the top middle there.
But the people literally can't give them away, In fact, did I see something that Sam from Look Mum No Computers just got a church pipe organ?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Have you heard the other news about Sam today? That he started a supergroup
with
him, Heimbach, and Cuckoo.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
well,
that will be interesting.
To be honest, that was almost inevitable. Him and Heimbach, I can go, Cuckoo? Yeah, okay, man.
That's a brilliant idea.
Yeah. Simon the Magpie. Yeah, let's all do it. Yeah, let's put it all together. Yeah, do that. Yeah. Those guys. I'd love to watch more of Simon the Magpie, but he just leaves me breathless in about 5 minutes. Because it's like he's shoved 16 Duracells up his arse. Sorry.
So I've just sorry
Sam
really
the
to go
Magpie.
completely off a tangent here. I've just seen a trailer for Willow, the new series. It's made by Lucasfilm with Warwick Davis in it.
Oh,
really?
Brand new Willow. It's like, yeah.
Is that something that should be revisited?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
absolutely. Warwick Davis is brilliant. He's actually in it. I thought, oh no, they're remaking it. They're going to, no, it's not going to be the same. But he's in it. And it's a continuation. It's not a remake or something. So. And there was Andor as well, the new Star Wars series. That's just a trailer drop. And of course, tomorrow is Stranger Things.
Yes.
And Obi-Wan. Tomorrow's show is going to be very short.
I'm looking forward to the. I hope I'm not disappointed, shall we say, by the new Stranger Things.
By all accounts, it's going to be very impressive.
I've just been rewatching the first 3 series, and they're
each episode is at least an hour
well
and a half
done.
long. There's like each episode of the new season is like at least an hour and a half long, if not more. And the longest one clocks in at 2.5 hours for one episode.
Wow. How many episodes are there? Is it just like a 4-episode one or something?
It's a 4 and then a 3. They're kind of like there's a season 4 part 1 and season 4 part 2 or something like that. I don't know. Somebody will correct me, I'm sure, but yeah.
I've got to say, I loved the music in the first 3 series. They're just the variety, and you just go, oh yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, some good stuff. I'll tell you what I'm not looking forward to on, I think it's Monday, is the Sex Pistols bio thing that they're doing on Disney Plus, because everything I've seen about that is cringe.
Surely that'll be sanitised to.
Well, it's Danny Boyle that's making it, which kind of gave me a bit of hope. But then when they launched the trailer, it was yeah.
Are they using original footage or is it a remake?
No, it's a bio drama, so it's
okay.
it's telling the story. John Lydon has completely washed his hands of it. He said I wasn't consulted. The other band, because it's based on Steve Jones's book.
Right.
And who's the young girl that was in Game of Thrones? Maisie.
Oh yeah.
She plays Jordan, who is this punk queen who sadly passed away a few weeks ago. Who worked at the at McLaren and Westwood store in its various incarnations, and I thought, oh yeah, that's not a bad bit of casting. And then I saw the guy that was playing John Lydon, and it's like a caricature, and Lydon's a caricature in his own kind of way, so it's a kind of a caricature of a caricature, and it just didn't look good. I'm really braced for awfulness there, but
Can't remember the guy's name, but wasn't he the actor that was in Lord of the Flies?
Who, the one that's playing John Lydon?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I mean, did they remake Lord of the Flies?
There's this was a while ago.
I say Lord of the Flies. The original was an absolute classic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't. It certainly wasn't the very original that I recall.
No. Not even the original John Lydon's that old.
I'm sure that was 1960s, and in my own head, I'm sure it's black and white, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't that one.
No, I'd never heard of a remake of Lord. I mean, that's one of those sorts of, why would you remake that? Yeah. But they will at some point if they haven't.
Hey, Sass, if you like the music in Stranger Things, check out a creepy movie called It Follows. It has similar music in it. There was a trend for a while making that kind of music when it became popular.
I've got all the Stranger Things soundtracks, but I deliberately bought them all on cassette because the packaging on them was just superb. It was really, really good. So I deliberately didn't buy them on vinyl. I bought them all on cassette.
And it's not because you did something years ago.
No. My thing with cassette
could be some kind of guilt.
Yeah.
Well, do you know?
You did buy them, didn't you?
We have an event in this household called the Great Tape Disappearance. I had boxes and boxes of cassettes, both ones that I'd made up, mixtapes or whatever, and pre-records that I'd bought, and they were in my garage at my last house, and at some point they disappeared. And my wife tells me, "Oh no, they got damaged when we had a roof leak." I said, "No, I remember we had them in the garage." "Oh, you must have thrown them out." I said, "I'd have never thrown. I don't throw anything out. You know that. Why would I do that?" So
That's speaking volumes.
Indeed. So over the years, I have tried to purchase all the ones that I can remember that I had. The really the limited edition ones, or the special, like all the Frankie cassette singles. I bought all of those back again, and
On a totally different note, I'm going to give my apologies because I will be there tomorrow for Process Network, but I will not be there the following week. So, Sassy, you will not have a fellow spanner.
Yeah.
Not that it makes any difference because you always clonk 'em before I do. But I won't be there on the 3rd of June. Process Network because I'm going to Hebden Bridge.
Hebden Bridge.
No, not Hebden Bridge. Not Hebden Bridge. Not Hebden Bridge. Home Firth. I'm going to Home Firth for the open mic night, the EMOM open mic night at Home Firth. So I'll be there.
I'm going to Home Firth or Pub Second.
Yeah.
You're performing.
Boom, boom.
Oh yeah, I'm going to set up a thingy on me.
That's going to be a
case
flop.
over there. Jamie Geocenter's going to be there. He said he'd come over. So Jamie's going to come over. He's going to bring a camera. He's going to film it. Hopefully get proper audio inputs into his camera and that sort of thing. So that should be quite interesting. Jim said he'd be there. He said he would come up for Home Firth. So
No shaking bass cam?
I'm sure we could arrange for Jamie to shake his camera on the beat if we so desire. But yeah, well, I know I just because it was such a great event here in Sheffield a few weeks ago that we said we'd do that one. So I'm sorry, I'll be there this week, but I won't be there next week. I'm just saying that now because I'm going to go to bed right now. It's time for me to turn in. So
just as we're joined by new guests.
Just as I turn up, Andy leaves.
Oh, sorry. Well, all that binary followed by an X means it can only possibly be one. There can be only one X101. Sorry.
Hey guys.
Nothing personal, but I've got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So.
Oh, blimey.
Well, that's me. Well, I do. No, it's my choice. It's so I avoid traffic and I get into work early, do what I need to do. It's all deliberate. It's all deliberate. It's all planned. It's all planned. So that's. So please don't take it personally. I'm not fucking off because you've arrived. I think I did that last time as well, actually.
Yeah. Every time I turn up, you leave.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Well, catch you tomorrow then, Andy.
You will catch us tomorrow, and
All right,
everyone have a lovely evening. Great chatting to you all, and
Go catch some Z's.
Yeah, I'm gonna get more than one Z. Believe me, Andy. There'll be more than one Z.
Many
See you,
Zs to be
folks.
had.
Good night, Brooks.
Bye,
Nice to
Andy, and
meet you.
thanks for the video with Grace.
Oh yeah, thanks, Jax. That's very kind. Go and watch them. They're very silly. Yeah. Take care. Bye.
Take care, buddy.
Right.
Oh, dear. So what's new, X?
Not much really. Dragged out the Eurorack again. Oh, I bought a Turing machine. I was going to build it, but there was one on eBay for the same price as the kit, so I just bought that. Save myself some soldering.
Serious time saved.
So is that just a sort of random or pseudo-random generator?
Yeah.
Or? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the cheapo 2 HP one because I had limited space.
I've still got plenty of room in my rack, so yeah. I'll give that a go. I might
You
buy
still
some
need
of
a
the
quantizer to
expanders
drive
and make
it.
'em.
So
Yeah.
Why 9A6X?
What's that?
I'm just saying what the binary is saying.
Oh, I had no idea.
Mash the keypad.
Mash the keyboard, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, I'm
So-
going to disappear for a bit. I'll see if I can pop in a bit later on.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, buddy.
Okay.
All right, mate.
Cheers.
Take care.
catch you later.
Guys. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. So you if you get a Turing machine, you then need to have a quantizer to drive
have-
that.
Yeah, because it's all over the map if you don't.
Yeah, I've got a Ornament and Crime, which has I use the Hemisphere mod.
Oh, yes.
They get
You
four
see,
Turing
this
machines
is
in
just a
that.
different language to those of us who don't use modular. It's sort of,
Well, basically, it's a utility mod that can do loads of things, including quantize. So, yeah. I'm gonna
Can
use
it
that.
crack the Enigma code?
Oh, I don't know about that.
It's a Turing machine. I don't know.
Nellie's playing the Hydra. Yeah. You're not supposed to rest your chin on it.
Well, I gotta go too. My wife wants to use a bedroom. So,
All right.
okay.
have a
Good
nice
seeing
evening.
you.
You
everybody.
look after
Take
yourself.
care.
Good luck.
Take care, man.
Good seeing you all too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, dear me. So who's on
Oh,
tomorrow?
don't.
Who's on tomorrow night, Rob?
No one. Well, it's going to go up to the wire, isn't it?
I need to put. I just realised I haven't even put the show on because we don't have a guest. I'm not even sure if Ben's going to. I have messaged Ben and just said, look, no pressure or anything, but.
We need you. Yeah.
No. It's just like, do you feel up to it? I don't know if he feels up to it or not. If he doesn't, that's absolutely fine. But didn't want to leave him out of the loop, so to speak. But we shall see. But no, because Ben was supposed to be gigging this week and next week,
Yeah.
so I deliberately sort of didn't book anyone in because I don't like Ben missing out.
Yeah.
He missed out on one or two, and I don't know.
Could you get Chris Cynthian for an evening? Haven't seen him for ages. Well, I mean, I've seen him on a few shows, but
that would be up to Chris, but that probably wouldn't happen for a number of reasons. But I might give Dr. Mike a call because he always said last minute he'd do it, so we shall see.
Or we could just fire up the show and just scream obscenities at each other like a couple of sparrows.
Could do, yeah. No, yeah. So we have nobody booked, so it's coming to a sort of like a sticky part of the year because like Ben's, obviously Ben's been dealing with, but Ben wasn't going to be on the show this Friday or next Friday because he was gigging.
They're meant to be gigging. Yeah.
Anyway.
And then I'm off June 17th. So I don't know what's going to happen. You might have to do that one on your own, Kent. We've got Elliot Kennedy
I
coming
have no
on as a
experience
guest.
of that.
What, doing it on your own? Yeah, we've got Elliot Kennedy coming on June 10th. That'll be a really interesting one because he's a very successful songwriter and also the head judge of the Eurovision jury for the UK, which would be very interesting.
I must admit, if we were going to get Dan, it would be good to have him when
Ben's
Ben's
around.
able to be on as well.
Yeah. And then we've got Evan and Chris from Sonicware on June 24th.
Oh.
So that'll be a good one. Yeah. And then, yeah.
Well, I seem to get this...
Got Mel
same-
Wessing's coming back as well.
Yeah, good old Mel.
Good.
Well, it seemed to get this reoccurring pattern. I don't know if you get the same thing, but you chase the guest, and they go, "Yeah, okay," and then you go, "Right, can you do this date?" And they go, "Oh, or this date, or this date," and then they go, "Let me get back to you," and that's it. You know, you got to start being annoying.
Is it because it's Friday evening?
Not a lot. In fact,
no,
the trouble
it could be
we've
any
had,
bloody day, to be honest.
a lot of the trouble we've had, like I've got 3 or 4 people like on the boil, and I know Kent's had 1 or 2 as well. But the one, certainly with the ones I've experienced, is like everybody's going back out gigging.
Yeah.
And so they're busy, or Friday evenings they're probably about to go on stage or something. So
It's like when I thought I was grabbing hands because he was done the tour, he was back. I go, "Well, you're back. Can you do it?" And he goes, "Well, I've got COVID at the moment."
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And sort of thinking about what's happened in the last few hours, I'm not even sure if the gentleman you're chasing for tomorrow would want to do anything, given.
Well, hasn't exactly been
Because I just
extremely
heard
forthcoming.
I just heard from my friend in LA who's friends with Peter Gordino, who plays with the live incarnation of Depeche Mode, and apparently Peter's in bits, understandably. So if Peter's in bits, then I imagine Daniel is too.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well, it could spell the end of the band.
I think it will.
Full stop.
I think it will. I don't know. Maybe they. I don't know. Who knows?
Hey, Robbie, not sure what Signal's going to be like, but if you're interested, I'll be at NAMM on Friday if you want a live camera feed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be good.
Yeah. We'll give it a go.
I'll find a good spot. I got to find something cool to look at.
Yeah. Indeed. Sorry, just waiting
Even
for
if
my
it's
wife
Stevie
in the
Wonder on the stylophone.
Well, Stevie's going to be there, and he was with his entourage, as he always is.
Indeed, he is.
Yes. Oh.
As I had said, Mrs. Mark Tinley on Sonic Talk, you try and get hold of Mark.
He's off the radar at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So, yes. We'll get some people.
Let's try and hit up Michelle, see if we can get Larry.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be cool. And
or-
next to impossible.
Or Toya, as I said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you should chase your familial relationship there.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
And if he can't do it, and then we can get Toya or Robert.
Cool, can you imagine talking to Robert for him?
That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, with my lover.
Be good if you could get Toya and Robert on the show together.
That would be amazing.
You have Ken Macbeth on? He'd be a great guest.
Who's the guy? Oh, not Ken.
Get Nick Bat on.
Yeah.
No, Ken Lewis has just suggested it as well.
Yeah.
Get Nick on.
Not sure if Friday evenings are.
Actually, what would be really good is we could get him on this show, because I really, really want to be able to hear Nick swearing.
Well, the good thing is, so with all these shows coming up, like Gearfest and Synthesizer in Cambridge, I will hopefully corner a few people. I'm going to see if I can find Christian Henson's office, bang down his doors.
Yeah, he'd be great to talk to, you know.
Because that's where they're based.
Yeah.
So yes, I do some schmoozing.
Yeah, I was perusing their spring sale.
Those new labs come out about a couple of hours ago.
Yeah.
Harmonic Flight.
All right.
Apparently, yes. Just
Any details with it?
Add movement and realism to your scores with these gritty, evolving string textures. High double bass harmonics are pitch shifted and processed to create deeply atmospheric sounds, perfect for drama, fantasy, or sci-fi.
Yeah, see that this is what we're going to get now. We're not going to get like string libraries in straight string libraries that you play. No. It's done.
Yeah,
and can't be bettered.
Well, you have to pay for those.
No, yeah, well, I have paid for them. Thing is, there won't be any new ones now because it's done.
Excuse
so
me
done.
a moment.
All the major sampling companies have now perfected their string libraries, their brass libraries, their piano libraries, etc., etc. So, I mean, even now, I still can't get over the quality of the old BBC Spitfire BBC Orchestra library. It's outstanding, absolutely outstanding.
Well, I don't think Spitfire have done anything bad. I mean, I like everything they've done, and you know me, I hate VSTs.
No, do you know what? I don't think they have. Not even once.
I mean, the lab stuff, some of it you need to get your head around, but the sound quality can't be faulted.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it's really, really sweet stuff.
I'd love to know what made them come up with that interface, though.
Well, apart from the frustration over contact, and how much it costs just to have a banner in contact is extortionate, the amount of money it costs. But I suppose by using their own player, it does give them a certain freedom, I suppose.
Yeah. But it's almost though the interface for the lab stuff, certainly you sort of think, was that designed for a touch interface?
And yeah, oh, it's hard to say, isn't it, really? Yeah, I really don't know.
It'd be interesting to ask them.
Yeah, I must admit the recording processes that they go through to put these libraries together is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, I mean, I can't imagine how much work went into the BBC SO. I mean, the amount of just the amount of files and the management of them, and
oh god,
yeah. I think the finished libraries, is it 500 gig? Something like that.
The full one. You could buy it on a disc, couldn't you?
Yeah, I got it on SSD, which was great because there was no installing as such. Just bung it in the PC and up you come.
Yeah,
which is always handy. But I still transferred it to the big disc and use it from there, and just have the other one as a backup, really.
Yeah.
But yes, it's the Spitfire libraries are lovely. And they're quite keenly priced because a lot of people say, oh, £300-400 for a library. Back in my day, back in like Symphobia, it was about 2008, 9, something like that. Symphobia was what would now be considered a average, mediocre kind of string library that you'd probably pick up for, it's an orchestra library, sorry, not a string library, but you'd say worth about 150, 160 quid, was actually 1800. Yeah, yeah, it's a few quid.
But then anyone who's actually made their own sample library will appreciate the amount of effort that has gone in.
Yeah. Yeah. See, there was surprisingly large amounts of it that weren't actually usable in a composing context.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them was clusters and stuff like that. You know, things like one note, and it's like a strung out event going on. So, you know, you couldn't use it musically that easy, unless you were actually using a particular sample, and then you wrote the entire track around that sample event, so that way it would fit. But and they were quite laggy as well. There was always like an attack on each note as the poor old computer struggled to find the file and then play it. But yeah, that's all by the by now. It's a lot quicker and nicer, and they're all relatively cheaper. Apart from maybe Vienna. So I think a full Vienna package is like, what's it, 14,000?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Good God.
Yeah. So, but it's what Ty uses, and I mean, when used properly, you can't tell the difference between what is a real orchestra and what's him sitting on a coffee table with a laptop.
And it's cheaper than hiring a full orchestra.
Oh God, yeah. Absolutely.
And studio.
You could spend that in 2 weeks, be gone. Yeah. And as you know, Ty has to sometimes takes a month, 2 months to put a score together. So
yeah,
it's the way forward. But I don't know how he does all the librarying actually, because there's so many. So many different ways you can, for instance, play one string on a.
So does he customize it all? Or is he pretty much out of the box, just loading?
As far as I know, it's pretty much out of the box. But I think when he puts a template together, he has hundreds and hundreds of libraries that he loads up.
Damn.
So he's got, for instance, there'd be some particular, say, Sordino type string that. In one library where he goes, I don't like that one as much. I prefer the one that's in, that library or the Giga Studio library or whatever. So he'll bring in individual samples from different libraries together into one template, which can sometimes be 1,000 tracks. It's just.
I don't know how the hell how he navigates it all. I mean, that's
habit. I think it's almost like muscle memory, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Especially if you're working, you have a template from one particular genre of music. I mean, 9 times out of 10, I suppose the BBC always want the same kind of thing. Yeah.
Some guys have crazy track counts. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like that Andrew Huang guy, but if you watch his videos, he has sometimes like 50, 60, 70 tracks just for like pop music. Yeah. It's nuts.
Yeah. I suppose by breaking it down like that, it sort of like makes it very fluid. Where you can pull things out that you go, oh no, I really don't want that. Whereas if it was, you've got all your rhythm on one track, for instance, and you go, yeah, it's all great, but that closed hat, no. And of course you can't pull it out.
Yeah.
So if it's all separate tracks, you go, yeah, I don't like that one. Or you can compare and go, oh no, it's right. No, it was all right. The original one was fine. That kind of thing, I suppose. So it depends on how much sort of like real-time creative freedom you're going to want.
And you can use stuff like Zonaptic too to take some of the things out. So
true enough, yeah. But I suppose by doing it across, just multiple takes like that, I suppose it's really easy to, find it in the list and either alter it, change the instrument altogether without affecting anything else, I suppose. But it'd be a scroll fest, wouldn't it? So,
yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, I'm sure he knows all the shortcuts to get where he needs to go to.
Yeah, probably has a search bar for it.
I get impatient when I have a Premiere video that has like 8 tracks in it. So
yeah, yeah. Well, you see, this is the thing. It's horses for courses, isn't it? Some people need 1,000 tracks to do a score. Some people need 8. Some people got an idea of how they're going to set the thing out, and they don't need to get too pedantic with various instruments and tracks and just get on with it and get what they want at the end. So I must admit, I do things where I'm putting tracks in and I'm trying stuff out, and I'm getting so far, I get down to about, say, track 14 or something like that. But then I'll put in a different instrument and play something else, and then I'm writing a different track and carry on going down, adding instruments for that, and then it just keeps. Then I've got 50 tracks, but it's actually 7 or 8 different ideas. It's all mixed up together. So when I come to play them back a few months later and go, what the hell is all this? None of this makes any sense. It's ridiculous.
But just imagine how complex it is to write a full orchestral score.
Oh, it's a nightmare. I attempted it once, but I was doing it in a very ham-fisted, don't really know what the fuck I'm doing kind of way. And after a while, I decided that I really need to learn how to do this. You can't pick it up. It has to be taught. You just realise you go, nope.
I was rewatching that Spitfire Cribs thing with Ann Dudley, and she does everything by hand on note paper with the staff and everything, and then she has her workers transcribed to Sibelius.
Yeah.
So
well, I mean, Ty wouldn't admit it, but he's an absolute walking genius, bold genius, but genius nonetheless. Because he'll do things like, I played him a little bit, and he's gone, yeah, it's all nice, but that third note, if a violinist was playing this, it would be on the back pull of the bow, shall we say, rather than the forward pull. So you've got to change that sample out. And I go,
okay.
Oh, you can hear that. Oh yeah, they sound totally different from each other. They do. Yes, they do. So, and stuff like that. He goes, yeah, he wouldn't be able to go from there to there on that string. You'd have to jump to this string, and it's like,
yeah.
And if it's,
I used to play violin as a kid, and I wouldn't even pick that out. So
yeah, I mean, sort of like he goes, yeah. He said, but if you're going from this note to this note, there would be a little bit of portamento on it. It'd have to be, otherwise it loses place. So you have to have a little on it. I haven't got a sample for that, but Ty has, and he'll go and root it out and find it and put it in. For the sake of the
wrong part of that conversation.
But that's why he does what he does and gets paid what he does.
Yeah. Yep. That's well. That was a long one, mate. Was it a big lunch?
You don't quite know how close you are to almost the truth. No,
how's the glaucoma, Rob?
Oh no, this is my IBS has flared up for some reason. I woke up this morning. It was and when you get the call, you've got to go.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was. I won't spray the details. Glaucoma's fine, as in.
You got it.
I've got it. I knew I was going to get it because my mum had it.
Yeah. You're going to get the laser treatment.
Yeah. It was. They didn't really. They said, "Oh, we're going to laser you." I was like, "Okay, how does that work?" And so they explained it. It's all very simple and pretty straightforward.
Scares the crap out of me, that though.
Oh, I tell you, my ex-wife again. Second time I've mentioned her today. She had what is it when your eyes they don't quite line up.
Astigmatism.
Yeah. Astigmatism. Yeah.
No. Astigmatism is when the eyeballs.
Oh, you mean the muscles are out of whack?
Yeah. So when one eye's looking straight, the other one's slightly off, and then when the other one
like
goes,
a lazy eye. Yeah.
Yeah, sort of thing. But it was so mild, but it was giving a double vision and stuff. So they have this, the operation where they just tighten the muscle up in the offending eye, and she had stitches in her eyes, in her eyeballs. And I remember looking at that thinking, I can't look at you in the face. And then one of them started to cause her a lot of grief, so they took it out, and I went in with her and she's got her head in the the little cradle thing, and they go right up to the eyeball with these little tweezer type cutting things, scissory type things, and it's like, oh. But when I have it done, when I'm sort of like there and they're shoving all these things in, and he put this contact lens on me today, and we're not talking a thin sliver of a lens, we're talking like a camera lens, but a small one. And he puts this little gel on it, and he just sticks it on your eyeball. This is after he's put God knows what sort of drops in my eyes for various things, testing pressures, and one of them I think was just like a local anaesthetic. And he's putting all this stuff, and all the sparkly things I was seeing, they're fun. No, they've caught it quite early in my left eye, and it's just around the edge of the optic nerve, where the optic nerve joins the retina. It's kind of like what they call a cup, and it's just to one side of that. So they use this laser, and they go through this little bit here, and they zap this mesh. There's a mesh that sits around there, and apparently it encourages the draining of the fluid in the eyeball, which is what causes glaucoma. You either produce too much of it or don't get rid of enough. So, but I've been having yearly eye tests because, bless the NHS, all free of charge, because my mum has glaucoma, and so you get the free yearly eye test. And I was doing that field of vision test, where you click every time you see that little dot. And I did it twice, and they came up with an anomaly, so I had to go back and have a third test and and another scan and stuff. And they said, no, there's something there that we're not 100% sure whether it's glaucoma or not, so we'll refer you to the eye specialist, and that's who I went to see today, and had a whole bunch of other tests. And they show you the scans. I love looking at scans. I love looking at the inside of my body. But they show they're really good. It's lovely. I'll tell you, the best part of the colonoscopy was watching it all happen on the TV
I've
screen.
had one. I watched it.
Brilliant, absolutely,
it's fascinating.
Brilliant. Yeah.
See if you can find that 50p that we're missing.
It's like watching something from June.
Yeah. It's fascinating. It's absolutely, and when your body is doing stuff and you don't feel it, so you can see the muscles in the intestines all kind of flexing.
Yeah,
and yet you don't feel that. All that's going on. That fascinates me.
It's a good thing too. You don't want to.
Well, actually, it depends on your doctor as well, because I found my doctor. I think it was about 2 years ago now, and I said, oh yeah, I suffer from, what do they call it? Ocular interference migraines.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get like the bright, jagged
starburst things.
Yeah, and it starts off as a little dot, and it just gets bigger and bigger, and then we'll go off to the edge or whatever. And sometimes you can see it, and it's actually outside your vision, but you can see it, if you know what I mean. And it's because if you go to turn, you can never see it. And I said, but it changed. And he goes, oh, how did it change? I said, well, what happens now is I'll be doing something or other or whatever. And I said, and I start to get the fuzzy feeling in the top of the head, and then I may lose half of my vision, and everything from here down is completely black. When I close my eyes, it's a bright light. When I open my eyes, I can only see. It's like somebody's holding a hand. Just
doesn't sound good.
That's scary. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the first time it happened, I was like,
I mean, that's sort of stroke territory.
Yeah, but what happens is it just sort of like, it just pulls away and off it goes. It'll take about 2 minutes or so and it'll go.
That's when you see with retinal detachment, you start to see the black area.
Yeah, well, this is it. But because it goes, and it's because it's linked with this visual migraines I get. And he said, no, don't worry about it, it's cool. That's all right.
Do you drink a lot of coffee?
Yeah, I get it from caffeine.
Yeah. I had to cut down coffee because I was getting them a shit ton. And I don't hardly get them anymore.
Well, another thing that was a trigger that I found out completely by accident was 59 hertz.
Yeah, certain frequencies of light that hit me, especially fluorescent lights.
Yeah, so if the monitor's flicking at 59 instead of 60, it's like, wow. Half your vision disappears. But my mate Ben Ben Rossborough. He's a tech up in up near Wales. He was telling me today. He said his girlfriend had to go into hospital. I think it was after a blood test. Said, "Look, you better come in. We need to run some tests." And they said that could be cancer. Anyway, she went and had all these tests and came home. About 3 days later, she gets a phone call, and they're saying, "Come straight into hospital now, immediately." And she goes, "What? She, just come in now. We need to talk to you immediately." So of course she's shitting large bricks.
Funny enough, I just didn't know.
And she goes in, and the doctor's sitting her down and everything, and he's talking to her and saying about. It's a much more longer-winded story than this, but he's basically sat her down and said, "Look, we found something, and it's it's not looking good, and it can be fatal, all this sort of thing." And she's like, oh my god, all this sort of thing. Anyway, and after about 10-15 minutes of this consultation, he turns around and goes, "Oh, no, it's all right, it's a mistake." I said to him, "So you had a depression and then euphoria party that weekend, didn't you?" He goes, "Yeah, kind of." He said, "But we could have done without it." I said, "I bet. Fucking hell."
Wow.
I knew someone who got a diagnosis for diabetes, and then they said, "Oh, sorry, wrong records."
Wish they'd said that to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, I've got to lose weight now, probably.
Yeah, it was like when my dad went to see Doctor Death.
What shit?
He no, I tell you what, he might as well be. This guy, he was this old school doctor. This would be about 70, coming up to the end of 73. And he said to him, he goes, "Look, you're very overweight," because he was 6'5". He was nearly 19-20 stone.
That's not overweight.
It was back then, apparently. Anyway, the thing was, he said, "Look, you're going to have to lose weight urgently," like this. And he goes, "Oh, okay." And he says, "Right, so I'm putting you on this special diet, which is 2 pints of milk and a head of lettuce a day."
What?
Yeah. And literally 3 months later, he died of a massive heart attack in the front room. And even my mum said, she goes, "It's that stupid bloody diet they put him on."
Yeah. 2 pints of milk, Jesus.
Because but it's 1973. You know what the milk's like?
Oh god.
You had the bit on the top that you couldn't move.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a head of lettuce. Where's the protein? Really? I mean, come on. You know. That was the diet. That's all he was allowed to eat every day.
Wow.
And literally, his right ventricle exploded. He got up to answer the door to the milkman Saturday morning.
A bit ironic, but yeah.
Yeah, and he just dropped like a stone, and I went over to him, and he just died in my arms.
Jesus.
Unbelievable, it really was. I tell you what, that's something, mate. Nothing surprised me after that. I was only 12.
This is why when I got my meniscus surgery on my knee, they make you write in a Sharpie on your knee which knee it is before you go into the room, because they don't want to make a mistake. They always make mistakes.
Yeah, well, forearmed is forewarned anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because that guy had the wrong testicle removed, isn't it?
It happens, yeah.
Yeah, it happens. It does happen.
Oh God.
It's awful. So you have to protect them from themselves. So.
Yeah, well, they're fallible as well, aren't they? They're expected to be, gods every day.
Yeah, we don't mess with someone's balls, Jesus.
Yeah,
well,
if it's cancerous and it's got to go,
part, right?
You know
So
yeah.
But at the end of the day, they're only humans. Mistakes do happen.
Yeah.
They shouldn't, but you can only engineer out so many things.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I made mistakes in my past. Sometimes quite bad ones, actually, thinking about it. I gave a guy the wrong JP8.
Oh.
And I gave the other guy his JP8. And then I had to get in contact with him and say, can you bring your JP8s back? Well, I said, yeah, can you bring your JP8 back? Because there's something I need to do to it that I forgot to do. And both of them happily brought them back. And then literally just swapped them over in the flight cases and then gave it back to them 2 days later.
But it's something they couldn't tell, right? It was
No, these
But
two
they can
looked.
now.
These
Yeah,
two
because
did
you
look
get
the same.
different panels, don't you, on those?
Yeah, but these two did look the same, and they both had Europas, and they were both fitted the same way. They had the same colour MIDI sockets. Everything about them was the same. Which is why Fiona puts labels on them when they come in the door now, with their names and addresses and telephone numbers on them.
Yeah. Yep.
So that such
It's like
things
my
won't
knee, you got to
happen
label
again.
it.
Yeah. Although she come in here one day. She goes, "Oh, got a bit of a problem." I went, "What?" She goes, "Well, the guys brought in a keyboard, and there's nowhere nowhere for me to put the label. It doesn't have knobs or sliders." I go, "Really? What is it then?" And it said Chase Bit or something like this, and it was all like touch pads and stuff. Some old thing. There's just nothing on it. I said, "Well, just tape it to the front. It'll be all right." So I've just tried to. I've been repairing a GR300 guitar synth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a wonderful sounding piece of kit. Not. Not my cup of tea. But the thing was, I had to repair the guitar, not the synth. That was alien.
It's weird as a Moog guitar. You ever seen a Moog guitar? It was a trip.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was quite, I mean, I don't think this thing's ever going to work properly. It had been at another tech and he'd split the, that plastic interconnector cable that goes between where the big plug goes in and it goes to the board. And he's cracked it, and apparently they're rocking horse shit. You can't get them.
Wow.
I said I could wire it all across, just put new wiring in instead and substitute that thing. And I can use the old one as a template because it's weird the way because some of them go to one plug and then some go to another plug. And so it's
like
just
one of those
loop.
flat flex.
Yeah, it's one of those plastic flat cables. And I said, but it'll take a while. I said, and it's going to cost money, and I guarantee it'll work. And he went, "Nah, don't bother. Okay. Probably best long term." Because I think because it turned out that the hex pickups, half of them didn't seem to be working anyway. So, and the tech who had it before lost all the screws. So the whole thing was just hanging together with a couple of screws all together, sort of like rattled when he did this with it. It's like,
when he says tech, does he mean the bloke next door?
No. Apparently, tech. Apparently, apparently he's now Ed Sheeran's tech. So good luck, Ed.
Oh God.
But a guitar tech, not a synth tech.
No, apparently he's a synth tech.
Oh. Good God.
Yeah, even it's like, wow, okay. And I'm trying to think, Ed Sheeran and synths. The most electronic thing I've ever seen him with was a looper. And quite a modern one, so he won't need anything done to it. Wow. Even if it failed, wouldn't it? Go, here's 500 quid, nip out of the music shop and buy another one with it.
Yeah.
What's the weirdest thing you got this week?
Weirdest?
Or cool, or whatever.
Oberheim digital sequencer.
Wow.
Yeah, that's in. I feel sorry for Dave. There was nothing wrong with it because it was here last year, And he said, I took it out of the flight case and turned it on. He says, and nothing. He said, the on switch glows, but no display, nothing going on at all. I went, that thing was working fine. What the fuck have you done to it? He said, I just took it out of the flight case to turn it on. Well, it turns out it's 240, but it has a 110 plug on the end. And what I'd done, honestly, I hold my hands up, it was my fault. What I'd done was I put an adapter on it to go from 110 to 240, but I forgot to put that in the flight case when I gave it to him. So to all intents and purposes, it looks like a 110 unit. Because when I opened it up, even I'd forgotten that I'd converted it. It's because it's got a nice big converter that I've mounted inside. And I opened it up and I went, oh, that's a 240 converter. That's why it doesn't boot up. Oops. So in the end, I put a UK plug on it. Nice white one with, this is 240 written on it. So, but it was all, that was all fine. And new ZIF socket in a Oberheim Prommer.
Oh yeah, you paid 58 quid or something for
57 quid for a fucking ZIF socket.
For a ZIF socket.
Yeah. RS was worse. It was like 80 something.
You're joking?
No.
Oh, it's like 3 quid.
Oh, Ty's here. He's asking for the link.
Yeah, I'll post it for him.
Oh, right, thanks.
Yeah, the only 240 thing I have is a Arabic synth. It has a European power supply in it. Trippy thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes you have to mess around so much. It's just easier just to take the transformer out and just.
I just have this big external box. It's a heavy bugger. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know that one. I got a 110 240 110 converter that we call Deep Thought because it looks like the Deep Thought computer from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's about as big and about as heavy. Oh, so every time we've got to do a conversion, we've got to go, tricky. It's all right.
That's funny.
That's it. He's in.
Hey, Ty.
Hey, has anyone else died since I've been away?
No, don't.
Well, Robbie told a joke earlier.
Thank fuck I missed that. Was it up to Robbie's normal standard? Oh, you're still here, Rob. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Yeah, that's what died.
How are you all?
Yeah, just chilling.
It hasn't been that long.
Well, I know.
There you go.
It's been 2 hours,
Well,
3
that's
hours.
And it's really odd that you're not working.
God, it's an unknown.
Alien.
I don't know what I'm doing. To be fair, I played a bit of hey, GT7. How exciting is it to start off with a fucking Honda hybrid?
There's an update today.
Yeah, I know. I can't get my head around the fact that I'm racing in this little shitty little.
Start at the beginning all over again.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. Oh, can I? Yeah. While I was waiting for the world to download, yeah, I did that Hooked on Classics, that little rally, whatever that thing. I mean, what a pile of shit that is. But hey,
yeah.
Anyway,
some of those adaptations are a little painful.
So, yeah. But I don't really know what I'm kind of doing really. So it's at some stage we can talk about.
Well, the thing is, if we go online, do we just get access to cars and off we go? Is the online mode going to be different?
I imagine. I don't know.
No, I think you can only drive what you've got in your garage.
Well, don't you fucking start even think about racing me yet, you fuckers, because I'm not racing in this little.
So you go for your GT3R, will you, Robbie?
At the moment, I'm using a Supra. Not a Supra. It's is it Supra or is it GT8?
Okay, so how much was yours then, credits wise? How much was your? Obviously, you've had to get the credits to afford your GT3 or GTR, whatever it is.
No, complete challenges.
Oh, is
yeah,
it?
I've
go,
earned.
go to the calf and
My current balance is about 3.5 mil.
Okay.
And I've finished all the cafe challenges. That's a good way to build up, your cars and your
you get
your
shitload
money.
of cars, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then do your licenses and try and get as many gold as you can to get the better car rather than the other one. I need to go back and do some of those.
All I know is I've been the cafe whatever has told me I've got to complete my collection of 3 Japanese.
Yeah.
Which is
you
I
progress.
mean, I've got 20,000 credit, which means I can afford. Yeah, exactly. You mock, but that's where I am. So don't you fuckers get any idea of saying?
But didn't
fancy
they
a race?
dish out a million credits last month? I think it was, or the month before, because of to apologise for some cock up they'd made. So they said everyone that that's registered will get 1 million credits in their account. So I think you missed that.
Great, that's made me feel even better.
That's all right, I missed that as well.
And I got a bunch. Because I bought the cross-grade steelbook version, so it comes with both PS4 and PS5.
Oh yeah.
And that came with a voucher for like a bunch of credits and a couple of free cars.
Do you ever have the concept of knowing when to shut the fuck up, Robbie?
No. not in my vocabulary.
Evening, Ian.
Can I
Good
point
evening,
out,
guys.
Evening. Can I just point out, although Robbie and I do adore Robbie, just so you lot know.
Adore.
No, I'm
We
just
all adore
wondering-
Robbie.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying. Yeah.
No,
Just wondering
not for
what
lots of people that
Nuremberg
don't.
Ring would be like if you're going to have your GT3R Porsche. I'll have my GTR Viper, and he's got a Honda Jazz.
Honda Jizz, yeah.
Don't you fucking mock my under jazz. I'm doing well in it.
No, the best
It's
one was the
hard
Honda
to do
Beat.
bad in it,
You remember the
isn't it?
Honda
It's like-
Beat used to start off in a Honda Beat on the earlier versions, didn't you? Love those little cars.
Yeah,
That and the
it's
Suzuki
tiny.
Cappuccino. All those little K-Class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All I know is that whatever race I just did, I kept up with an Integra R, and I'm there thinking this isn't like real life at all. So
Yeah.
it's fine. Anyway,
What are you guys talking about?
PlayStation.
Oh,
no, just
Well,
I've
Gran
just
Turismo.
No, I've just bought
Oh,
Honda
right.
Jazz. I'm just talking about my new.
His new purchase. Yeah.
I've only got a PlayStation 4.
That's all right. This
Yeah,
Sony
works.
announced today they're still they see themselves making games for the PlayStation 4 for the next 2 years, 3 years,
That's
2025.
That's
Good.
fantastic.
Isn't it?
Because no one could get PlayStation 5s apparently.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you really have
Exactly
to go around the houses to get hold of one. That's
Although I'm
for sure.
seeing more and more people sort of say, "Oh, I've finally got a PS5 in the last, since we got them."
Yeah.
Because that was the fucking. I've been looking out for. I was looking out for every day, like 4 or 5 times a day, checking this website, and then I find one and I order it, and I get onto these two, and they say, "Quick, go and buy one." And I got mine from very.co.uk. You guys got it from John Lewis, and it turned up the next day, and I had to wait.
got it.
didn't
I
get-
got it the
Yeah.
next day.
Yeah, I didn't get it until like after the weekend. You bastards. But,
Can I
yeah.
put it? I spoke to Zaf the other day, and he was saying that he got one for his daughter, and they'd been looking. This is before Christmas. They'd been looking, and couldn't exactly the same as us. You couldn't get it anywhere. Downloaded the app, couldn't get anywhere, and it was literally just a case of his wife just happened to log on to Amazon at just the time where they literally just announced we've got some in, ordered it, and then within seconds they'd all gone.
Yeah.
But ordered it thinking, well, obviously I've missed it, and it arrived next day.
Was a kid 2 doors up? His dad paid 1,100 quid for one.
Jesus.
Yeah, if you pay, if you want to pay your money, you can.
Well, what a lot of companies were doing, because
No,
I
I
had
got
this,
patience. 1,100 quid.
I had this website that was clearly, it was like putting bots in all the, and checking all the stores, and then coming back, and the store logo would go green when they had them in stock, and usually by the time you click on it, it had gone. But there was some scan.co.uk who are a very reputable and a very good company. What they were doing was they were getting them in stock, but they would only sell them to you with a bundle of games and an additional controller and for some stupid reason, a 1 terabyte Western not Western. Yeah, Western Digital Black. You know, the super fast SSD.
Yeah.
I mean, the one that comes in there is pretty good. But you could only buy the PS5 if you bought all of this. So it was £800.
Yeah.
Because you're buying a bundle, and I don't want to. I just want that and the controller. And
That's
thank you
probably
very
where they're
much.
making their money on those.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Actually, excuse my ignorance here, but I do have to ask. 100, 110, 100, 110 equals X. Is that your real name, or do we actually know you as 100, 110, 100, 110 equals X?
X101 in the chat. You must recognise that handle.
It's all binary.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Do you have a real name, or do you want to just call you X?
Mr. X will do.
Or Sir.
That's what Andy calls
Sir
it.
to you.
Mr. fucking X. Wow, okay.
It'd be Racer X from Speed Racer.
Great. Hi, good to meet you. See, this is the problem. I now sit here going, have we met before? But,
I don't think on stream, no.
Okay, cool. Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you. I've seen you plenty of times on stream. So
me? Oh, God,
Yeah.
no. Just ignore me.
He's not as good in real life.
Well, he's not as red.
No.
I believe he's disappointingly short.
Me? Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm 5'9".
Disappointingly short.
Well,
A particular
most
kind of
people
short.
I'm just disappointing on every level. Let's
He's
just
not
leave it
just
at that.
short, he's disappointingly short.
Yeah. It's that thing with kids where you turn around and go, it's fine. You've let yourself down. Or,
Yes.
or
You've let
I'm just
me down, you've let the family down.
I'm just disappointed in you. That's me. Do you know what that should be on my fucking gravestone? Yeah. He was disappointing. I
think
can
mine-
live with that.
I
Honestly,
think mine
could
will
live with
say, let me out, I shouldn't be here.
I still like this Spike Milligan. I told you I was ill.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's superb, isn't it?
Yeah. You seen Gauguin's grave? He's had it all done out with all his art on black marble.
that. Who's that?
Gauguin,
Sorry, who?
the artist.
Gauguin.
Oh, Gauguin.
Oh,
No,
Gauguin. Right.
Gauguin. The guy
Go-
done Aliens.
Oh.
Did
I
the
know
Alien?
fuck all
Oh.
about that. Yeah, I know fuck all about that. Okay.
Oh, no,
I don't. That's not a world that I have any knowledge. Look, if you want me to pretend and talk bullshit, I'll quite happily. Oh, really? Wow, that's amazing.
you know Alien.
I know the films Alien and Aliens, but
Oh, Giger.
outside of that-
H.R. Giger.
outside
Guy.
of-
Well, I
outside
thought it
of
was
that-
Guy. I thought it was Geiger.
yeah,
I don't know. He's Swiss, so isn't it Giger? I
Oh,
don't know.
right. Yeah, it probably is actually.
Oh God knows, now we're into a whole new
Depends if it's
territory
the
now.
French Swiss or the German Swiss
Oh,
Or the Italian Swiss.
or the Italian Swiss. Yeah, I've been to the Italian part of
or
Switzerland.
the soft baked ones.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Oh,
H.R. Geiger.
Yeah, sorry, I have no. I mean, it's my knowledge is when it comes to these things is somewhat limited. I have interest in what I'm interested in, and outside of that,
Well, in that case, everybody has limited knowledge.
He's made more of the world look at porn and didn't even know it because all of his stuff is phallic and vaginal and everything else.
Oh God, yeah. And leakage, and all sorts of stuff.
Seepage.
Yeah.
There's a word. It's seepage.
Matron, no.
It's up there with moist and gusset.
Gusset, yeah, moist gusset. Horrible sounding words. They really
No, I
are.
love them. I love those kind of words.
You like moist gusset.
I love
Heard
moist
that about
gusset.
you anyway. That's what
Yes, I love moist gusset seepage.
This is a side of you that I'm not so sure I like, Robbie.
How about oozing? You like oozing?
Oh.
No.
Yeah, there's always been that side of Robbie. He'll be talking about some actress and he goes, war.
Moist gusset. Yeah.
can I just
Yeah.
interact here and say, what the fuck are you lot talking about? For fuck's sake, I'm having a conversation here on the phone, and all I'm hearing is these random words.
Well, that's where you're going wrong, you fucking arsehole.
I'm trying to have a sensible conversation.
At the same time,
Yeah,
what a
exactly.
dick. What a dick. Come on.
There's a difference between talking shit and just talking random words.
Oh,
Let's just stick with talking shit. We're good at that bit.
How's your girlfriend, Ty, today?
Better than nothing.
How did she take the news? Oh, was it me or was he paused?
No, I think he's frozen.
It's gone quiet. I think he is frozen,
Yeah.
He's pressed the wrong button.
He's just got the bill for the Porsche.
What a dick. What a plonk.
I imagine that Ty's house must cost a fortune. See how big it is? It's an enormous place.
Well, he's got 3 studios, so...
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Yeah, there he
You're
is.
back.
No idea what on earth happened there.
You moved.
I haven't moved at all. It just the whole thing just went. No idea.
It's dodgy internet, Ty.
Sorry. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
So what made you decide to do your house out like a Copenhagen brothel?
I love lights. That's simple as that.
That's that's rare.
So my entire house is all completely white. Everything is white.
Yeah.
In the house. Every wall, everything is all white. Furniture, white. And so the only things that have colour are the bits of furniture like sofas. And so that's why I have whatever colour this is: bright green cushions, bright orange cushions, bright red sofas. All the pictures are colours, and then all the lights. It's all just light, so everything's done in light. So it's all controlled. So I can sit here now and go, Alexa, living room blue, and nothing happens at all.
And like most of the women in your life, she doesn't listen.
Listen. Can I just point out, Alexa, when she fancies it, is a real fucking bitch. Alexa, living room blue.
There you go.
And it's all all the house is all connected, so everything's got anyway in all the house and the studios.
I love
so
setting up all those routines.
I just like it's nothing fancy. I just like lots of.
I love to go on national radio and say that.
What, Alexa?
Yeah.
Oh, they do it on. They got. Was it Absolute 80s that started doing it? And I think they got told off for it. They started basically saying, yeah. They started going, Alexa, play Absolute 80s. And all
Or
that.
Hey Google or Siri.
Yeah.
Siri.
Yeah.
Hey, Siri. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, but I have a love-hate relationship with Alexa because she can just be so many times she can just be a cow. The worst ones that when you go into whisper mode.
Yeah.
So at night, and so I'll be
strangely erotic.
I'll be no what?
That is. When I first discovered whisper mode, it was like, Alexa.
So what? Alexa has whisper mode.
So I don't have Alexa.
Yeah,
do you want to hear a demonstration?
So when
Let's have a listen.
Go on.
Sorry, Ty.
You go for it.
So, Alexa, what's the time?
It's 10:53 p.m.
So it whispers it to you.
If you whisper to it.
If you whisper to it, it whispers to you. Apart from my fucking Alexa, which the amount of times when I will turn around and go, because so it's quite often I like this. I mean, I've told you this about my like white noise to go to sleep to and pink noise, and one of my favourites is a washing machine, the sound of a washing machine, and you can do the sound of a washing machine to go to sleep to. Love it. So I'll be there whispering, turning around and going, this is if daughter's here and all this kind of thing, and I'll go, Alexa, play the sound of a washing machine. And she'll basically just think, oh, okay, I'm going to get my own back on this wanker. And she'll turn around in full volume, just turn around and go, I'm sorry, I can't do washing machine. At full volume.
It's the start of the rise of the robots, mate. That's what it is.
Yeah.
They'll
See
be,
if it can,
Alexa,
see if
what's
it can
the
do
time?
an MRI scanner.
Yeah.
So
Go,
the whisper
Alexa,
thing's
what's
creepy,
the
like
time?
ASMR stuff. Yeah.
Because it'll go, Alexa, what's the time? You go fuck yourself, dirtbag. Yeah, that's all you're going to get out of
Can I
them.
point out, and this is absolutely, this lighting now, so I'm all in blue, and I'm hating it. So would you mind if I just flip back to Alexa, living room red? That's better. I feel at home now. I'm quite fussy about colours. It goes with my mood, and most of the time it is red.
Can Alexa play porn music?
Alexa, play porn music. Psychedelic something. Which one has answered? Oh, this one's answered. I don't know. It's a band called obviously something porn something. Alexa, stop.
Excuse me.
I can't use Siri.
Fucking bitch hasn't even stopped. Oh, it has. Anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, hi Ian, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Have you been on? Have I just? I've missed you.
I've been working. I've been. I do some work at our local arts centre.
Okay.
So I was doing auditorium this evening for Gary Delaney, comedian.
Okay.
I don't know the name.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
One-liner. Gary
Yeah,
Delaney.
yeah. He was really, really good. I mean, his support act is a guy that I saw in Edinburgh years ago. A guy called Stephen. Oh, he's apparently the only deaf comic, and he was absolutely brilliant.
Okay.
You know.
Wow.
So, but yeah.
Excellent.
So it was fun. It was good fun.
Good. Excellent.
Full house.
Always
with a few
good.
full house with a few empty seats. As we were discussing this before, weren't we? That now we're still sort of seeing a few empty seats, although
sellouts.
Yeah. But it wasn't. It was only probably about 5 or 6. It's a 200-seater auditorium, so.
Oh God, I wouldn't complain about that.
No, I wouldn't complain about that.
No.
I'm
Very intimate venue. A really, really nice little venue.
Where's that?
It's in Pocklington, just outside of York.
Okay.
So
I'm pissed off because I was meant to be going to see a tomorrow.
Yeah, they've cancelled.
Just got an email a couple of hours ago saying they've cancelled.
He's got laryngitis or something.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, Morton.
Yeah.
Because they're meant to be coming to Scarborough soon,
to tell?
Well, if they were, they're not now.
No.
So, yeah, a bit pissed off. It wasn't tomorrow, Saturday. Sorry, meant to be going to see.
But you wish it was Vanilla Ice now.
So, who's going to go and see ABBA?
Got my tickets.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Which tickets did you go for? The 700 quid ones?
No. I'm cheap as fuck me. No,
yeah, me too, actually.
So I was saying earlier, I tried to get some, as soon as possible, but then, they were just selling out crazy, and the prices were just ridiculous for the ones that were left. And then the more I thought about it, I thought, well, look, it's not like it's a short run. We can go any time, and it's not like there's going to be anything groundbreakingly new being. It's going to be a whole bunch of old songs done in a very very special ways. And because I'm getting on a bit, I thought actually Sunday afternoon matinee actually sounds quite appealing, because then so we're doing a Sunday afternoon matinee one, and because I can jump on the train at Stowmarket and just go down to Stratford, and it stops the train. It's the line to Stratford, and just get off at Stratford and walk across, and one stop down on the DLR, or if it's nice weather, he might just wander. And then and then we're home for tea.
What date are you? When are you going?
It's in about 6 weeks, I think. July. It's like the second week in July, I think.
Because I'll wait to see. I'm going to wait to see what the reviews are like. Because I'll be honest with you, ABBA and I don't.
Well,
they
Richard
don't do anything.
Saw a preview last night.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, him and Niall and the rest of the gang were invited to a special preview. He thought it was absolutely amazing. Yeah.
Oh, really?
He met Benny.
Oh wow!
Wow!
And he met either Agneta or Frida, but didn't realise it was Agneta or Frida.
What? How could you? Okay.
Because I put a picture up, because they had this picture taken earlier this evening when they arrived on the red carpet, and Richard goes, "Oh, I think I met somebody else from ABBA, because it's one of those ladies. They were there."
Wow.
So yeah.
Well, I have no interest in going, but I think my daughter might have only because she likes Mamma Mia, not the musical, because that's shit. The film, because that's just even less shit.
Well, my missus every year for the last God knows how many years with her mate at Christmas goes to see. There's this ABBA tribute. It's one of the, it's not Bjorn again, but it's one of the big ones. And they do a sort of tour around the end of the year. So they go to this big ABBA night every year, and they love Mamma Mia, and they've seen all the films and they've seen the music. And I cannot stand those films.
No,
but I love the music.
I
love I love the original music, not the.
I don't really like it, but I totally admire them. That's the difference. I don't find it enjoyable, but I admire what they did, and they're great songs. They're just not my kind of.
Yeah. I mean, there are some cheesy songs in there, aren't there? Let's face it. But some. But is it The Visitor, the last album that they did before the new one? I love that album. It's great, actually. That would make my top 10. It's fantastic. I'm not Fernando and all that sort of stuff. I can just leave, really. Yeah, but my two sons, the girlfriends are gonna go, so they're gonna report back. Jane quite fancies it. I'm not bothered really, but we may end up going at some point.
And it would be a good experience.
Yeah, exactly. And we'd probably,
do you know what?
We'll be in the cheap seats.
I'll see it exactly the same as when I got dragged along to see Robbie Williams. Twice I've been dragged along to see Robbie Williams, but both times thinking, "Fuck, why am I going to see Robbie Williams?" But as a show,
it'd be a good gig. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing, great show, absolutely brilliant, but no real love or passion for it. But it's a good way to spend a couple of hours, and I kind of think that for me, this ABBA thing would be much like that.
Yeah,
I think it'd be an entertaining way to spend a couple of hours.
Yeah, there is a live band that's playing.
Yeah.
Little Boots is in the band.
Oh, is really?
Yeah, Victoria.
Oh, wow.
Who's just had a baby as well, for crying out loud, and she's doing that. So,
but it's not really a gig you turn down, though, is it? If you can do it, it's
No. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun.
Good. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm not working. What do I do?
Well, that's why you're here.
Go and play
keyboard. Not just popping in.
I know. Just not used to this feeling. I'm not. The thing is, people
is it
think
a peaceful, easy feeling?
Is it what?
A peaceful, easy feeling.
I do find it funny after, because when I did the Sonic State thing last night, someone drew my attention to the fact that someone had put some comment about, something like, I don't know, calm down, Ty, or something. We all work hard, and you're always making out that you work hard, and kind of. I think he used to put something. I used to have a boss like you, always complaining about. I'm not complaining about working hard. I just work hard, and you sit there going, it's not a case of I work hard. I just fucking work ridiculous amounts of hours and have no sleep. But don't turn around and say, stop complaining that you're working hard. And you just want to just turn and go. I've said this before. You come and live in my, come and live with me for 48 hours, and live the same hours that I do. See how you get on.
I mean, I tell you, Ty, I couldn't do it. I mean, so much respect for what you do. Yes, I know that it's the deadline thing, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah,
I really couldn't do it.
And being able to stay creative.
Exactly. I mean, how you stay up.
That's the difficult bit.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what I said yesterday on the Sonic State thing. Yeah. It's more. It is difficult to just turn it on, because we all know, all of us do, if you are in the right space, if you have got the time, we can all do something which in our own way is special and creative and entertains, even if it just entertains ourselves, we can all do that. But it's the fact of, it's almost like, the best way of saying it is, imagine that time when the last thing you want to do is go and play with your gear, because there's always going to be times like that. Imagine and at that moment when it's the last thing you have any interest in whatsoever, someone turning around and going, come on, you've got to go and do it now. And it's got to be of a standard that it's got to be a really good standard. You can't just sit and mess. It's almost like that someone's going to drag you, and although you're not in the mood, you've got to write the best thing that you've ever written. And try to. and that's and you're tired, you're knackered.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
that's just.
I'd be a serial killer by now.
Yeah.
Well, who says I'm not?
Well, you've got the red light for it.
But exactly. So that is that is difficult, and that's why exactly as I said yesterday. I've got some friends that are just amazing musicians and amazing songwriters and amazing composers, but they quite happily admit they couldn't do. Yeah. They couldn't do it, and so
well, it's one thing doing a 3 or 3.5 minute song or tune. Mm-hmm. It's another doing it for an hour of someone else's video that you might not necessarily be enjoying watching.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the other thing that kind of when you take on these jobs, believe me, the directors and producers, they promise you the world. They promise you that what the film you're going to be doing is going to be groundbreaking. It's going to be the first of its kind. It's going to be, and you kind of you buy into this, and then when you kind of you're working on it, you're there thinking, no, this is just the same old stuff, and you're not inspired by what's going on. And the worst ones are when directors turn around and go, so yeah, this scene isn't really kind of working here, so can you just save it? The amount of times that happens, because visually they can't get it to work, so it's just like, just save it with the music. Yeah, that's but there we go. Hey, it's
a job.
It's a job. I'm not going to complain about it. I have the best job in the world. That's the bottom line. I've got to do all my life what a lot of us dream of being able to do. I've known what I was going to do when I was 11.
Yeah.
It's all I've ever really done. It's all I've ever wanted to do. I'm in no position to ever complain about it.
You've worked to get where you are now.
Yeah, I've also been incredibly lucky though. I mean, it's not.
Yeah. But I think in the music business it's different. You can be lucky. There can be serendipity. But if you don't have the skills to back it up, the luck counts for nothing.
Oh, I disappeared and then I've come
back.
You
did. Again. You froze. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So I didn't hear any of that. Sorry, I do apologise. I didn't hear any of that.
I just said you can have luck. There can be serendipity, but if you don't have the skills to back it up, the luck counts for nothing.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. I mean, yeah. I'm fortunate, but as I always say, and I've said this, I've said this time and time again. I'm useless at most other things. I found the one thing that I can do well in life, and I've managed to make a career out of it. I'm incredibly fortunate from that point of view because, if I'm not just saying this, if I had to get a normal job, fucking hell! Can you imagine?
I don't think you'd last long.
Who would employ you?
Long. Exactly. No, but genuinely, who would employ me? I know I wouldn't. Because I don't have that ability to not be me, and a lot of the time, me being me means I'm not going to stay in employment for long. So it's and I can't. What am I good at? I can't do anything manual. I can't do anything that involves real, effort. I just, I'd be shit. I'm shit at most things, So it's, I think it's all the things that I was ever going to do. If this didn't work out, it would all be creative. I'd be an artist. I'd be an architect. I'd be, photographer. It's all arty-farty shit that just means doing as little, just being creative. It's all I can do. I can only do creative. Sensible things, anything that involves paperwork, no, I'm useless at. Absolutely useless. So I'm very lucky. I found a job that, although I think the ironic thing about it is, and I think I've said this before, is that when I did my careers thing, we went on a careers course, and we had to. This was in the early days, in the mid '80s, where you would feed all the information into a computer, and the computer could tell you from all the information you fed into it what your perfect job was going to be. And my perfect job, and it was so obvious. All of my things were basically music. They came back and said, we found your perfect profession.
Teacher.
No, hairdresser. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. It's
did you by any chance put, favourite band, Pet Shop Boys,
Yeah.
Erasure.
Yeah. It came back hairdresser. Yeah. So, yeah, you have to laugh. But there we go. So, yeah. I'm a lucky fucker. That's I think I've said this before, my teachers, when I was at school, always used to turn around and go that they could drop me from an aeroplane without a parachute, and I'd be the one person that found the bale of hay in the middle of the field, in the middle of nowhere. So I'm a very fortunate person. I think I know there's a lot of you do make your own luck, and I get that. But I've encountered people in my life that are just genuinely unlucky. They just have a lot of shit to deal with that they don't really deserve, and they've done nothing to get it. They're just very unlucky people. And I'm the opposite. I'm an incredibly lucky person. So.
Well, what field are you in, X? Oh, she wandered off to get a coffee or something.
He's muted, so.
Yeah. No, he's probably in the bathroom or something. Oh well.
I love the way your head goes. Is in the bathroom. Why would it be in the bathroom of all places?
Well, it's either getting a drink.
Yeah.
Which is where my head goes. Getting rid of a drink.
My head goes that he's just having a drink. Whereas you're there going, well, yeah, he's having a shit.
He might be getting the body into the barrel of acid.
Well, it was just Robbie's break just sort of appeared in my brain, so I just immediately moved on to the scatological.
Anywhere. Oh dear.
I don't know where you saw it, Ty, but I've just lost it now. But Matt Evans said that it's not your lights are not red lights; it's the blood. Where was it? I've lost it now. Here we are. So Matt Evans said it's not red lights; it's the blood of your victims.
All those Porsche
dripping down the lampshade.
Yeah, that wasn't Alexa he was talking to. That's somebody who's got trussed up in the corner.
Exactly.
Just flicks the switch.
Exactly.
Yeah, do it for me now, bitch. Yeah. No, so God, that's amazing. That is amazing.
So now we know why your girlfriend's in hospital. Yes.
Yeah.
Explains a lot.
Yeah.
Don't plot music. Oh, poor I don't. Oh, dear.
Oh my goodness! Oh.
Indeed.
So, anyone anything exciting to talk about gear? Yeah, Moog 1 firmware update dropped, which is good. So I will at some point get that in. I was playing that quite a lot the other day. I used that on a track and yeah, I do. Yeah. Has anyone else played?
That ran out of steam, isn't it?
Well, no. Has anyone actually played a one? Or
nope.
They are really nice.
They feel great.
They are.
Although the metal pitch bend mod wheels are a little bit weird to get used to. They're slippery.
Really? No, I don't know. I haven't really felt that. I don't know. They're incredibly powerful. If you go into the depths of it, I think that's what I like about them. If you go into the depths of it, fucking hell, they are incredibly powerful.
I'm assuming that people with arthritis in their hands don't eat these fucking biscuits.
Why?
I had to use a lighter to get the packet open.
You are joking.
No.
John Simpson's saying the new presets from Lisa Belladonna sound.
Oh, are they good? Oh, fantastic.
Is she
good?
Is she working for Moog now? Then I mean, she's got.
Well, she does huge amounts.
Shitloads of Moog kit. So
yeah. I mean, I'm not saying she works for them, but she's a proper. She's a proper ambassador for them.
Yeah.
So, which is great. You need people like that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, she certainly knows how to play them.
Yeah, she used to be an Earthquaker ambassador.
An Earthquake?
Earthquaker, the Earthquaker pedals.
Oh, okay.
That was one of her older gigs.
She meant she was promoting earthquakes.
Yeah.
X, we were just saying, what line of work are you in?
I'm a graphics designer.
Great, that's cool.
That's cool. It's all right. Don't enjoy it anymore because I'm more managerial now.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
So, yeah, it's not as fun.
Shit.
Yeah. So
well, that was a
not
mistake.
really creative that much.
I know it probably means more money, but it means that you've now walked away from the reason you went into it in the first place.
That's right. Yeah. So,
yeah, it's shit. Do you know what happens in so many? Someone wrote an article about this or something that how bad it is that, you know, kind of if you look at something like a car mechanic, and they use this example of a car mechanic being a really great mechanic. They spend years training to do it. They do it incredibly well. And then when they're at their peak, the reward for them being at their peak is to become a foreman or to go into the manager of the garage or what kind of thing. In other words, so the skill that they've built up to be amazing at over how many years, they suddenly now go and have to walk away from that to look at other people. And they wonder why the system fails. Because at the end of the day, you do it because that's supposedly going, you know, kind of climbing up the ladder. But the reality is you're stepping away from the reason you went and got in there in the first place. So
see a lot of that in the world of training, where you get people who have been, you know, they're really good at their job and they're the, you know, top of their game, and then somebody says, "Oh, you could train people to do, you know, to be like you," and they haven't got the first clue about how to teach people. They've got all this knowledge, but they can't fucking do it. And I've come across loads of people who've done that, and the best trainers are the ones that, it sounds odd, but literally don't know anything about the subject that they're teaching, because that's not their job.
The training bit is
the training bit is the job.
Completely. No, it's.
You know, I was teaching people how to use magistrates' court software. And I was like, I didn't know how magistrates' court. I eventually did understand how magistrates' courts work and the whole legal process, because you're ensconced in that for such a long time. But I had no idea. I just, I had all the training material. I knew how to deliver it. I knew how to get people on board. That was the thing. But
it's a shame. But I mean, especially, kind of people like you, X. I hate calling you X. I cannot call you anything other than
you can call me Stuart. That's what I'm really.
Stuart's a fucking million times better. Okay, Stuart.
Good to meet you, Stuart.
Yeah, good to meet you, Stuart.
So you could say it was 10 times better,
So yeah, I could, but I won't. But I find that really such a shame, because it's just, I mean, something like graphic designer, that's such a...
Yeah, I don't enjoy it, actually, to be honest.
But no. What I'm saying is, did you not enjoy it when you were a graphic designer, or you just don't enjoy where you are, how you're doing
No,
it
I don't enjoy it where I am now, because,
But that's shit.
Yeah.
And I understand why you will have done it, because I'm sure that money-wise it's better. But I mean, it's a shit situation to, especially with something creative like that, because I'm sure it wasn't the managerial side that dragged you into it. I'm sure it was the creative side.
Not.
It was the creative side that dragged you in, and now you're not doing it. I just found that really sad.
But that's my story. I started off as a silk screen printer, and the graphic designer, the printers I was working at, was leaving, and I used to hang out in his office, and because I was into computers, I used to sort of thing. So I took the Photoshop and Illustrator manuals home and put forward for the job and got it.
Right.
So yeah, I've sort of worked myself up, but I was really enjoying graphic design for years, and then it's more managerial. So yeah,
it's the same reason. Honestly, I've got so many friends that are teachers, and they go into teaching because they want to help kids and kind of teach kids and all that kind of shit. And you look where they are now as they go further up the ladders. All they do is just paperwork and managerial, and the actual stuff they went in to do at the beginning is just gone. They just don't do it anymore.
I mean, I loved teaching for about 15 years, and then the last three and a half years was management, really.
It's shit.
And it was terrible. I mean, and university academics, trying to manage university academics, running a course with a team of 30 tutors, and none of them, you've got no power to make anybody do anything. So your negotiation skills are really good, but actually the whole process is just crap and flawed, so that's why when I was offered a redundancy package, I jumped at it.
Well, I don't blame people doing that. I mean, I've got kind of so directors that I started with 20 years ago, of course they follow the path up, and most of them now are either producers, and a lot of them are execs or commissioners. And, you know, kind of, again, same thing. They became directors because they want to be creative and do something that was actually worthwhile. And now they're execs, and all they're doing is just problem solving. They're not actually doing anything creative. And so, I mean, when they get offered redundancy, most of them just jump at it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't blame them. I would do exactly the same.
I just had a sort of situation at my place because I've been 10 years in this job, in this particular company. And I started off as a technical trainer, then became a sales trainer, which is the same sort of thing, it just your audience changed a little bit. And then they wanted to create this role of instructional designer because we're not going out on the road anymore, so we're building content to be, you know, served up on learning management systems. And so I kind of shifted my focus. It was just a sideways step. There was no rank change, or there's no salary change, and there is no scope because we're a very small team. You know, we've got, like, my manager is based out in Fremont, and then there's like 6 what we call subject matter expert trainers. So they're the guys that keep their ears to the ground with all the new products, the new technologies. They will give me all the content, and I will then build the courses to their specifications and to the company standards and all that kind of thing. So that's about it. There's only about 10 of us in total. Not a lot of scope for development, certainly career progression. And then one of the guys who was kind of like a sort of a manager and sort of a trainer, we'd had 2 managers. One had sadly passed away a few years ago, so he kind of stepped in to sort of take on that load. He's now moved to another department, so there was this new role. There was going to be a managerial role. And as soon as my boss said this was going to come along, I thought, so I'm 52, I'm 15 years off at the moment, 15 years off official retirement age, and for various reasons over the years, my pension isn't as good as it could be, and needs to be probably better, given the world that we're living in. So maybe this is the time to push for this management role. And so I phoned her up the next day and said, look, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for this. Just wanted to let you know. And she said, I thought you might. But she said, unfortunately, we're going to require that this job is based in the US because I work for an American company. And so they said, well, they're big on remote working, but when it comes to management, they like to keep them close to home. So she said, it's either going to be based in where our main global headquarters is in Austin, or in Eden Prairie, where we have another facility. And she said, don't want to stop you from doing the job, but just bear that in mind, you know, because that is a big requirement. And I then started to think, well, do I really want this management role? For all the reasons you've just been saying, you know, I enjoy what I do. Not only do I enjoy what I do, I enjoy the role and what it gives to me, because I'm remote. I can get up whenever I want, and I can finish when I want, as long as I get the job done. And it gives me that little extra time and flexibility to do things like ProSynth Network and other, you know, the sound on sound stuff. I can fit all of that in and still do my job and get paid a fairly decent salary. And I just thought, do I actually really want to go for that? Not because I might not get it because I'm not in the right location, but because do I want to spoil what I've got? And I was in this kind of thing, do I want to progress? Do I want to stay? Do I want to be doing this for the next 15 years? Probably not, but is that what I want to, you know, go to? And in the end, I just said, no, I'm just going to stick with what I've got, because it's good, and I don't want to mess that up. And we'll just have to hope that mother-in-law is worth a few more quid than I hoped. So
that's tight.
Yeah, remote management can be tough. My manager actually lives near Frankfurt. And I know he has a hell of a time with the time differences. People in Japan, people in my site, and Germany, and all over the place. So he doesn't sleep that much.
No, exactly. and if I got this role, my team would be in Hong Kong, UK, Canada, and East and West Coast US. So yeah, it wouldn't make for that. And again, that factored into my thought, do I want to be eating into my evenings because I'm going to have to? Do I have to get up really stupidly early in the morning to catch Will in Hong Kong? And so it's just, yeah.
But you're right, Robbie. I mean, job satisfaction is worth quite a lot in terms of, you know.
Yeah.
You can, if you offset that against monetary value about how much you earn.
Oh,
you know, I mean, like I say, for a long time, I actually absolutely loved what I did. It was only towards the end that I didn't, and it's hard now, isn't it? Because, you know, when I first started working, you could just walk into any job. You can't do that anymore. So, you know, people stay in jobs because it's security, and if you've got a job where you really love it and you've got security, then happy days.
Yeah,
really.
Especially once you get over 50 these days.
Yeah.
Because that was the other thing that I thought. Well, yeah, if I don't do this now, maybe I need to look at, you know, changing the job to somewhere else. And I had a recruitment consultant call me about 3 or 4 weeks ago. We've been looking at your LinkedIn profile and we think that we've got a role for you, and it was with Ernst and Young. So I mean, it's a bloody big company.
You'd hate that.
Yeah, and when they sort of described the job to me, it was, oh yeah, I've seen the sorts of people that end up doing these sort of jobs, and they can earn a really good amount of money, but oh my god, their lifestyle is just fucked.
They work you into a very early grave.
Yeah.
Okay. I was only going to say, I've got friends stateside who have had some big money, high flying jobs, and they've all managed it for a handful of years, and then just gone, do you know what? Life's worth more than this.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they've got their dollar, and then they've got out, because they absolutely, in those kind of companies, they literally get their pound of flesh.
Yeah.
And they completely, they fuck you over. They don't give a fuck. I think that's the bottom line. They don't give a fuck about you as a person. And, you know, they will absolutely, if you drop down dead tomorrow, they'd go, oh, it's such a shame. Okay, who's going to fill his role? That's all. That's the first thing they'd be bothered about.
Absolutely.
So, and I always come back to the fact that, you know, and I've said this time and time again, for me, the happiest I ever was when I had the amount of money where it was okay. Everything was okay. It was all right. I'm not saying I didn't have to worry. I had to worry about where money was coming from, but it was okay. I wasn't, you know, destitute. And the moment you go above that, there's that kind of balance between work, happiness, you know, everything. If you're okay and you're coping and whatever, I'd probably turn around and go, that's where you'll be at your happiest.
Yeah.
Just because you're going to get a job with shitloads of money, that has side effects, you know, kind of the balance goes out of kilter. And, you know, so...
Because I used to work with a lot of... When I worked for a company and we were contracted out to the Ministry of Justice. And they had this weird way of doing it. Our company developed the software. We would train the users to use the software, but we would also train a bunch of other trainers who would then train the management at Ministry of Justice and at the police forces and all that kind of thing. And so we used to hang out with these other trainers, and these were all employed through companies like Accenture, Capita, and, you know, Ernst and Young, and all of these kind of big corporate, you know, they hoover up all the government contracts because they know they're onto a winner, and then they'll recruit. They recruit these people. And I used to sit down with this guy quite a lot, and we would sort of talk about it because I was interested in what he was doing, because he was driving a really nice car, he was wearing really nice suits, he was going on holidays, all this, you know. And I said, so, you know, what's it like? And he said, don't do it. He said, I've got into this and I'm seeing how long I can do it, but I can't wait to get out, because each contract is 6 months long. And I'm always looking for the next job, because if I don't, and I'll have to build up a fund in case I don't get that next contract. And he said, no, just forget it. And then you know, some of the horror stories of, you know, but what was it? I think it was Accenture. I think it was them. If you go and work for them, actually, you know, on their payroll rather than as a contractor, you get assigned to a project, whether that's a a government project or civil, whatever. You'll get assigned to that project, and when that project finishes, they'll pay to fly you to Chicago, to Accenture headquarters, where you are essentially reprogrammed. So
you have to do it their way.
You have to, and so you are just kind of like reset, and then they assign you to another one, and it's just scary stuff. So yeah, when this guy said Ernst and Young, I'm like, maybe not.
No, I personally found it easier going in as a consultant, because inevitably your client didn't really know what they wanted, and therefore it was much easier to tell the client what they wanted and then deliver to the client what they wanted, but they didn't know they wanted it. So going as a consultant was it was an eye-opener, and I found it actually very rewarding.
No, I'm very lucky to, because in the world of training, a lot of it is contract based. So you get 6 months. I mean, and I've done a few jobs that like that. I worked for Zurich Finance for a fixed term thing, and once the project finishes, like, bye, off you go. That's it. And it's just too. Ugh. So to find a job in training that is actually a full-time contracted, full-time contract rather than a fixed term thing is kind of a rarity. And so when I found this one, I was like, oh yeah, thank you, that'll do. Because it was between this, when I got offered this job, which was about 10 years ago this month, I got offered this job, or a job in the city doing training, but actually, for a company just outside of Liverpool Street. Same money, except with the one in Liverpool Street, I would have to commute on the train every day there and back, which is like 90 minutes if everything is running on time. Packed like in the sardine can. Getting up at like 5:30 to make sure you get the 6:30 to get into London at 8, and then similarly you get back about 7 or 8 o'clock, and that would cost you back then it was about £5,000 to £6,000 a year for a season ticket to travel from here to London and back every day for a year. And it's much more than that now. Or work from home for the same money, and they give you a car allowance. So it's not a company car, so you don't have to worry about all the tax implications. They just stick a little extra in your salary each month, and they just expect you to be able to travel, so you can spend it on whatever you like. And it turned out that I did maybe like in the 10 years I've been here, I've probably done about 4 or 5 training sessions in the UK. Everything else has been international, and they send a car to take me to the airport and bring me back. So because it's cheaper than part of the car.
That's a tough decision then. I mean, that was.
Oh yeah, it was just I think I laboured over that one for at least 5 minutes.
Yeah. Fucking hell, that's longer than I would have laboured over it.
But the thing was, I went for the interview for this job. I've told this story before, but it still astounds me. And unfortunately, he's no longer with us. But I walked into the office. We had this office here in Suffolk, a big European distribution centre. And I walked in, and I knew my boss was flying in. He was flying in from Toronto. And I knew his name, but I didn't, I walked into the room and saw the guy, and he's very friendly. He's, makes me a coffee, and he says, "So what do you do in your spare time?" And I said, "Oh, well, I have this blog called Failed Muso." He goes, "Shut up!" Because I'm here for a job interview. I'm like, "What?" He says, "I know you." And I said, "What?" He says, "I'm Muff Wiggler." What? The Muff Wiggler? Wow. As in, I said, "Yes," and it was Mike McGrath. And then, oh my God, he said, "I love you." Oh, we've spoken, and we'd spoken loads of times on various places.
Wow.
So my interview lasted 2 hours. Hour and 45 minutes was me and Mike just talking synths and shit. And 15 minutes was like, well, this is what we're going to have to do, and this is, can you do that? And yeah, okay, right. And he phoned me up about a week later. He says, well, as far as I'm concerned, you've got the job, but you've got to go through another stage of interrogation with a bunch of other people. But as far as I'm concerned, you've got it, and I got the job.
Wow, that's what a coincidence.
That's brilliant.
It's just bizarre.
That's
It was absolutely
amazing.
bizarre. And so, unfortunately, Mike's no longer with us, which is a very sad tale.
Yeah.
But he was, because the way he got into that job was that he started a company with a friend, created this software that allowed you to print onto cards, because the industry I work in is mainly access control. So you can actually put your photo on a card and holographic etchings and all this kind of stuff. So his software did that, and my company bought his company, and he just got told, well, you got to pick of you can do this or this or this. What do you want to do? He said, I'll take on the academy. That sounds like fun. He had no idea, absolutely no idea, but he just spent their money quite happily and took people on contracts that were, even my boss today says, I can't believe the kind of contract you've got. Nobody else in this company's got a contract like you. I was like, well, that's okay. She says, why are we still paying you a car allowance? I said, I don't know, but it's on the form and you still got to pay it.
Yeah, so fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. They can't. I actually said to them, look, I said, would it make it easier if you just built that into my main salary and up my main salary by that amount? And she said, unfortunately, we can't do that because it would constitute a pay rise. It would be equivalent to a pay rise of over 10%. And that has to be signed off by the president of the company, and he will never sign a pay rise of 10%.
That makes
to
sense.
anyone.
Yeah.
So it's fine because I still get the money, but what happens is when my bonus is calculated, it's only calculated on my base salary, and not that.
Stop fucking complaining.
I know, but it would make some kind of a difference. But anyway, yes, I'm not, honestly not grumbling.
Funny enough, my sister, she's also moved into management. She does tech support, and she used to go out remotely to different sites for the company and sort out all their systems. But now she's moved to being a manager. She's lost that car allowance money, and even though she gets paid more now, she actually gets paid less because she doesn't have that car allowance.
That's not unusual.
Yeah, it's strange. Yeah.
David, I just realised we haven't said hello to David.
David!
Unmute
Good evening,
yourself.
David.
Fuck off.
You're muted.
Unmute. That's the thing you've said.
Take it.
And that's what happened.
Yay!
Where's Cleopatra?
Where's Cleo?
Oh, we had somebody in the house today, so she's probably still. It's going to take her a little bit. She hides. Yeah, we've had some. Last time I moved, she hid in the between the walls, and I had to go down there. Everything was out of the house, and the very last thing I had to do was get Cleopatra out of the fiberglass.
I miss my cat hugely. I went through. I think I've said this before. So I had a cat called Juno, she was mine. She died when she was 17. And for 2 years, I literally couldn't talk about her. I mean, when I say I couldn't talk about her, I literally could not talk about it because if I started talking about it, I'd just burst into tears. Yeah. She was my best friend. I fucking loved that cat. And only now, so she died 5 years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago, and I've been able to talk about the. Is it 6 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's. Only now can I vaguely think about possibly getting another cat, but yeah. So I know that God, yeah, she was fucking amazing. I know that sounds ridiculous if you're not a cat person, but she was just absolutely awesome.
Just animal person in general.
Well, if you do get another one, get a kitten, then you can train it.
Well, the thing is, Juno. When I got Juno, the funny part about it was I got her when she was 7 weeks old. And she was literally just this little ball of fluff.
You were bonded. You were like
black. She was black and white. And what had happened was she'd actually been brought into a sort of rescue place, and they just brought her in because she'd been in a house with a baby, and the baby didn't really know, like toddler, and was basically just kind of biting this little kitten. And so Juno had this really kind of cut ear. It was like a big cut in her ear, and I was really timid, And I remember the woman turning around and going, you know, well, she's never going to be much of a looker, but, you know, she's got a lovely little personality. And she was the best looking cat. She was beautiful. She was black and white, and she was just literally heaven. So
I'll see if I can find my two. They're lurking somewhere.
I'd love to have another cat, but I need a hypoallergenic one because I'm allergic to cats.
Well, the funny part about it is, Philp is allergic to cats, but I'm not having you on. She said she turned around and went, it's fine, I'll just take tablet I'll take antihistamines every day. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, you know. She's that stupid. She's willing to do that so that if I want to. Yeah. Which is either really sweet or really stupid. I mean, she's with me, so it must be fucking stupid. So it's, you know, so. But I think I will end up getting another cat. Because, it's absolutely adorable.
Did it sleep like on your face or like right?
Oh, completely. It was.
Because it was so young when you got it.
It was, and when I say she was my best friend, it really was. She really was my best friend. I mean, she was, you know, kind of. But the lovely thing about her was the fact that what I love about cats, and this is why I prefer them to dogs. Sorry about this, Ken, but why I prefer them to dogs is the fact that what I love about them is they have that attitude of, if I'm in the mood, I'm all yours. If I'm not in the mood, fuck you. And beautiful.
The independence.
You know, you can
I love that independence. I love the fact that if they're in the, but the funny part about it was, if ever you were on a downer, if ever you would just, you know, kind of whatever, she would absolutely know in an instant, and she literally would just be all over you.
That's the same with my cat when I was younger. Yeah, he used to meet me at the bus stop when I used to come home from school and that. And if you were down, he knew instantly. And so people say cats don't care, but you know.
Oh no, they do.
Well, completely. I mean, the kind of the end of Juno. Juno started suffering from some kidney issues, as lots of cats do. But what really did it was we went on holiday. We came back from Portugal, and she wasn't where she would always be waiting for us, and she wasn't there. And then we found her about an hour later, and she came to the back door and literally just dragging her back leg. And basically, she'd been hit, but it would literally have been that day, and her back leg was completely disconnected from her. You know, it was just hanging. She was dragging this back, you know, kind of crying, and she'd been hiding in the hedge for however long until we got back. Luckily, we got back the same day that it had happened, and we went to, I don't even know how many, you know, so we went to emergency vets, and they all turned around and went, we're really sorry, but we can't really do anything. And I was having none of it, absolutely having none of it. So I was just adamant, and it was one of the very, beautiful. That's what Juno looked like. And it was one of the very few times where I was really, really so grateful that I was okay money wise, because I literally just turned around and managed to find a vet where I just said to them, look, I don't care how much it costs. I don't care if she only gets another, you know, 2 months of life. I don't care how much it costs. I'm going to pay it. And I mean, I think I said to Kent at the time, it cost me thousands. But I found a vet that would get it all and put in steel plates and all this kind of thing. And even then, it was all completely touch and go whether she would make it, because she was still old by that stage. She was about 16, maybe 15, 16. Yeah.
She made it for a while. Yeah.
She made it. We got about another 18 months out of her.
Oh yeah.
And the great thing about it is that although she had all these plates and it didn't affect her walking. It didn't affect anything. It was basically, in the end, it was the kidneys that, you know, kind of failing that. Honestly, even right now, I could fucking burst into tears. She was amazing, absolutely amazing. And I think the unfairer bit about that is the fact that whatever cat comes into my life now, unfortunately, I'm going to be comparing to her, and it's wrong, really. I shouldn't do that, but you know.
Yeah, but they won't be like Juno.
No.
Then you stop comparing.
Yeah,
you could always call it Juno 6.
What? Go, no, I'll call a Juno 1. Go for the lesser model. If I go for a Juno 1 or a Juno 2, then I know that she has, she's never going to be quite as good.
Don't do that.
No. I'm not.
As you know, I was the same with Max.
Yeah, absolutely.
When spent thousands sitting in that swimming pool all day with him, giving him hydrotherapy, and you just do everything.
Yeah.
And it's
when it's like that, when you have that kind of relationship, it's and again, and I understand animal people don't get it, and there's no reason why they should really, but it is just like. It's just like a human being. It's exactly.
A member of the family, isn't it?
Absolutely, I would have done anything for that cat, and I did do everything I possibly could. It's just, yeah. And when people turn, of course, you always get people turn around and go, "Oh, it's just a fucking cat," or, why spend all that money when you know that you're just thinking, "Oh my God, you're so missing the point here. Your head works in a different way to the way my head works."
Yeah.
And you know how people that know me know how I don't suffer fools very well, and there was quite a lot of people in my life at that stage that it was just like, you're a fucking fool, fuck off. But anyway, there was one thing I'm gonna completely change the subject. Dave, what synth is that up by your right shoulder? That one, yeah. What is it? Is it a Pro 3?
Oh, it's Pro 3. It's just got a Dex Saber on it.
Oh, that's why. No, that's why. No, look at Pro 3, but I'm thinking there's something different about it.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Yeah. Oh, fine. Yeah. Pro 3. Yay! We love Pro 3s.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It is, it's an engineering marvel. That's what I mean,
like
for 20 whatever. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I do like it. Yeah.
I got such a great deal with mine because basically, so I'd been looking at it, going, should I, shouldn't I? And the last thing I needed was another mono synth or paraphonic, whichever way you look at it. Really, really, the last thing I needed.
No, I get it.
And but Nick did a review of it, and what happened is Fletcher sent him one over, and did a review, but because of the price of getting it back, what Fletcher basically do is go, well, if you want it, we'll sell you as a bargain price kind of thing. If you want to keep it, rather than shipping it back. And Nick said, well, no, I'm in no position. I don't want to keep it. So Nick just put a centered thing out to all the Sonic State guys, basically just saying, got a Pro 3 here. Do this is how much it is. Does anyone want it? Before I send it back. And I jumped in, and I literally happened to be the first one to get in. But I know for a fact that I think Dave Spears was literally fucking cursing me, and I think Yohad was cursing me. But I got it for something like 600 and something quid.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was just a price that they basically, it just wasn't worth their while for them to ship back to, So by the time they paid all the shipping things, so I picked one up. I think it was about 670 quid. I think.
Wow.
Pro 3. Pro 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Mine was $499.
Yeah. No, what? No, it wasn't.
Yes, it fucking was.
No, it wasn't.
What?
What was?
$499.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't, Kent.
What are we talking about?
Pro 3.
Pro 3.
Oh.
He's got the Behringer version.
No.
I'm sure it was.
No, it wasn't. I can absolutely assure you.
Aren't they like 1,500 quid or something?
About
like that?
for the normal one.
Oh, are they really?
1,600 quid.
Yeah, I think you
Even
pay
more in the States.
Mate, do you know what? It explains so many things, especially today. I went to get some parts this morning. So I get the old iPad out and I go, yeah, right, buy that. Yeah, I'll get one of them and 2 cans of that. Hit buy, like that. It went, no. Oh, fuck you. It's a stupid website. Went to another place to go and do it. And he went, no. Like that. I go, what the fuck is going on? So I had a look to see how much was in the bank.
Oh, God.
I
want to know this, Kent?
I have 23 quid in the world. That is it.
Okay.
I went, oh, I should check this more often.
I really think you should check it more often. Sorry, do you know what? I've got to do something because I've suddenly realised that I've got 11 minutes. I was going to buy all these Plugin Alliance plugins, and I think they run out at midnight on these. And
yeah, you got 11 minutes.
I know. I'm just thinking, and it's only when I literally just looked at it, I may have missed it, to be fair. They're doing all these offers on the whatever it is. I got some emails, and all day I've been there going, I must get that, and I haven't. So you can, if you, I'll tell you what, I'll mute myself. I will come back in a second after I've done this because you don't want to hear me sitting.
Is it noisy?
Actually, no, fuck it. I'll listen. You just hear lots of keyboard clicks. Carry on, ignore me.
Yeah, we're used to that.
Yeah. Welcome to my life. Just fucking ignore me.
Sorry, what did
I almost got that. I almost got the.
You know what?
Arturia feed collection.
Plugin Boutique.
What?
The Arturia V collection.
Yeah,
the V collection.
Well, but they got the countdown. But I literally was like, I got up. I started to walk downstairs, and I froze. I was like, do I really need this? And I sat down. And I went back.
Yeah, I'll tell you the answer to that one. No, you don't. Is the answer.
Of course, because you're selling all your gear and moving it into the box, aren't you?
I just don't need it. It was like, what are you doing? Like, what are you going to use this on? I'm like, I don't know, stuff. You know, it's a good deal. It's like, I don't know if this deal will come again. I'm like, the deal comes every year. It's like, but anyways, it was kind of one of those, you know. I was like,
well, I also looked because I quite like. I mean, I watched the video on the CS80 because I haven't got a CS80 plugin, so but I don't think I can afford it at the moment.
Yeah. Have you seen what Splice do? They actually do a rent to buy, and they've got free collection on there, so you pay monthly.
Splice.
Yeah, and that they do like samples and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But you pay monthly, but at the end you own it. And also, whilst
you do it on the Arturia website as well, isn't it?
Whilst you're renting it, rent to buy is. If there's any updates, you get that for free. So I've kind of been tempted, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's the main thing I'm worried about is, you know, if you buy a version and then version 6 comes out, and, sorry, you can't have the update that you were talking about the other day.
Right. Honestly, I got the GeForce Oddity for like that sale. I'm more excited about playing with that. I loved it. First time I heard this pads, I was like, what in the world did he do this thing? It sounds so great. But
if only there was a controller for it.
No. Nobody would be that smart. Nobody could be that smart.
Nah, nobody could pull that off.
Could they?
Oh,
Cleo, what do you think? Do you think they could do it?
Oh, yes.
I'm a big fan. She always.
I still come across images of that every now and again, and it's like, oh, yeah, it was different, I must admit. Hasn't really been anything like that since, has there?
Do you still have one, Kent?
Yeah, I got one out in the garage.
Sorry, stupid question.
And but it is the real 0001.
Right.
It was
not
a good
one,
question.
Not one of the 4 that you made for other people.
Not one of the 4 or 5 that I made before that. Yeah.
Did you find a second one behind the Jupiter 8?
No, I wish I could. I tell you what.
Yeah, you should sell that Jupiter 8. That's like 20 grand right there, at least, right?
Oh, that Jupiter 8. I don't think there's.
If you only have 50 something in the bank, you should sell the Jupiter 8.
Yeah, well, I
Ken,
don't think.
Can you just not keep it as parts for mine?
Well, you say that. When I was stocking up the new workshop,
did you find my OB12?
Oh, I know where your OB12 is.
Oh, okay.
No. It was something else you asked me to hang on to for you.
Oh, okay.
And so they're now the only ones available in the world. So you got 3 boxes of them, which is spare knobs for your touch digital controller.
Oh yeah, I did. Oh, you found some. Oh, fantastic. Oh,
yeah,
awesome.
I put 3 boxes to one side.
Oh, bless your socks.
Yeah, because it's 128 knobs.
I just look and go lots. I don't know whether you remember, but you made them. So I think you may know more than I do. I just look and go lots. So.
And be fair, who couldn't use a spare knob, right? So
absolutely, absolutely.
There we go. Done. Made it. 6 minutes to go. Good.
So what did you get, Ty?
I don't even know. It's the.
You just click select all.
No, it's
They're
the
tools. They are tools.
Knee old, whatever it is. The plug-in alliance. They do a whole stuff. It's a plug-in. It's yet another kind of distortion, stroke saturation thing. It's just again one of those things I've been looking at for ages, and then they suddenly just do a deal on it for one of their 48-hour flash things. So it's.
Have you got Fluffy Audio's Spaghetti Western?
Do you know what? I think it's the only Fluffy Audio I don't have, because I looked at it and there was just all the things that I actually found really interesting. I just had other versions of.
Yeah.
Why are you now going to tell me they're doing it on offer or something?
No. I bought it. I did buy it.
Yeah, I just all the individual components was all sounded okay, but I've got them all in other libraries.
Yeah, but because I saw it and I went, oh yeah, fucking hell, yeah, all right. And I bought it. And as we know, it's Fluffy Audio. It wasn't cheap.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's then that I realised just how niche it actually is.
Well, that's what I kind of. It is incredibly niche,
isn't it? Just
sort of how many Ennio Morricone covers.
Well, that's the thing. I think that's kind of the problem I had with it, is that they were shaped. They were basically aiming it literally at the. If you want to do a Morricone spaghetti Western score, this is the library you need, and you're absolutely right. And it's great. But it is that niche. It's the fact, unless that's what you're doing, its use.
But it's like some of the songs, like the
limited.
harmonica, the actual, and it has the actual.
Yeah, the harmonica's nice
pitch.
Actually.
Yeah, that pitch thing that it does and everything from Once Upon a Time in the West.
How much?
But you can't use that
at
all.
For Spaghetti Western.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not cheap. Even when they do an offer on it.
None of Fluffy Audio is.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, Fluffy Audio stuff is really good, but it's not cheap.
It's like Dominus Pro.
Yeah, I think that's the only one I don't have by them. But it was so niche, and I wasn't doing the Spaghetti Western this month.
Yeah.
So
how much is it, Rob?
€250. Ouch. And you need contact.
I think it was more expensive than that when I got it.
£250 for something that is that niche.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see that? You see, this is.
Yeah. Well, I had an idea at the time when I was getting it.
You see, the thing is with this is that most of these libraries are aimed at people like me. Really, they're kind of aimed at kind of
professional.
Professional. That's the thing, and so I need. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a wannabe, so I bought it as well.
It's a different kind of market. I totally understand why anybody would look at that and go, 250. Fuck, you could get this for that. You could get that for that. And I totally get it. Totally understand it. But the reality is, those kind of libraries are just aimed at very. Yeah. It's a different kind of market.
Yeah, if you get asked to score Westworld again, it's.
Well, all of these things, it's kind of. I think the difference is, and I've said this before, is that what I used to do is I used to buy everything all the time, because my argument always used to be, if I need a Mongolian nose flute at 3 o'clock in the morning, I need to have a Mongolian nose flute to hand. The reality is now, because of obviously downloads, it's less of an issue, because if I'm stuck in the middle of a session or the night, whatever, the reality is, with a bit of searching, I can find it and grab it fairly quickly. So that's kind of changed. So when it's that niche, I don't really bother. But but what was it? There was one I saw the other day, and I thought, that sounds really nice library, but I'm never going to use it. I'm literally just, I'm not joking. The amount of fucking banjo libraries that I've bought over the years. And then you do sit down to me and go, when was the last time I used a banjo?
Yes.
And especially because after my dad fucking died, I've got his fucking banjo down in the studio. I can't believe that's actually happened. I can't believe there's actually a banjo on the premises. That is fucking embarrassing.
The Fluffy Renaissance Library is cool with the the lute and all that stuff.
Oh, it's fantastic. That's
that's
a
a
really
nice
great
library.
library. It's a really great library. Yeah, I mean,
I
they
think-
do really good stuff.
But I mean, even Dominus. I mean, even that kind of choir is niche.
Yeah,
But
it is.
I
but
love
there's-
that
Yeah,
sound.
but there's more.
It's a good
you know,
choir, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
there's more
beautiful.
things you could use it on.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I have a cheaper version from the old Contact Lab site.
Okay.
Remember Contact Lab?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had some cool choirs on there and stuff.
Yeah. So, because was it the East-West choirs?
Yeah.
I haven't fired that up in. Oh, I don't know, a stupid amount of time now.
But have you got? Is it the new version you've got or the old version?
I think it's the old version.
I used to use the old version a lot. I have told you the story about. I've told you about the story about the program. Have I told? I mean, maybe I haven't told you the story about the director who. So this was the first one. So when you had East West Choirs, it was the first one that had word building.
Yeah.
And director I was working with, who is a really good friend, and it was one of the jobs where it was so last minute. I literally delivered at the dub. So he was sat in the dub, and I delivered the entire score on the first morning of the dub. He'd heard none of the score before, and on the opening track, I decided that I was going to make the choir sing something, because I don't know if you've ever heard the East-West word building, but basically, if you know what's being said, you know what it's saying, but you have to be told, because it's so vague, like a real choir, really.
It's like the soniccake.com thing.
Yeah, it's exactly the same one.
Yeah, that was written in Votox.
Yeah, but that's
it's more
it.
like
So
bollocks,
I did-
actually.
But that's the thing. So what I did though was say, and I can't say his name, but I basically made the choir sing for the titles of this entire series. And I can't remember if it is a wanker or is a. It is wanker, and basically, so is a wanker. We're really good friends, so it's fine. And the thing is, I played it, and you don't know it when you just listen to it. You don't know it. You just listen to it, and you think it's brilliant and wonderful.
Yeah.
And it's only after he basically, I went down to the dub and I was going, "Do you like it? Oh, it's brilliant, yeah, it's great." And then I brought it in at the credits, and there's one track in the middle that uses the same thing as well. And I said, "Did you hear what the choir was singing?" He was like, "Well, what do you mean what the choir was singing?" I went, "Listen carefully," and he carefully went, "No." And then the moment I told him what they were singing,
he could hear it.
You can hear it. You can just hear it, and you now cannot not hear it every time you listen to it. It is the, and he got really worried because he was then going, "If this is BBC One prime time, they're not going to pass this. People will hear it." And I was going, "No, you won't hear it. You won't hear it."
No.
And to this day. To this day, I cannot say what the project is. It was a big series back in about the early 2000s, and I can't say what the project is. I can't say what his name is, because otherwise you can track it down and find what he's done. But yeah, there's a choir singing about. Was it? Oh no, it wasn't. It was Has a Little Willie. That's it.
Makes all the difference.
That's what. Has a little Willie, all the way through. The whole thing. That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah. So there we go.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's the wonders of. But Votox has got a lot better on the latest East West. It's a lot more intelligible. The kind of they've made it a lot more a lot better.
Yeah.
I got the new IK Multimedia Modo Bass 2 today.
Oh, it's great.
It's very good, isn't it?
It's very good. But same with their drums as well.
Oh, they're both brilliant.
Yeah, both of them are really fantastic.
You got me thinking now, have I done the upgrade from Modo 1?
Yeah, because they've added.
I have. Yeah, because I've done the drums as well. Because there's a new jazz kit, is it? There's a new.
Yeah.
No, the jazz kit was already there. There was something else that they added.
Can't remember now. See, the Modo drum is good, and it's a small footprint as compared to other drum libraries, but it's no superior drummer. And when I first got it, I had my kit set up and I played something on Superior Drummer and then switched over to Modo Drummer, and you could hear Superior Drummer was exactly what it said on the tin. It was Superior. It was. But it's a much bigger investment and a much bigger footprint.
Yeah.
But this Modo bass is really good. And they've got all these new models in there as well.
So I'm just looking at Hazio Head. Everyone's talking about mossballs for Trinity. What am I missing here? What's the conversation? Can someone talk to me? What people talking about mossboards? I only ask because I've got a Trinity Pro X here that never gets switched on, which obviously has the mossboard.
It's cheap, probably cheaper to buy a Z1 these days than it is to buy a mossboard for a Trinity, because.
My Z1. Well, no, my Z1 was 800 quid, so not really.
I just have the TR rack for the Trinity.
Say again, Sind?
I just have the TR rack for the Trinity.
Yeah. I've got a Trinity Pro X that never gets switched on. You want to what mossboard?
I'll tell you what, though, Ty. Yesterday, my Oasis coughed. It fired up, popped up with a screen, goes beep like that, and then went black. And it's never ever done that before.
Uh-oh.
But I turned it on again since, and it seems to have been all right. But that's the first time I've ever known it cough at all. And that's got me a little worried.
So I used one at Guitar Center 4 or 5 months ago. Pretty cheap, actually.
What, mossboard or?
No, the Oasis.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Define cheap?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if it was not so happy or not. Or not upgraded or whatever. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not too worried if the 10.1 touchscreen goes, because you can still plug a monitor in the back, and you can plug a mouse into the USB and use it like it's a little PC.
I have no idea what the fuck's going on with my internet tonight at all. What did you say about the Trinity? All I heard was it coughed, and then that's all I heard.
Oasis coughed.
In what way?
It blanked out. It loaded up, made the ping sound, and then the screen went blank, and none of the buttons worked.
And then?
I turned it off and fired it up again. It's been all right since. But that's the first time it's ever done anything of that nature. Ever.
I just settled with the M3. It's like a baby Oasis. So.
Yeah.
The Radius card in there, and you're good to go.
Yeah, well, the M3 came about from the Oasis forum. They said, "Oh, what do you want in your Oasis?" So we told them, and then they did nothing, and then the M3 came out, and they go, "Oh, hang on a minute, there's the higher resolution sequencer we're asking for."
And it's the best Karma implementation I've seen too. It's really good.
Yeah, 'cause the Karma's quite huge in them, and it needs a lot of fettling though.
I need to switch mine on. The last time I switched my Oasis on, it turned around and told me that I need to sort out the clock.
Oh, you need an internal battery there, Dudo.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. So.
Yeah, easy enough to fit.
I know. It'll just have to go in the pile of stuff that comes down to you in the van.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, and this seems to be working so far, is instead of having 120, 130 keyboards here at any one time, it's now 15.
15?
Yeah, and nothing comes in until something has gone out.
Oh, right.
Wow.
Yeah. And it works out roughly about a week's work. So every week another batch of keyboards comes in. Probably do, weekends when people can pick up and drop off more than anything else.
Is the Oasis basically a Linux system? Is that?
Yeah, it's Linux on I think it's an ASRock or a...
Yeah.
Is it an ASRock motherboard?
Don't
or
ask
one
me.
of them. Or A-Open or something, one of those. It's basically an Intel P4 2 gigs.
But Wagyu knows he's a heavy Linux guy. I just dabble, so.
Yeah. Yeah, because what it wants is an updated operating system. Off you go, Wags. Get it sorted, mate. We want a high resolution sequencer. And we want it to be able to run on a different board. We need drivers, don't we, Ty? We need drivers, mate.
I'm going to say, yeah, we need drivers. Yeah.
We need drivers, my man, so we can run it on newer boards.
So we can run it on newer boards, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Hey, Ty, have you had any trouble with your Neuron at all, speaking of boards?
Oh, of course, it's a fucking Neuron. Of course you have trouble with it. I mean, so basically, my Neuron was one of those that back in it was about 3 years old. It did the thing where we had the lights of doom, where you turn it on, and the lights just keep going and keep going, keep going. So at the time, I had a Mackie DXB, and I was basically a guinea pig for the DXB. And was it the DXB? Yeah, the DXB. Was that the one with the 2 screens? I've still got it, but I can't remember. It is a DXB, I think. Anyway, and so there was one particular, because it was kind of a prototype DXB. So there's one place down in London that would look after this DXB for me, and I'd had so many motherboards changed in that. And so when I took it down the one time, my Neuron was literally at this stage just a doorstop. So I took it down to them and said, "Look, can you have a look at this? Because the company had gone under. No one knew what to do with this thing, and he went and have a look at it. Anyway, so they had a look at it, and said yes, or we can't do anything. Basically, it needs a new motherboard. By which time, I've always said this: when the Neuron was launched, the motherboard was already out of date.
Sure.
Before it launched, is it a Pentium 2 or Pentium 3?
It's pretty old. It's
anyway,
so slightly older than my Timberland Miko. So
yeah, so whatever it was, the motherboard was already totally out of date before it was launched. By the time it was launched, and they turned and went, we cannot find any of these motherboards. You just can't get them anymore." And so it's fucked. The whole machine was fucked, and they kept it out, and they kept it for about 12 months, and then I suddenly got this phone call saying, "You're not going to believe this, but we've just got in a whole load of PCs from a school that they've basically just got rid of. And the motherboards are not quite the same, but close enough to be able to run." And so I had a new motherboard fitted in. They changed all the capacitors, and I've got a spare motherboard in the loft, basically. But again, I haven't switched it on for a couple of months, and it's one of those instruments, and I always say this: it's one of my favorite instruments. But every time you switch it on, you have to cross your fingers and just hope that it's going to boot up, and knowing full well that one day it's just not going to boot up. But
I use the VS a lot. Unfortunately, they never got stick recording figured out for that. So.
No, they never did. I've got a VS, and my literally it just sits there. It's in a room that I can't remember the last time I even plugged that in. But yeah, the actual Neuron it's a beautiful instrument, and if it worked, and I knew it worked, it would be in one of my top 5 synths, because it's a beautiful thing. But yeah, but when it goes, kind of trying to get it sorted and repaired is a fucking nightmare.
I actually just fired up the old model maker and made some models recently. It still works. So.
Oh, well done, excellent, well done. I've got nothing that Model Maker would run on. Yeah, I've got nothing. I think it's one of those. But
I ran it on a VM actually. I had a Windows XP VM. So
okay.
Yeah.
I bought when they were, I can't remember when, but basically someone in France did a kind of safety kit for them, and in the safety kit they had spare joysticks, a ghosted hard drive, all this basically the kits that because they I think they made 20 of them or something, and basically said, buy one of these when your machine goes wrong. It's not if your machine goes wrong. When your machine goes wrong, you'll be able to save it. It's that kind of thing. But
scary.
Yeah, it is scary. It is scary. And all I would, I got Cy bought one. I got Cy Alexander to buy one. I spoke to him the other day, and we were talking about it. It's a beautiful, beautiful instrument. Unfortunately, they're not going to last forever, because they will all just go wrong, and it's not like an analog synth where you can just get Kent to have a look at it and get it.
Well, plus, Kent, what about those parts in there? Those are pretty weird too, right? All the control panel stuff is pretty esoteric.
Yeah, yeah. The more out there that they are, the harder they'll fall. It's like the Andromedas. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I've just got a fucking pile of that kind of shit that I just, at some stage they're all going to become doorstops.
Yeah, but it's not even like, you can buy like 3 dead Andromedas and go, well, make a working one out of the 3. You can't. It's always the same.
I was going to say it's going to be the same voices. That
yeah.
It's always going to be the voices.
It's always going to be the same shit that's gone in them. Isn't it? It's like yeah.
But I didn't know when I was having my neuron issues. I didn't know Kent. So the next time it goes wrong this time, whether he likes it or not, he's going to get it dumped on him. So.
The neuron, isn't that the one that's got like those little orange mushrooms growing out of it?
That's the one.
Yeah, those stupid things break really easily too.
Yeah,
that's why when you bought the safety kit, you got spare joysticks because.
Yeah, I'm going to 3D print some because they're bugging me. So.
Yeah. But
it's a very weird looking thing.
It's the only synth ever that only has one wooden side panel. So the right hand side has a wooden end cheek. The left hand side doesn't.
Well, yeah, before the sledge, it's the only one that has all the stuff on the side, the ports on the side.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's so underdeveloped. It never got finished. It never got to. I mean, people. I always find this funny. People moaning about the Moog 1, about the state it's been left in, and all this kind of thing. You're thinking, fucking hell, buy a Neuron. Half the buttons on the front actually, kind of don't actually do anything because it was always going to be for a future upgrade. For future.
Oh, even the hardware has that with the some.
Oh my god, the fucking hardware! Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bit.
I thought most of the software was out of it. So.
No.
Hello, hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
But it's like the sequence of buttons, isn't it, on the wall?
Hey, Jim. Did you play a show?
Yeah,
tonight?
I did indeed. Yeah.
Were you shit?
No, I was fucking epic.
You know what? We weren't there, so we can't argue.
Did you film it, Jim?
I have filmed. Well, hopefully, I've not checked the footage or the audio recording, but hopefully, I've got both.
Good stuff.
I might knock something together and do like a premiere thingy or something again. But yeah, no, it was a really good night. Really good night. So Martin Christie was there again, Ian.
Good stuff.
Which is good. Yeah, doing his proper like northern poetry somewhere between John Cooper Clarke and Sleaford Mods. It was awesome.
He's great. He's Martin. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
And there's a guy doing some really good drum and bass, just on a MPC. It's just like really crystal clear. It's nice.
It's like his fingers. Was he finger playing it all?
No, I mean that was the downside. It was pretty much song mode. Not really doing anything other than the odd bit of filtering, which as
an easy gig.
An observer, it's pretty much like press play and then just do a couple of things. Whereas my set is just fucking mental. I've got no time to do anything. It's like fingers everywhere. But yeah, nice. It's
I'd rather watch. There you go.
So my first girlfriend described me.
Even if he sounded better than you, I'd rather watch you.
Yeah, someone doing something more. Yeah.
I can't cope with this whole bollocks of just.
Yeah, watch me press play.
Press play.
Yeah. I like the last few Kraftwerk shows.
Exactly.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare go there!
I love them, but they phone it in, right?
Let me just answer some emails while the holograms are going for it.
Exactly.
There's nothing nicer than watching somebody's reflection from a laptop screen.
That's what I was going to tell you, Robbie. When I was trying to get old Dan for tomorrow, Simo phoned me up and he goes, I said, have we got an answer from him yet? And he went, no, I haven't yet. He hasn't. He's still not quite sure. Oh, for fuck's sake. So he goes, but I have got some good news. I went, oh, okay, what's that? He says, he's found the schematics for the vocoder.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, you were joking. You're joking, really?
Yeah, apparently the guy did do a set.
Fuck.
So obviously.
So after you fixed it.
Yeah. So I didn't need it for the first 3 years.
Well, least you can now compare it to all the things how it was meant to be and how you've done it wrong.
Well, I might be able to figure out now what the missing components on one of the boards are.
Yeah, that'd be.
So you never know. We might be autobahning at some point in the next month.
As Wagyu said, scan them and put them on the internet.
And then Behringer will make their own version.
Yeah.
Cunts.
Yeah, well, Behringer
Sorry,
did post
they did post the picture of it, didn't they?
Yeah, they did put the photographs up of it, didn't they? Yeah.
That was well cheeky, and we were like, we know exactly where that is right now. It's
Yeah.
like,
They go, that's the eBay pictures. That's not news.
As
Go
if,
away.
as if they have it. It's just like, fuck off.
Yeah.
Oh, on so many levels.
Indeed.
Oh, dear.
Look, can I just say, Robbie, if you need to get it out your system, just fucking play it.
So I'll just go through.
No, you feel better now.
A little bit.
Only a little bit.
That feels like
I'll tell you what, that
I think. You know what I think the ironic thing is? I don't know whether you know, but I don't know if anyone plays Hurdle. But
Yes, my wife does.
Pip sent me one this morning going, have you played Hurdle this morning? And I went, no. And she went, you should do. It's piss easy. And it was just two harmonics. And the moment you just heard two harmonics, and all you wanted to do was go, reach out, touch faith. So yeah, how ironic that the day that he's the star of Hurdle.
What was the piano, Rob?
It's a sample piano.
Yeah.
Really? No. It sounds so real to me.
Do you know what that piano needs, don't you?
Go on.
Lethal injection.
Is that your Emax 2?
It's from my Emax 2, yes.
Yeah.
That's not a very nice piano sound.
Well, it worked for them. It's
I can
their
say
sound.
I don't think they were going for the sound of a real piano.
Well, even the full 8 meg piano on the Emax had its issues, so.
It's not a bad piano.
You say has its issues, I say sounds shit. But for when it's doing solo lines like that, it's perfect.
Well, the Mirage piano was 33k. It was better than that.
Sorry.
Robbie, I got spotted today as well, by the way, for the first time.
Awesome.
Someone's like, you're Jim. I've seen you on
You're
like
Jim
Ramsey's
Dillon.
and Jamie's show and Geosynth. I'm like, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't
You're all
know.
fame whores
I've
now.
got to talk. I might be able to. What's the show down in wherever?
London.
Yeah.
Gearfest.
Is it next week?
No, it's July 2nd.
July 2nd. I might be able to make it. I don't know. I might be able to. I might not.
Cool.
Are we all going out afterwards?
Is anyone else going? I don't know. Is anyone else going?
Got me to
Jim and Andy are. I think Trent's going. Rob's going.
Yeah.
And Neil
Is
Walton
it just?
in the chat.
Is it just for one day?
Yeah.
Yeah. 10
Yeah,
till
okay.
6.
10 to 6. Yeah, I might be able to go. I don't know for sure. I've got to basically try and persuade someone of a female whether she wants to go spend a day in London, basically. Because and then kind of just slip in the fact that we may just pop in for an hour or two to a synth show.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Just tell them we'll all be there.
As if that's. Oh yeah, and she's going to turn and go. Wow.
That's gonna
If
swing
they're
it,
all
yeah.
if they're all there, wow. Yeah, I've got to go. Wow. Of course
I said that to Jane, and she said, "Well, you can go on your own." So I am going on my own.
Fair dues.
Yeah.
I just saw an old Synthfest video with the Art of Noise thing. Those guys are making the Art of Noise medley. Did you see that from years ago?
No.
Oh, what?
Fairlight Emax 2 isn't in France. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Synthfest France. Yeah.
That was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I know one or two of the people who did that. Talking of which,
I enjoyed the podcast.
Thank you. There you go.
Yeah,
Didn't have
the
to say it
Sound and
myself.
Sound
look at
podcast.
that.
It was really good.
I've only got about 15 minutes into it. It's the first 15 minutes I can absolutely tell you are very good.
Subscribe, but I haven't listened to it yet.
Yeah, it's very good.
And I didn't know you'd done my old mate Ian Body.
Oh yeah. Did Ian. Did Ian? That sounds good.
Yeah.
No, he was brilliant. Very, I've met him a few times, and so it was very nice to do. I've got another one I'm trying to set up now. Can't tell you who it is.
Have you shelved mine, by the way?
They have, not me.
No, that's fine. I don't give a flying fuck.
Because, and I'll tell you why. Because Paul is extra keen for me to come out to you and do the filming of the studio.
Oh, okay.
And do a double header, so we'll do like a studio tie-in studio thing, and then we'll also have a podcast as well. So.
Oh, okay, fine.
That's
fine. It's absolutely fine.
Do we get to see room 3 in the studio?
It's just me talking bollocks, so of course it's going to be shit.
On his bed.
I was on my bed. Luckily, it was only audio, so it's fine.
That's what you think.
Did you not notice that green light? Yeah.
Yeah.
Remote switching.
Yes, no, that was it. I enjoyed that. That's probably the one I hate to say it because it doesn't mean that I love any of them less, but JJ's one, that was like quite
fuck
special
you, wanker.
for me. No, it was special for me.
He seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah.
I mean, when you had him on the show, and he's got a sense of humour.
Oh, he
doesn't take himself too seriously.
Yeah, very funny. Very funny.
And it's funny because he got his initial sort of breakthrough, Richard James Burgess, and I kept thinking every time he was talking about, I should get Richard James Burgess to do this, and bloody Martin Ware's got him now. So
yes, I saw that.
We'll have to wait a little while so we can get him. But I'm going to see if I can use JJ to get a couple of other people, which would be interesting. But no, that was he is. The recording, the raw recording of that was twice as long as what we put out, and that I don't know, I haven't checked it yet. It's certainly my longest podcast, at 55 minutes, because Sound on Sound are very particular. They have they've done their research and they know what the right the right length it should be, and
could have done a two-parter.
That's against no. They apparently again. It's one of these. I said, I could split. It was that one. There was another one that I said, I could split that into at least 2 or 3. No, we don't do episodes. Okay, or serials or whatever you want to call them. So no, that was a no. But I got this. I had sort of nearly 2 hours of recording, and I went through it, and it is the most tedious thing to go through, and like. Try and put markers in place. So there's an interesting thing, and that bit we should cut out because it's off the record. And trust me, there was some really good off the record stuff in there that I had to get rid of, unfortunately. But whittled it down and whittled it down and whittled it down and got it to about 61 minutes. And I thought, I can't take any. If I take any more out of this, it's just going to suffer. So I sent it off, and I said, right. Have a listen. First draft. I think this is good. I don't know. I'm probably too close to it now to make any sort of objective decisions about what to edit out. And about 4 hours later, I get an email back saying, "No, that's brilliant. We'll go with that." Whoa!
Great.
Yes.
Great.
Lovely. Unfortunately, I don't get paid.
I
don't get paid on duration. I just get paid per episode. So it's not as if I'm trying to milk them for more money.
2 minutes then.
Yeah.
Kind of prostitute. Anyway, I said I've only 15 minutes in, but it sounds it's really good. So I look forward to finishing.
Hope you enjoy the rest. Yeah.
I'm sure I will. But, guys, I'm going to call it a night. Oh God! What am I doing?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. I mean, I just realised they're the bits I meant to do after I said night, everyone. And then sit here and make groany noises. Good. Yeah, whatever. Sad night, I have to say.
Yeah.
Because I was saying to Pip, I mean, realistically now, I mean, I think that's Depeche done, really, because I can't see, I just cannot see them, you know, just doing with the two of them. I can't see it happening. The only chance it could even possibly happen, I don't think it would. The only way, and this is completely nothing to do with. I know exactly. If Alan comes back, that's the only way it could possibly, you know. And I think we both know that if that did ever happen, they'd probably manage like 3 tracks, and then it'd all go tits up, and then, you know. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, we all. I mean, I don't know. I'm a real. No, I've never really said this. I'm a huge Depeche fan. I mean, like humongous Depeche fan, and. For me, Alan Wilder kind of made Depeche what they were and who they were, and so they've never been as good since in my opinion, since he left. But and yet, ironically, I didn't really like what he did with Recoil, because I thought that for me it just became really obvious that Alan was great at from a production point of view, but not so great at the songwriting, and so I thought back in the day they were the perfect combo. But anyway. I'm waffling now, but anyway, yeah, sad night, and let's hope that no one else dies in a hurry, unless of course it's me, in which case I won't know about it, so fuck the lot of you. And good seeing you all. Be good.
Right, night, Ty.
Good night. See you later.
Cheers,
Bye.
Ty.
Buddy.
Bye.
Don't die, Ty.
Don't tie dye. Don't tie dye. No, that's a different thing.
No, that's coloured t-shirt.
I missed the Andy Fletcher thing. I've just looked it up now. That's really, really sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't someone say that the drummer from Yes has died as well?
Yeah.
Alan White. Yeah.
Alan White.
Yeah. God.
Yeah. For me, it's Ray Liotta.
And Ray Liotta as well. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Should be
depressed.
all right now. There's 3. There's normally 3s, isn't it?
Yeah, 3s.
How old was he? He wasn't that old.
Who?
60.
Ray Liotta.
Oh,
Ray Liotta,
Ray
67.
Oh, right. He's older than I thought he was.
Yeah,
still not that old.
No, yeah, it's still not that old, yeah.
That's, not great.
Yeah, but I think the older you get, the younger 67 looks.
Yes.
Yeah.
You say 67 to a 20-year-old. No, he's really old.
Well, I thought I'd be dead by 30 when I was 16.
I thought I'd join the 27 club.
That's 67, Jesus. I've got a few years left anyway, then, I guess.
Few.
Yeah, but have you though? I mean, I don't mean that in you know, but you just don't know. You have no idea. So,
no.
Yeah. Coming from someone
I've
who
not seen Final Destination.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Rob, are you going to go before me though? Because I've got to keep people named in my will. So when I die, you guys are going to be responsible for selling all my shit.
Do you know? It's funny you should say that, but I was talking to the wife the other day, and I said, you know, we were talking about finances and that. I said, oh well.
I was thinking about this just today, actually.
Yeah, when I
leave
go,
my music gear to.
Yeah, when I go, I said, look, you know, sell the record collection, but don't you sell it. Go to our friend Will, who runs a record store. I said he will sell it for what it's worth, not what I told you that I paid for it. Yeah. and you will get, you know. And I actually, you know, we sat there having dinner, and the kids said, "What's the most expensive thing you've got?" Yeah, and I was and they're going, "How much is that? How much?" And then I had to calm everyone down because I said I didn't pay that for it. I paid a lot less for it, but that's what it's worth now. And then I said, as far as these are concerned, I said you best give Kent a call, So I do need to act because we don't have wills at the moment.
Give you 40 quid.
No,
mate.
we don't have wills either. We should do.
And it's the only reason I don't
they're
have
so
a will.
easy to do yourself.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. But the only reason I haven't done one since I was married the last time was that I don't have a mortgage, I don't own property, and my mum kept saying, "Oh, but what if you get run over by the bus? Who's going to look after the kids?"
Yeah.
You, mum, of course. Then the kids were like, "No, don't send us to Grandma Sue's."
I don't know who to leave my anal beads to.
It depends if you're found dead with them in or out.
Please leave them in.
Yeah.
Leave them in.
Yeah,
Are
not
they clean?
Not post-mortem beads. No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, I know somebody who can prepare because our friend Neil Fellows is now a qualified embalmer.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, you don't want to bother with embalming. It's a waste of money.
Well, not to him, it's not. He makes a living out of it.
Just stay on ice, and then just get shipped into a casket, or preferably a wooden box.
You know he's going to draw a moustache on us, don't you?
Yeah. I hope he does.
It's funny. My mum was talking about sort of dying, and she said to my brother, she was like, just burn me at the Cram and have a a big party. And my brother was like, "What makes you think I'm going to get as far as the Cram? I was thinking of fly tipping you."
Yeah. Just chuck you in a ditch.
Actually, my worst fear is not what happens to me when I'm gone, because obviously I'm gone. But I really wouldn't want to be buried in a churchyard. So, given the fact that I'm a devout atheist, it really wouldn't be appropriate. So, yeah, stick me on a fire. Do me Darth Vader style. Or stick me on a boat and push me out to sea.
That thing on Facebook, but that's pretty much my worst fear, where you're for some ungodly known reason, you have a car accident while Ed Sheeran's playing off.
Yeah. And they think that's what you were into.
Yeah. And that's what they choose for your funeral.
Yeah, your coffin goes off to The Shape of You or something.
Yeah.
Robbie, they can put you on a raft and just shoot fire arrows at you.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah,
something like that.
Oh, that sounds much
I'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
I would say leave my body to medical science, but it probably
Have you ever
wouldn't
seen
be any use to anyone.
It might come back.
Have you ever watched Norseman, the series?
Not yet, no.
Oh, it's very good. And one of the first episodes is basically, I won't ruin it, but it has a Viking funeral, burial, at sea, and it's just fucking funny. Just like the failure to do it properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
I don't know,
very
having
funny
been
series.
working with cadavers, I don't want to donate my body to science. So I see how they get treated.
Yeah, but you're dead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I don't care.
I like the idea. It's actually quite difficult in the UK because obviously a lot of people want to do it. You've got to fill out all the forms and all this sort of crap, and you might be kept in cold storage for a couple of years.
Oh yeah, the body we had was probably 8-year-old. So
Yeah, but I do like the idea of people learning from my mistakes, so to speak.
Well, we did find weird stuff on some people. That's true. We had a couple of bodies there, actually. But,
So I really do like the idea of these things where you can be buried and there's like a small tree attached to it, and so as you die and rot away, you're feeding the tree,
the sort
so
of
the tree is an
humanist
yeah,
style,
and
yeah.
I really that appeals, because at least then you are, because you don't
they can
necessarily
put your ashes
die
into a record. That's perfect for you. You can be a record.
Exactly. Somebody did suggest that. But when you die,
your wife?
it's your energy is just shifted to someone, because energy you can't destroy energy. It just transfers, and so as you go, your energy goes into something else, whether it's worm food or flames and smoke and shit. It's all energy.
Well,
and,
I like the idea of cremation, because then it's my big final middle finger to the tree huggers.
But I did actually find a eulogy that I would like to have read out at my funeral, given that I am, an atheist or humanist or whatever you want to, label you want to put onto it. And I can't remember where it was now, but it was this, if you want somebody to give a eulogy at your funeral, make sure it's a physicist, because they'll tell you about, energy and all that stuff. And it was such a beautiful thing. There was no fancy supernatural shit going on. It was just, this is actually what happens, and isn't that absolutely beautiful?
Well, there are religious physicists, so be careful with that.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, but
we're all made of stars.
We are. But who made the stars?
Yeah.
Was it Coldplay?
Yeah.
I thought it was Steve Hillier, wasn't it?
That's a Moby song.
Yeah. Oh no, actually it was Moby, wasn't it? Yeah. Make Coldplay history. That was my badge.
Where? Oh, do you know?
I'm not a Coldplay fan, but I don't think they deserve the ire they get.
Here you go. You want to hear this? This
I'm
is
not
the
fan either.
You want the
You're very
eulogy?
go on, Robbie.
Yeah.
Right. You want a physicist to speak at your funeral, to give your grieving family about to talk to your grieving family about the conservation of energy, so that they will understand that your energy has not died. You want the physicist to remind your sobbing mother about the first law of thermodynamics, that no energy gets created in the universe and none is destroyed. You want your mother to know that all your energy, every vibration, every BTU of heat, every wave of every particle that was her beloved child remains with her in this world. You want the physicist to tell your weeping father that amid energies of the cosmos, you gave as good as you got. And at one point you'd hope that the physicist would step down from the pulpit and walk to your broken-hearted spouse there in the pew and tell them that all the photons that ever bounced off your face, all the particles whose paths were interrupted by your smile, by the touch of your hair, hundreds of trillions of particles have raced off like children, their ways forever changed by you. And as your widow rocks in the arms of a loving family, may the physicist tell her, or let her know, that all the photons that bounced from you were gathered in the particle detectors that are her eyes, that those photons created within her constellations of electromagnetically charged neurons whose energy will go on forever. And the physicist will remind the congregation of how much all our energy is given off as heat. There may be a few fanning themselves with their programs as he says it, and he will tell them that the warmth that flowed through you in life is still here, still part of all that we are, even as we who mourn continue the heat of our own lives. And finally, you'll want the physicist to explain to those who loved you that they need not have faith, indeed they should not have faith. Let them know that they can measure, that scientists have measured precisely the conservation of energy and found it accurate, verifiable, and consistent across space and time. You can hope your family will examine the evidence and satisfy themselves that the science is sound, and that they will be comforted to know your energy is still around. According to the law of the conservation of energy, not a bit of you has gone. You're just less orderly. Amen.
That sounds like a Douglas Adams.
It does, but it was written by a guy called Aaron Freeman.
Imagine if you got it wrong, you accidentally booked a ventriloquist.
Let
me out! Where's the box?
But I thought I saved. I found that somewhere and I saved it. And I
thought, I do think that slipping a mobile phone into the coffin has got to be worth a giggle.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I would love to set something up so that somebody did something like a practical joke, and that everybody would laugh.
Yes, exactly.
You know. Yeah. Like Andy
or at least a knocking
funeral.
Noise.
yeah. Because Andy Kaufman, because obviously he was the eternal practical joker, and he filmed himself talking to his to the funeral people before he died, but obviously he was talking to them, and it was very cleverly done. Yeah. Oh, someone's back. There we go.
Hey. Hi again, Rich.
There he is.
Bonjour, ça va?
So you struggled with all the people then?
Oh my God. I haven't been in a situation like that in a long time, and I immediately shut down and became claustrophobic.
Oh.
It was stuffy, the lights were flashing, it was hot. The room was packing full of people. I was like, get me out of here. And so
yeah, titty bars are like that.
So they took you to a club.
It wasn't exactly a titty bar. It was something far more. There was a presentational aspect. There was a stage that I didn't see, anything happening on yet, but I wasn't waiting around. And it was just.
Did it have
Gloria
your
and
don't
her
do well.
famous
I
ping
don't-
pong ball act?
I don't do well in these situations. I never really have. I wasn't really getting to spend time with the people whose birthday it was that we were there to celebrate, which is fine because they were having a good time, and that means more to me.
Do you know what venue or the name of the venue?
Yeah, it's called The Box. Is the name of this
Box.
club?
I'm not saying anything.
That's what it's called.
I'm sure there was a film of that name.
I understand that there are multiple layers of debauchery taking place on the premises in various locations that I didn't have any desire to go explore. I'd just rather come back and read or something. Talk to you guys.
A nice cup of tea.
Yeah.
Talk to you guys.
Don't want a beer with a ping pong ball floating in it, do you?
Oh,
He's obsessed with the bloody ping pong ball. This one, isn't he?
I remember Gloria and her ping pong ball.
It's not my thing.
Sight to behold.
Not my thing. And when I realize I can't breathe, I don't really feel like ordering a drink, and I'm uncomfortable being amongst so many people.
Yeah, you
It's
suddenly
like,
don't feel very social, do you? In those situations.
what am I doing here? And then, very nicely, I will say this, because this must have been obvious, painfully obvious to other people, because our singer, whose birthday it is, who's celebrating, comes over to me and says, "Listen, Russell's leaving, and I know you want to get out of here. And it's fine. I love you." And she gives me a kiss. And I said, "Happy birthday, Kim." And so, message delivered, toasts made, and I'm safe. I'm back home safe.
Good man.
Good stuff. Oh, your singers are bloody amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, cool. Thank you. What were you watching TV this morning?
Yeah, they are.
Just out of this world. Yeah.
Jim, were you watching TV this morning?
No, but I was going off, previous performances where I've seen them.
Oh, all right.
I watched one of the ones from, I think it's 2018.
Okay.
It was on YouTube. Absolutely brilliant. Really, really
Cool.
great.
Thank you. Oh, it's nice of you guys to look in. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wondering if that's on YouTube yet.
What, this morning?
Yeah, because you can go to the ITV page, but they usually take
watch the whole bloody program.
Yeah, and then the adverts and everything as well.
Yeah.
But what they sometimes do is they pull out the best bits and stick them on YouTube, but it doesn't look. I guess for copyright reasons that they put.
Because what was the gig you did last month? Because I was watching it because I think it was going out live. I was watching it. I was waiting for you to
Was
come
that the
on.
Ukraine? The Ukraine
Might
gig?
have been.
Oh, right. Yeah, it must have been.
And then you had to do that sort of quick mashup.
Yeah.
When it was sort of yeah, do that. Now off you go. Bye bye. I'd be like, oh.
Well, they gave us the closing slot on the. They gave us the closing slot on the show, and this is a band playing 45-year-old songs. It's pretty remarkable to me. And
Yeah, but the house was jumping. It needed to.
No, everybody wanted us to keep playing. I get that,
Yeah.
and I feel good about it. But
Yeah.
I'm honored enough that they gave us the closing slot in 6 minutes. I think it was 6 minutes to do it, and they wanted 3 or 4 songs in those 6 minutes.
Yeah,
but-
it's like what?
Yeah,
Whatever
it's
it
not
was.
Like that, it's not like there were small acts elsewhere on the bill.
No, there were huge stars on those
Yeah.
shows. The
Yeah,
fact
exactly.
that this band gets this kind of love around these parts is incredible. And I don't say that because I'm in it. It's just fucking incredible.
You were saying you couldn't get arrested on stateside with it, could you?
For the most part, that's true. But as I was saying earlier today, that the challenge of winning over audiences every night that are there to see a headline act who is sort of somewhat simpatico with your stylistic, way. That's a really fun challenge, and we almost always succeed. I don't think we ever don't succeed. We just succeed variously successfully.
Yeah.
So it's amazing to me. It's wonderful. and it's remarkable. Because legacy bands, if you look at, there's a whole bunch of them, and you can look at what they're doing and how they're doing it and how far they're getting with it.
Yeah.
And for the most part, they're not getting this far. And I don't take any credit whatsoever for this. I'm just saying, I'm just along for the ride. Yeah. But this is a really remarkable thing that happens with Chic over here. And
it's a shame the shows aren't as popular here because in the clubs, the Chic stuff is played all the time.
It's true. But the thing is, people don't know what it is and who it is. So they hear the name Chic, and they don't associate it with those songs. And as I was saying earlier, also, the typical experience of somebody unfamiliar with Chic music or thinking they're unfamiliar with Chic music who comes to a show is, oh, wow, they did that song? Oh, man, I didn't know they did that.
Yeah.
And it's a whole night of, oh, I didn't realize. I didn't know. Yeah. I understand. Of course, they know all the songs.
Yeah.
And then, hopefully they leave the arena as a fan. I guess that's the idea.
So where did you get the most response? In the States or over in Europe?
Oh, by far over here. And by the way, who am I speaking to? I can't see.
Oh, I'm a X101. You probably don't know who I am.
Oh, okay. Hi. Nice to meet you.
I got a little story. Don't tell Nile Rodgers. I actually learned to scratch on a 7-inch copy of The Freak when I was about 10 years old.
Awesome.
So, yeah, that's my Chic story.
Was it your copy or your parents'
It was my dad's.
Yeah, there you go.
Did he find out?
No. It wasn't your granddad's. Because it could have been. Yeah, right. He found out the hard way. What the hell happened to my record? Yeah. What's this, Dad? Why?
I've actually got the record still. I've got all these 7 inches. Yeah. It still plays, so.
The 50p piece on the.
You're still petitioning for absolution, are you?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh,
I played Le Freak when I was a disc jockey in 1978, working in a bar in Ithaca, and where disc jockeying was more playing music for people than waving your hands in the air with a microphone in your face.
Yeah.
And I would just play good music all night, and I found these Chic songs and played some of them because I thought they were cool. I didn't really know that much about the band when I met Nile Rodgers. I didn't know that much about Nile Rodgers when I met Nile Rodgers.
Wow.
And I wasn't trying to get a job with Nile Rodgers. So, I mean, you couldn't make this shit up. It's so inadvertent. The fact that I'm here doing what I'm doing and it ended up like this is just, you could never have predicted this. I mean, other than the fact that I was prepared for it, you couldn't have predicted it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the key.
Yeah.
Well, they say the meaning of preparation and opportunity, is the thing. And you can't, like I said, I wasn't trying to get a job with Nile Rodgers. So it's amazing. 34 years later that we're here.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said for just being open to opportunity.
And recognizing that when I got that phone call from some guy with a British accent claiming to be representing Nile Rodgers and interested in my services, I immediately knew that I was looking at Yogi Berra's fork in the road, and that my life was going to go one of two ways from this moment forward. And I knew it instantly as soon as I believed him, which took a minute.
Yeah.
It did. The first thing that crossed my mind was, which one of my friends is smart enough to do this to me?
To prank you.
Yeah.
But no, it was real, and it was he really does work for Nile Rodgers, and he was in the awkward position of having to find his own replacement. He didn't want to leave. Well, he kind of wanted to leave the job, but he didn't really want to leave the job, and he didn't have the musical skills required to really serve Nile's needs properly. So they wanted somebody who could operate the synclavier and play music. And I grossly exaggerated my ability to operate the synclavier, and got my foot in the door. I probably told this story before. Roll credits.
So how long have you been playing with Chic?
30. Well, I've been playing with Niall for 34 years. March of 1988, we started working on 2 movies, Coming to America and Earth Girls Are Easy, with 2 very interesting directors, Julian Temple and John Landis. And it was for the first, I don't know, 7 or 8 years, it was just a whirlwind of A-list things coming through the door, one after another, after another, after another.
Yeah.
And great memories being made for me, and great opportunities. Getting to work with people I idolized as a child, and getting to know them and become friends with them, is beyond wildest dreams kind of stuff. You don't lay up at night when you're a kid dreaming about that.
Wow.
It's just a shame you can't lean over and play your rolly.
Right now, you mean?
Yeah. Can't just.
Well,
he brought it with him.
You didn't bring your block, did you? Oh. What's that? Is that the Q Nexus?
It is.
Yes.
Polyphonic aftertouch, don't you know?
Yes, I do. Oh, yes, I very much do know.
I don't know that I really need this thing, but it weighs so little and takes up so little room that I figured I might as well bring it.
Nothing to it, is it?
I might as well bring it just in case I want to use it for something or sit here and fiddle around one day.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm going to be in Stockholm for a while next week, so I may have some fiddling around time.
Yeah. I like the fact that it has those CV outs.
Yeah, me too. I runs my modular rig beautifully.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't like the rolly block, right? So you have to use that, Rich.
What about the rolly block?
You're not a fan of the rolly block, so you use that instead, right?
You mean the rolly block keyboard?
Yeah.
I don't love it. I don't hate it. It's not as good as the Rise.
I don't use it.
I did bring it on the road for a while. I even brought the Rise on the road once.
Oh, really? Oh.
Just to play around with when I first got it, because I just wanted to be close to and quite frankly, I'm kind of sorry I don't have it right now. But the interesting thing is now I've spent all of my time working on my technique on Rolly Seaboard Rise and that new guitar, and now I have none of that. That is like back there, and I'll see it sometime in the future. Yeah. And I'm off into now I'm playing chic shows on weighted keyboards, and which is a beautiful thing to be doing. But it's interesting.
When does all the touring actually finish?
Well, that's a good question. So this run of touring gets me home on the 5th of August so that I can attend my nephew's wedding on the 6th of August.
Yeah.
Then sometime around the 20th of August, we start doing some arena shows in America with Duran Duran as opening band for Duran Duran. And I think there are 8 of those across like 4 weeks or 3.5 weeks or something. So they're really kind of spaced out and sporadic. It's not like being on tour and going from place to place to place to place. There's like a bunch of days off in New York around the New York gig. We talked about this earlier. There's a Madison Square Garden gig. So that ends in mid-September. And then the tour that follows, that's supposed to follow that, which is unannounced and so far unconfirmed, which is the tour that we quit when COVID started, which was us opening for Cher. Currently, the scuttlebutt, the off-the-record scuttlebutt, is that maybe it'll start around the end of October, maybe. All of which works well for me because I need some attention paid to my right knee, and I think that's going to be the time where I'm going to get to pay it.
Yeah.
Some surgical attention, most likely.
Right.
So that's what I'm looking forward to. And in other words, it could pick up at the end of October and go to Christmas, and then pick up again in January and go to March.
Yeah.
All of which would be fine with me.
Well, it's definitely going to keep you busy until the Rise 2 comes out.
It's now a race to see whether the Osmos beats the Rise 2 to the actual marketplace.
I can't see the Osmos being in the running.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
We have lost faith, have we?
I can't disclose, but I've heard that the Osmos will be a while yet.
A while yet, meaning maybe ever?
Maybe 23.
Maybe 23. Good
Maybe
God.
20, yeah. So it'll definitely be Rise 2 is going to be out there first.
If they have those custom parts, it's got to be tough, right?
Exactly, yeah. I'm told that it will, all being well, it will happen. But as precisely, it won't be this year.
So is the Rise the logical extension of the Ohms Martineau?
Yeah.
It just occurred to me.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's occurred to other people before. I don't
Yeah.
claim this is some pithy original wisdom here, but
No. Yeah, probably actually.
Well, it's even more expressive, right? Because you just have that one ring on Martineau.
no, I understand that they're different, but
Yeah.
the logical extension of, in other
Sure,
words,
sure.
Yeah.
the dream of being able to do these things that we do now with MPE sort of began, arguably, with that, which is what, the 1930s?
Although didn't the clavichord have expression?
Well, I don't mean any degree of expression. I mean, a piano forte had some degree of expression too, but I'm talking about the lateral pitch motion. Along
No, but I mean like a pressure. That clavichord has some kind of pressure thing component to it. Maybe I have that wrong.
Was it the clavioline or something?
Maybe it was that. Yeah.
Yeah, the clavioline or something. Yeah, it was just something else.
So you mean an electronic instrument, Andy, not an acoustical instrument?
I thought there was an acoustic one as well, but maybe an electronic one.
Well, a clavichord is basically an acoustical instrument,
Yeah. Now the
I don't know.
clavioline, I think the string was involved in some form. I honestly can't remember.
It's all blur at some point.
Yeah, it all mushes into some sort of dull grey paste, and then
sucks
suddenly
getting older,
CS18 just pops out all of a sudden, and then everything sort of like makes sense. It's just sort of like blah 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 blah. CS80. There you go.
You don't have to worry until Hans starts talking to you from the back wall.
Yeah. No. No.
Right, guys, I'm going to go to bed. So,
All right, Ian.
good to see you all.
All right, trip back.
Yeah,
And I'll see you next. See you all
Cheers,
later.
Ian.
All right,
Cheers.
mate.
Night.
Take care,
Bye-bye.
Ian.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I'm going to head off too.
Yeah, don't let me keep you guys up.
It is 1 o'clock. I suppose I should get to bed.
Yeah.
Oh
Gotta
God,
get
yeah,
early.
because
I've
I got
had enough
the
caffeine to keep me up for days.
well, I got the chappies. I don't know what you call them. Construction men, I suppose. to
Builders.
to finish the finish the driveway. They're putting down the last of the tarmac.
Ah, right. Yes.
And I said, don't drive on it for 48 hours.
Yeah.
And it'll take a year to settle. Oh, okay.
What about paw prints?
That'll be fine. That'll be fine. It'll be all right for at least, well, as long as you can keep them off it for the first 20 minutes, it should be all right. But the school kids were at it when they come out of school, and they're all walking on it going, "Oh, I'm all sticky." Like that. That's all right. It's not a top coat.
So what you want is one of those, there are these dog fences that are electronic that kind of zap them when they get to the first road.
Yeah.
You set that up in front of your driveway for any errant kids that might come along.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Get off my land.
Put those high-pitched whistling things too that only the kids can hear. They'll stay away.
Yeah.
Oh, mosquito thing. Yeah, I hate those.
I mean,
can hear
pitches
them.
above 8K.
Yeah, it's,
Oh,
it's like about 16 kilohertz, isn't it?
I could just hide behind a wheelie bin with a bit of wood. They just come out and whack them. Get off. I'm sure
Play
there'll be
whack-a-mole.
no repercussion to that, will there?
Like whack-a-mole with school children.
Yeah.
They'll go over well.
Smack.
They'll go really well in the neighborhood.
Just if anyone's interested, I've just been sent a link to a new teenage engineering product called the TX1.
Right.
What by
It
Bellinger?
looks like a knob on a box.
Oh.
Not that sort of knob, but
Yeah. And is it the size of a gnat's piss hole?
I'll post
Right.
the YouTube link.
Is
to
it a good old-fashioned potentiometer, or is that little thing that sticks up in that alleged mixer?
It looks like a potentiometer. I haven't actually. You can click
Oh,
on the
good
link
God,
in
what
the
is that?
chat.
Oh my
We've
god,
had-
this is real.
I mean, it's
Please, this
What?
can't be real.
Do you want to see it?
No.
Oh shit!
Wait, this isn't their website. Is it? It's got to be.
Get back.
Oh, this is a. Okay.
Yeah, it's a parody.
Oh, jeez.
It must get one of them, yeah.
Did he say it's an audio interface?
No, it's a parody.
It is it? I was gonna say, oh,
Yeah,
Is it April 1st already? Close.
so soon.
afraid not.
I
It must
wish
be somewhere.
was. Right, gents, ladies.
Right,
anyone?
yeah, I get it.
I'm off. Have
Cheers,
a wonderful evening, good morning, or whatever, and maybe see you tomorroor at some point. on the
Don't you have a
show.
show tomorrow?
Yeah,
do,
and you're doing
yeah.
a proper
Yeah,
show.
we do.
We'll do a proper show. Yeah,
Show.
yeah, it'll just be me and Kent, I think, and
Yeah.
Oh,
a
I need
small
to
amount of
speak to you
news
about,
topics.
about another possible guest
Okay.
who might be going to Gearfest actually.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm going to use that to schmooze.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Hey, Rich is in town. We have Rich on.
Yeah, Rich.
Yeah.
If you're not doing anything
nothing?
tomorrow night, Rich,
It's
you're
not
more
down
than
the
welcome.
strip club.
I don't. Well, I don't currently have any plans. So if it works out, it works out. It'd be nice.
Well, let me know. Yeah,
Yeah, man.
definitely.
Thank you.
Be a pleasure.
Hey, Kent, I put a link to the clavioline in the private chat.
Lovely, thank
Right.
you.
So,
Good night,
sounds like
everyone.
See you later, fellas.
See you
See you
soon.
later.
Take
Love you
care.
all.
Good night.
Bye.
See you, Rich.
Everybody.
Take care.
everybody.
You will.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Oh. There we go.
So,
Alright.
so is that the one you're thinking of, the clavioline?
I think it's. Do you know what? It's the name popped into my head and I go. I
It
wonder
does
if
sound
it's that.
familiar. I heard clav and I'm thinking, oh, clavichord, clavioline.
Yeah. Quite possibly clavioline.
But there's a whole Sound on Sound article about the technology. It was invented in the 40s by a French guy. So,
Yeah, that sounds like it. That sounds like it. Yeah. Oh dear.
good
Ugh.
stuff.
Indeed. Right.
Radio.
Oh.
Have a
Okay.
good evening.
Yeah, I'll catch up with you probably tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, are you
Good
going to have
man.
an after show?
Yeah. Why not?
What the hell, right?
Yeah. What the hell?
It's only time,
there's-
right?
Like there's anything else to do?
Exactly.
Well,
Good
but
stuff. Did you see the dog pictures I sent in your thread about your doggy? You're the dog on top of that green
oh yeah,
thing,
yeah.
and then there's the RCA dog and the
Yeah.
yeah.
God, yeah. His master's voice. Yeah.
Yeah,
love
good
it.
stuff. See ya.
All right. See you
Thanks.
tomorrow, guys.
Okay, bye.
Take care, man.
See ya.
Ta-da.